I am a wealthy master in India. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 126. He originally refused. Dude, you really don't want to consider it? As long as you invest this money in the business, you will get several times the return later. Luca, I told you, not now. You don't know how much money I spent in the palace last night. Without this commission, I would even go bankrupt. Nonsense. Luca slapped him angrily, but soon came over in a slightly vulgar manner. By the way, how is it in the palace, heaven? Have you heard of identifying women by shooting? Have you heard of human chairs? After Ron explained the wonderful things in detail, Luca scratched his head and ears. Damn, you people in Mumbai are so good at playing. These are just 2 of the 8-page menu. You know, you don't even have the capital to brag to others. Hiss. Luca took a breath of cold air. He suddenly wanted to collect a menu of the palace. After delivering the goods to the high seas this time, I will stay in Mumbai. What do you want to do? Ron looked at him suspiciously. Now that the business has started, there is no reason to stop. I want to stay in Mumbai to coordinate the overall situation. That's fine. We can go to Pant anytime in the future. You can also set up a trading company as a cover. Well, I actually want to ask if I need someone to introduce me to the palace? Which technician has the best technique? Luca interrupted him. This is your ultimate goal. Ron smiled. Aren't Brazilian girls hot enough? Their programs are too old-fashioned and vulgar. Sufficient reason. But before going to the palace, let's get the business done first. Luca played a big game this time. He and his group of Brazilian friends raised a huge sum of $350,000, which was almost all their savings. The previous 2 transactions have proved that the drug business is very profitable. Some special medicines have higher profits than hemp. In this case, let's go all in. Brazilians are very adventurous. They dare to gamble their entire fortune. Ron was not polite either. He took a 30% commission without a penny less. $100,000 went directly into his pocket, and of course a small part of it was for Harry and others at the customs. Even though Luca's capital was reduced by 1/3, they could earn 3 to 4 times the profit by shipping the goods back. If they were lucky, $250,000 could become $800,000. Otherwise, these Brazilians would never agree to Ron cutting off 30% of their capital. In the drug smuggling business, every link is lucrative. Whoever takes more risks will earn more. However, human greed is endless. Luca wanted to persuade Ron not to take a commission, but to invest the money in their business. Ron did not give in. If Luca lived in Mumbai in the future, he might consider it $250,000 worth of drugs is enough to fill an entire container. The wooden boat at the fishing village pier could no longer handle it, so they changed to an iron boat this time. The previous disguise was no longer necessary, and they could just carry the packaging boxes onto the ship. Brother, why are the customs so easy to talk to all of a sudden? They actually allowed us to go to the high seas under their noses with great fanfare. There is nothing that can't be done by going to the palace once. If there is, then go twice. The men and women at the dock were busy loading the goods, and the scene was very lively. Even the children were running around on the deck with bamboo baskets on their heads. Afterwards, everyone would get a generous tip, which was a great thing for the people in the slums. 10 tons of medicines kept the people in the fishing village busy for a long time. Anand also ran around, sweating profusely, and his yellow shirt stuck to his skin as if it had been sprinkled with water, but he was very happy. Ron, it's all done. After counting the last box of goods, he ran over excitedly to report. Let Arjun prepare to sail. Still the old place, the Arabian Sea. What do you say? Ron turned to Luca. I have to see this batch of goods delivered and then come back. I said I would stay in Mumbai. Okay, Anand will go with you. The captain Arjun shouted to the crew to weigh anchor, and Anand was also pretending to be powerful. Looking at his busyness, it seemed that the ship could not sail without him. Anand, do you like the sea? Ron asked with a smile. Besides women, my favorite thing is the sea. I fish here every morning, happily and without any scruples. The crowd burst into laughter, and the women mocked him sharply, but Anand was very proud, as if it was the most beautiful praise in the world. What is fish? Luca was puzzled. You know what shit is? There are no toilets in the slums, and the sea will accommodate everything. Oh, Luca frowned. and just in the afternoon, he sneaked to a deserted place and swam for a while. "Okay, I have to get off the boat. We'll have another drink together when you come back." The rumbling diesel engine began to roar, and the fishermen and women on the dock cheered happily. Arjun also put aside a serious face at this time, whistled and waved to the crowd, looking very proud. He was the owner of the iron-hulled boat under his feet, and also a resident of the fishing village. He had done smuggling before. At that time, he transported bearings from Singapore to India, and he went back and forth 30 or 40 times in a few years. People in the fishing village would go out to sea with him, bring back electronic watches from Singapore, and then sell them on the black market at a high price. It was not until after the bombing that his boat was seized by customs during a smuggling trip. At that time, the atmosphere in Mumbai was tense, and the customs refused to make concessions no matter what, and fined him all the money he had earned in the past 3 years at one time. Then Ron took action. He found Harry and paid a ransom of 300,000 rupees for Arjun before he could drive the boat back. Arjun was penniless and in debt, so he mortgaged his boat to Ron. Ron didn't make it difficult for him, and asked him to take over the shipping of Sir Electric to pay off the debt. He still traveled between Singapore and Mumbai, but no longer in secret, but openly. Of course, he would go back to his old business at critical moments, such as now. With the sound of a whistle, the rusty and ugly iron-hulled ship slowly moved its huge body. The customs officials and fishermen who were watching the excitement on the shore pointed at it, as if discussing how much they would gain from this voyage. Ron took a few glances and stopped paying attention. "We are all family here, there is nothing to worry about." After completing the Luca business, Ron actually got more than $80,000. 10,000 of the $100,000 was given to Harry and his friends, and the remaining several $1,000s were to be divided between Anand and the fishing village. After deducting the public relations fees of the palace, this is about all that is left. Calculated at the current exchange rate, it is less than 2.5 million rupees. It was barely enough to buy a villa in a place like South Mumbai. But Ron didn't plan to spend the money because it was in US dollars. His Sir Electric appliances would use US dollars to buy equipment and technology in the future. The rupee, a controlled currency, was no different from waste paper in the international community. Especially after the turmoil, a large amount of capital fled, causing the US dollar exchange rate in the Mumbai black market to hit a new high. At this time, no one would release the US dollar unless they were a fool. Ron was also hoarding US dollars. He hadn't been to the foreign exchange black market for a long time. Hardhan had no objection either, because Ron helped him get through the travel agency line, and he would make more money in the future. The more than 4 million rupees in profit of the Sir Electric appliance factory were not easy to move. 2 million was used to shoot TV commercials, and the 2 newly purchased second-hand injection molding machines also cost 1.6 million rupees. You see, there is no money. He made money quickly and spent it quickly. The planned expansion of the factory, purchase of raw materials, and salary of workers in the future. These even had to be paid out of Ron's pocket. After thinking it over, he found that he was still very poor. Lazu, why do I own a factory but still can't afford a house, Mr. Sir, Lazu's face flushed. Call me Dad, Baba. Lazu felt a little stuffy. Can you get up first? Oh, Ron changed his head position, it was so soft. I don't know since when, he must rest his head on something soft to fall asleep during lunch break. Neither recliners nor pillows work, leather pads are the answer, so Lazu can only work hard. After Ron tilted his head and took a deep sniff, he stood up with a nostalgic look on his face and stretched. Lazu had prepared cold water and a wet towel for him. Ron raised his chin, and she immediately began to carefully wash his face and neck. Oh, Zionia's job was taken away by someone. However, Lazu is still quite competent as a personal secretary. Since she came, Ron has become a spoiled master. I think he refused at the beginning, but Lazu is really suitable to be a pillow and can serve people. Even though his skin is not that white, his wheat color is also good. You can tell at a glance that he has a strong sexual desire. Look at this apartment, and the long black hair, it is the rope for men to climb to heaven. Ron couldn't help but want to masturbate a few times, just like riding a horse, but there were footsteps outside. Boss. Boss, Ashish deliberately raised his voice before entering the door. Come in, Ron said unhappily. This kid was afraid of encountering unspeakable things, so he stepped heavily every time before entering the door and repeated the shouting many times. Am I such a hungry person? I can't just fire a lot of guns in the office, right? Ron complained in his heart. He suspected that Ashish had planned it in advance. What sister needs to make money to save for dowry? It's obvious that he is greedy for his body. As long as Laju is arranged to come in, the goal will be achieved. Ashish knows Indian men too well. They can even shoot at posters on the wall, let alone real people. Even if nothing happens in the end, it doesn't matter. He just needs to let the people in the factory think that Ron and Laju have an unusual relationship, then he will still be the most popular guy in Sir Electric Appliance Factory. Ashish has been feeling a sense of crisis recently, because Sir Electric Appliance Factory has hired 2 engineers with higher academic qualifications than him. The new salesmen are good at talking, and they can often help Ron get big orders. Ashish can only think of ways to get a solution from the lower level. What's the matter, Ron? Who was looking through the documents, asked. Boss, come on. Ron couldn't help but roll his eyes, and the old Indian habit came back again. If you have something to say it quickly, and don't have such a bad habit again, boss. You have to go and see the dormitory. Ashish stood upright. Dormitory, it's the wooden house in the north, the Sir Slums. Chapter 127, Power. Take out the word soul. Ron frowned in disdain. Sir Slum? Who came up with this name? It's so unrefined. Well, anyway, it's where the workers live. You have to go and see it. Ashish was talking about the land that Ron had temporarily obtained from the city hall. It was a legal slum. Anand and his first batch of workers built wooden houses there, and Ashish also moved in. After a few months, the small site had changed a lot. Not only did the number of residents increase rapidly from 30 to 200, various facilities were also improved. Public toilets were built, messy wires were densely spread on the roof, and even the road surface that was originally rolled over by the bulldozer was paved with a layer of gravel. To be honest, Ron hadn't been there for a long time, even though they were only 10 minutes away. What happened there? He asked. For water, that bastard plumber charged exorbitant prices. Ashish gritted his teeth. I remember you had the water pipes ready at the beginning. 1 tap is not enough. We have 2,000 to 3,000 people. Ron took a breath. 2,000 to 3,000 people? There are less than 300 people in the Sir Electric Factory. How can there be so many more? Not much at all. Ashish shook his head. 300 workers, that's 300 families. 8 or 9 people in each family, that's 2,000 to 3,000. Ron was stunned. He forgot another skill of his third brother, giving birth to piglets. Boss, you have the final say in this whole area. You have to do justice, Ashish pleaded on the side. The Sir Electric Factory is well known in this area, and the workers' slums depend on it. The only person who has the right to speak here is Ron. In a sense, he already has a similar duty to Taj Ali, the head of the slum. Where's Anand? It was too hot, and Ron was too lazy to move. He's not here these 2 days. He went to the south to find the Brazilian. They had just completed a smuggling business, and Luca decided to stay in Mumbai. Anand, who volunteered, was taking him to familiarize himself with the rules here. Okay, I'll be there right away. Ron stood up helplessly. When the problem cannot be solved within the workers' slum, he needs to come forward to make the final decision. This is a common idea. After all, people call it the Sir Slum in private. Laju did not hide in the office to enjoy the coolness. She followed Ron step by step and acted as an assistant. The gate of the Sir Electric Factory faces south, and the workers' slum is on the north. After they walked half a circle around the wall, everyone was sweating all over. When they arrived at the place, Ron was shocked by the scene in front of him when he looked up. Ashish, how many people are here? I don't know, probably tens of thousands. Didn't you just say 2,000 or 3,000? 2,000 or 3,000 are our own people, and the rest are outsiders. Ron remembered that when this place was planned, it was probably only a few thousand square meters. After the bulldozer leveled the land, it was surrounded by barbed wire, and that was it. At that time, this place was empty, with wasteland all around. Anand and his men built wooden houses here, which was almost the same as reclaiming wasteland. Now, surrounding those neat rows of wooden houses, all kinds of huts are expanding outward like mushrooms, recklessly and unrestrainedly. It can't even be considered a house. It relies entirely on 2 bamboo poles to support various cardboards to build a shelter. On the outside, it is covered with layers of black tarpaulin to prevent rain. Ron suspected that if he kicked it a few more times, the house would collapse. When did they gather here, and how do they live, boss? You know, Workers also need to consume. They need to drink tea, buy daily necessities, and sometimes find women. How much is the salary of workers in the Sir Electric factory? In the past 2 months, the factory has been running at full capacity and working in 2 shifts. The wages of workers who work 12 hours a day are at least 100 rupees. A monthly salary of 3,000 rupees, starting. This is almost equivalent to the monthly income of an ordinary middle-class family in Mumbai, which is a bit unreal. So the first batch of entrepreneurs flocked in and opened small shops close to the barbed wire. Milk tea shops, small daily necessity stores, vegetable stores, tailor shops, and small restaurants appeared one after another. The workers were also happy to see this scene. They didn't have to run to the markets farther east and south. As long as they tore a hole in the barbed wire, they could buy things by bending down. Later, gambling dens and grey places selling white wine also appeared. The barbed wire was completely occupied, and Ron could no longer tell where the boundary between legal and illegal slums was. With these small shops, more and more people naturally came. Those sidewalk residents, like sharks that smelled blood, almost wrapped up the small shops on the periphery overnight. They originally lived on the street, with no shelter from the wind and rain, and their only belongings were a piece of plastic cloth. They waited for a new space to be vacated in a slum for them. This was their only way out, long and hopeless. There are too many poor people in Mumbai, and the number of slums is limited. However, there is one situation that is like a jackpot for the sidewalk residents, that is, the birth of a new slum. It is not difficult to imagine what kind of frenzy will be caused when the news of the legal slum answer spreads. Many people rushed from South Mumbai overnight just to grab a place closer to the barbed wire. Is there no one in charge? Ron was shocked by the scene in front of him and was speechless. The land he expropriated was only within the scope of the barbed wire. The wasteland outside, in principle, still belongs to the government. Probably in a while, the people from the municipal committee will come and symbolically demolish a few huts. Symbolic, because it doesn't work. Those people will hide and watch them demolish. Once the people from the municipal committee leave, within 2 hours, those huts will be built again in the same place. Ron understood that this is impossible to manage. There are more than 2,000 slums in Mumbai. How many people can the municipal committee squander? In fact, the municipal committee is also following orders. They don't want to do this either. Ashish surprisingly has no ill will towards the demolishers. Boss, can you imagine that scene? There is a woman standing there, wearing a dirty sari. She doesn't even have water to drink, so where's the extra water to wash clothes? The children are naked, without even a decent piece of clothing, and their family is penniless. And the people from the municipal committee are like a demon with bared fangs and claws, rushing in and taking away what they have. Normal Indians would not do this. Mumbai is sick, and it's not the fault of the poor living in the slums. Ron looked at Ashish with a new eye. He was not just a technical person. But this place will not expand indefinitely. When it reaches a certain scale, the municipal committee will take real action. Ashish is experienced. It really can't go on like this. There will be a lot of trouble. Ron sympathized with them, but he didn't want his factory to be surrounded by slums. Who knows what will happen when there are too many people? The outrageous operations of the 3 brothers are always hard to guard against. Soon, it won't exceed 10,000 people. This is the limit of the municipal committee's tolerance. Ashish knew that only because the Sir Electric factory was located in a remote area could there be such a large slum. In South Mumbai, a slum with a population of several hundred would be demolished in various ways because it was too crowded. Ashish led Ron to avoid the illegal slums and walked along the dirt road surrounded by barbed wire to the legal slum area. The wooden houses here were obviously much cleaner. They were all built by the workers of the Sir Electric factory with pieces of wood. Some houses were even reinforced with bricks. The alleys between the houses were also clean and tidy. There must be someone to take care of them. Everyone cherished this legal place to live, and everyone maintained its dignity from the bottom of their hearts. Following the direction of Ashish's finger, Ron saw a group of women surrounding a plumber and arguing non-stop. The man was wearing a uniform of a water supply company and turned a deaf ear to the crowd's protests. Ron walked over, and everyone automatically made way for him, and the quarrel gradually subsided. What happened? He asked. Ron, one tap is not enough. Anand's wife, Frida, stepped out from the crowd. The water supply here is only 2 hours a day. When we are waiting in a long line behind the public tap with buckets, the water supply will be suddenly cut off. This is the rule. I have no right to interfere, the plumber immediately retorted. You are the one behind the scenes, you bastard. The crowd began to curse. Ashish took this opportunity to explain to Ron that this water cut-off operation is usually a trick used by local plumbers. They colluded with a government water supply unit to enrich themselves. One tap is not enough, you can add a few more. Connect a 4-point pipe, so that 4 households can have taps 16,000 rupees, and the work can start today. See, boss. This guy is asking for an exorbitant price. Ashish wanted to beat him up 16,000 rupees. This price is simply crazy for people in the slums. Facing the crowd's curses, the plumber was not afraid at all. He knew that the people here were rich, and the monthly salary of more than 3,000 rupees was higher than his. It was only 16,000 rupees, and if the 4 households were divided equally, each household would get 4,000. How could it be too much? Are you from the municipal services company? Ron turned to the plumber. Yes, we are employed by the municipal government. No one can make us change the regulations except the Shiv Sena. Boss Rafiq said so. Seeing that Ron was quite impressive, the plumber immediately mentioned the Shiv Sena, the local tyrant in Mumbai. Ron smiled. I just met Rafiq not long ago, and had a cup of coffee with Thackeray in his villa. Who are you? The plumber became suspicious, and he felt that the person in front of him looked familiar. Did Thackeray tell you not to mess with Dr. Sir? Ashish pretended to be powerful. Ah, the plumber screamed, Dr. Sir. He was so scared that he was at a loss, and then he immediately knelt down and touched the mud in front of Ron's toes. I didn't know it was you, Dr. Sir, the plumber pleaded pitifully. If Ron told Rafiq about this, he would be in big trouble. The Shiv Sena leader Thackeray had personally spoken, and no one dared to disobey. He had never expected that Dr. Sir, a noble Brahmin, would come to a place like this slum. It was impossible. Okay, Ron waved his hand. How much does a 4-quarter pipe and a tap cost? 2,000. No, free, the plumber replied hurriedly. Forget it, 2,000. Ron looked at Frida and Ashish. Is this fee reasonable? Reasonable. Very reasonable, Ashish smiled, and the crowd also burst into cheers of victory. In addition, the water supply time will be extended by 2 more hours every day. Ron took out a few rupees as a tip. No problem, Dr. Sir, I'm happy to do it. The plumber who received the money also became happy. I'll go to the municipal company and say hello. You'll know what to do next, right? Of course, there won't be any problems with the water supply, electricity supply, and public toilets. Very good, once and for all, Ron won't have to show up again. But it feels really good to have proxy power. Proxy power is short for proxy power. It is not a power you have, but it is specially granted. Tejali in the slums and Bal Thackeray and the Shiv Sena are all people with proxy power. Of course, Ron is also one of them. He's the most powerful person in Sir Electric and the workers' slums behind it. Chapter 128 The Ultimate Truth of Advertising Communication. In mid-April, the Sir Electric factory shipped another 15,000 water-cooled air conditioners. After working in 2 shifts, the production capacity has increased significantly and has exceeded the 1,000 unit mark. This batch of water-cooled air conditioners is still taken by dealers in Mumbai, and the payment will arrive in about a week. If nothing goes wrong, Ron will soon make a profit of more than 5.8 million rupees. He loves this local sales network. The payment is so fast and there is almost no financial pressure. Of course, this kind of thing can only be thought about. The orders from Mumbai will inevitably decrease slowly. Now Ron still has 40,000 orders, half of which are from foreign countries. At that time, it would be good if the payment can be received within a month. These orders can keep the Sir Electric factory full-powered for 1.5 months. Ron has to think about the future in advance. It goes without saying that the component sales team will run the business, and TV advertising is also a very important part. Putting aside the factory, Ron specially went to Bandra where Mary's apartment is located. Is old Al ready to start shooting? He lay on the bed with his arms around him, feeling very comfortable. He has been busy with copywriting, filming and team matters for the past half month. Now that the plan is confirmed, of course we have to start filming immediately. Mary patted his arm. Her hair was pressed down. I don't know if it will be done before the end of the month. Ron moved his body and his other hand began to play tricks. It's very fast to shoot a commercial, Ron. Lena made him unable to move forward or backward. It can be finished in a week. I have to go and take a look. After all, It cost me 2 million rupees. Ron gave Lena a look, and the latter rolled her eyes at him, then slid down quietly. I'm even a little jealous of old Lal, Mary said with a little jealousy. He can have a budget of 2 million to shoot a commercial. Oh, honey, Ron's expression was a little out of control. Don't worry, you guys will definitely be able to participate in the production of a movie. I'm planning on this. Do you know? Chandra is preparing to sign a long-term agency contract with us. Mary's eyes sparkled. Okay, after I meet old Lal, we'll go and talk to Chandra together. Ron held his breath and stretched his legs straight. After an in-depth discussion with Mary and Lena, Ron turned around and went to AJ's home in Bandra. AJ was on duty at the police station, and the old Lal family received him warmly. After entering the door, Ron found that there was another guest in the warmly decorated living room, Vikram Chandra. He was a freelance writer and was responsible for the copywriting of this advertisement. He was about 30 years old and could speak fluent English. Ron didn't know much about the Indian literary world, and had never heard of Vikram Chandra. This was not surprising. If he was a famous writer, they would not have the money to hire him to write advertisements. Several people sat down and began to discuss the specific shooting plan. It was mainly them talking and Ron listening. He was an outsider and could not give professional advice. The core themes of the advertisement were only 2 points. One was cheap, and the other was good for health. Old Lal agreed with Ron's original mercenary line: if it's expensive, I won't buy it. So he decided to write the advertisement around this sentence. Air conditioning is too expensive? Choose Sir Water Air Conditioning. Electricity is too expensive? Choose Sir Water Air Conditioning. The wind is too cold and you are prone to catching a cold? Or choose Sir Water Air Conditioning. The theme is the ultimate truth of communication, repetition. Old Lal performed a narration with an Indian flavor on the spot with unparalleled enthusiasm. Ron and Chandra almost applauded him. His line skills are worthy of his reputation as a Bollywood director. Mr. Lal, what you said almost moved my heart. Ron was very satisfied with the advertising slogan. This is Vikram's credit. The words he wrote are short and powerful, and you can remember them after one time. Old Lal was very excited. To make the advertising slogan simple and easy to remember, the most effective way is to repeat. Vikram Chandra knows this well. He has written words for many advertisements in magazines. This is his first time to handle a TV advertisement, so he is very attentive. Yes, that's how it should be. It would be best if it can reach the point of brainwashing. Ram couldn't help but think of melatonin. That is the model of brainwashing in the advertising industry. Even 3-year-olds can sing it. By the way, Mr. Soul, do you have any requirements for the actors in the commercials? Asked old Lal. At least the image should not be offensive, of course. He nodded. Maybe we should choose a woman, because women spend more time at home. They have a greater demand for water-cooling air conditioners, asked Ron. That's one of the reasons. Women will also pay more attention to such shopping ads, especially after their neighbors have them. They will try every means to persuade their husbands to buy the same things. To put it bluntly, it's about comparison. Indian women love to compare the most. Vikram nodded with deep feeling. After the three of them finished speaking, they looked at each other and laughed. Of course, what they were discussing was Indian middle-class housewives. Only this group was the target user of water-cooling air conditioners. They can more or less control the power of family expenses and have a certain social status in front of their husbands. So we have to find a beautiful and non-aggressive female star, Ron pondered. It can't be too expensive, Vikram suggested thoughtfully. I think I have someone. Old Lal quickly went through the actor library in his mind. Who is it? Ron and Vikram asked in unison. Manisha Koirala, a Nepalese woman who has just made her debut. Manisha Koirala comes from a prominent political family in Nepal. Her father is a former cabinet minister of Nepal, her grandfather is a former president of Nepal, and her 2 great-grandfathers are also former presidents of Nepal. But because of the political struggle, Manisha Koirala was sent to India by her family when she was a child. She grew up in Varanasi, studied in Delhi, and then came to Mumbai. Manisha has been thinking about entering the entertainment industry for a long time. When she was studying in Delhi, she worked as a model and shot commercials, although her family did not support her. 4 years ago, she appeared in a Nepalese movie for the first time as a supporting role, and the response was mediocre. The year before last, she moved her work to Mumbai and participated in her first Indian movie, still as a supporting role. And then continued to flop. After 2 consecutive flops, the family's resources were almost exhausted. After all, she was far away in Nepal and could only provide limited support. Her situation became bad. If the 2 movies she participated in last year still flopped, she would inevitably be labeled as a box office villain. In fact, some of the effects are already brewing. Manisha recently contacted several directors in Bollywood, but no one promised to sign her. Her agent ran around every day, but did not bring back any good news. Manisha simply hid in her apartment, drinking and sleeping. She lives on the ground floor of a building in Juhu district, which is also close to Bollywood, but not as comfortable as Bandra. Manisha's savings are limited, so she can only live here for the time being. There is a small room outside her apartment with 2 faded sofas, which are not used for anything other than sitting on them to take off shoes. The apartment has a separate kitchen, a traditional toilet with a squat toilet and 2 bedrooms. There are no chairs in the bedroom, so guests who come to her house sit on the bed. The TV is always on, and there is a cheap stereo next to it. The whole apartment is very dim, the plaster ceiling is cracked, and the walls are mottled. But Manisha still lives comfortably. There is a bunch of plastic flowers on her bedside table, and a listless toy gorilla next to it. There is also a row of wine glasses in the bedroom, all kinds of them, as if she is collecting them. One of them had half a bottle of wine. As for Manisha, she was lying on the bed, sleeping soundly, naked. Ding-ling-ling. The sharp call made the white figure twist. Under the repeated urging of the ringing, Manisha finally stretched out her fair arms and fumbled to pick up the phone. Hello. Director Lal? Of course I'm free, I'll go over now. Manisha jumped up from the bed, her big and white snowflake swaying left and right. She was in a hurry to find clothes, bras, pants, and shirts were thrown all over the floor. After spending half an hour to clean up, she grabbed her bag and ran out of the door like a fly. In a seaside cafe in Bandra, Ron and old Lal were sitting here chatting, and the sea view outside was refreshing. This is considered a suburb of Mumbai, but because of the rise of Bollywood, it now has the appearance of a new metropolitan area. Well-known directors, screenwriters, and stars have settled here, and its future is destined to be extraordinary. While the 2 were discussing the advertising charges of Indian TV stations, Manisha hurried into the cafe. Director Lal, you have been waiting for a long time. She was very polite and did not look drunk in the apartment at all. Ms. Koirala, please take a seat. Old Lal smiled and nodded. This is Mr. Sir, you can just call me Manisha. She bowed and saluted, then looked at the figure next to her. Dr. Sir, do you know me? Ron was stunned. Oh, it's really you. Manisha smiled. I've seen it on TV and in the newspapers. Thank you for everything you have done for the Mughals. Well, this is a Mughal woman, but why is she not wearing a headscarf? Ron guessed it was because of Bollywood, where the religious imprint is most diluted because you have to please all groups. That was just my subconscious action. I didn't think too much about it. All I said that the more you face fear, the more you can show your true self. Ron smiled and looked at old Lal, who shrugged. Manisha, let's talk about advertising. Mr. Sir's electrical appliance factory is going to broadcast a water cooling commercial on the All India television. Are you interested in starring in it? Of course, any advertisement of Dr. Sir is fine. Manisha agreed without hesitation. There's no need to be picky at this time. She needs any opportunity to appear on screen. Acting in commercials is an important way for actors to gain popularity. What's more, Dr. Sir is even more charming than on TV, which makes Manisha unable to say no. The advertising slogan must be in English. Is that okay? Asked old Lal. Although I grew up in Varanasi, I went to an English school. Manisha said this in English. Did you grow up in Varanasi? Ron asked suddenly. My grandmother's house is in Varanasi, and I have lived there since I was a child. Coincidentally, I am also from Varanasi. Ron's eyes lit up. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 129, Fished. Ron's hometown is in Varanasi, a medium-sized city in Uttar Pradesh. It is not the capital of the state, but it is world-famous. The most famous holy river cremation, the floating corpse and the gangs, is held there. Ron actually has no impression of Varanasi, but it does not prevent him from considering Manisha as a fellow countryman. Sure enough, After hearing this, Manisha was very surprised. It's incredible that Dr. Sir is also from Varanasi. I have been in Mumbai for 2 years and have not been back yet. Now I miss my childhood there very much, Ron said shamelessly. The people there are very warm and there are Tanday cold drinks, my favorite dessert. Oh, I am almost drooling. If you want to taste it, I can make it. That's great. Old Lal suddenly felt that he was a little redundant. He was like an annoying and unself-aware matchmaker, shamelessly inserting himself between the young men and women who were flirting with each other. They were obviously here to talk about the advertising shooting, but he didn't get a word in until now. Ahem, Old Lal coughed lightly. So there's no problem with this advertisement, right? No problem. Manisha is great. She's pretty and friendly. Ron made the decision without hesitation. Okay, Old Lal turned around. Manisha, is this notice fee of 2 lakhs acceptable? Of course, I can start working anytime. Manisha was very friendly. Very good. Cheers to our cooperation. Old Lal picked up the coffee. Cheers. Ron and Manisha agreed with a smile. The discussion went smoothly without any twists and turns. After all, one has feelings and the other has intentions. Before parting, Ron and Manisha left each other their contact information. They are from the same hometown, so of course they have to reminisce about the past. The most important thing is that Ron wants to eat the desserts made by Manisha, which they have agreed on. The specific shooting of the advertisement will be handled by Old Lal. Not long after Ron returned from Bandra, Luca came to his door. The Merck people promised to come to Mumbai for an inspection in September. If everything goes well, the laboratory will be put into use within the year. This is good news. Ron nodded with appreciation. It seems that Luca really put in a lot of effort to get those white people to come to Mumbai half a year after the riots, which really surprised him. We have to make some preparations. That's a business of $5,000 per drug dealer. They will definitely need a lot after they taste the sweetness. What do you mean by preparation? Ron asked. Of course, we should serve them well and let them experience the best enjoyment in Mumbai, the kind of extremely shocking and astonishing enjoyment. So, the palace, Luca blurted out, I have to fight a preliminary battle first, so as not to show my weakness at that time. It's hard to say about the people from Merck, but you really want to fight back. Ron glanced at him. At least I have to familiarize myself with the menu, otherwise they will definitely look down on me. Luca's old face flushed. Can you remember the 8-page menu? Just go a few more times. Why do you have to memorize so many moves? Do you want to take the postgraduate entrance examination? I'll introduce you to Harry from the customs some other day. We need him to take care of our business. He's as obsessed with the palace as you are. Okay, I will. Luca was a little impatient. If that place didn't need an acquaintance to introduce him, he would have rushed there long ago. It is said that the people received by the palace are either rich or noble. If a smuggler like him goes there, it is estimated that the other party will just arrange a woman to send him away, and there will be no side of the legendary 8-page menu. Anything else? Ron saw that he didn't leave, and couldn't help but put down the newspaper in his hand. Passport? Luca hesitated. Passport? Isn't your passport okay? It's not me. It's a friend of mine who needs a clean American passport. That friend is definitely not you. Ron nodded. Are you doing it for someone else? There is a corrupt official who is going to flee. After hearing that I have connections, he came here for help. He is Brazilian and has some connections with my family. Why is he running away? Luca was a little confused. In order not to be caught, of course he has to run away. Will he be sent to court if he doesn't run away? Ron asked. Of course, any country would do this. Luca spread his hands. India won't do that. Corrupt officials in India are worshipped. Even if there is irrefutable evidence, he will not be brought to court. At most, he will be transferred to another position. Luca choked. His cognition and logical thinking suffered a severe blow. It seems that my great India is better. Ron was somewhat complacent, and his national pride stood up. So whether the passport can be obtained or not, money is not a problem. Luca gave up his entanglement. It's easy if you have money. Just wait. This is not the first time Ron has done this. Ron still attaches great importance to maintaining the relationship with Luca. It's nothing else, because the business brought by Luca can get him US dollars. Whether it's smuggling drugs or introducing pharmacists, it's all settled in US dollars. For a long time, Ron has had a large demand gap for US dollars, and his Sir Electric appliances will continue to support it. Equipment, technology, and even some raw materials cannot be bought with rupees. This is why he still clings to gray transactions after he has a legitimate business. If you want to say who among Ron's acquaintances knows the most about the passport business, it must be Hila. They had worked together once before, and Ron had a glimpse of this. "You're not looking for me again because of the palace, are you?" She was wearing a long-sleeved veil top that fell below her knees, silk olive green loose trousers, and her hair was combed into a playful French curl. "Of course not, that place makes people feel uncomfortable," Ron said righteously. "It's about the passport, a business is coming to you." Hila picked up the coffee, and her soft red lips curled up beautifully. "A Brazilian friend asked me to ask him to give you a clean American passport. Since you were a gentleman last time, I can give you a discount. $8,000 No, that's too little. At least 20,000, no, how about $50,000? Pooh." Hila coughed softly. She was choked by her own coffee. "Dude, you're not high, are you?" She wiped her mouth with a tissue, then glared at him reproachfully. "You know, I don't touch that stuff. If that bastard Diran teaches you bad things, I will kill him. You are never allowed to touch that stuff." She suddenly got angry. "Hey, have you forgotten? I can't even get used to eating pawn, let alone hemp." Ron patted her arm to comfort her. "Sorry, Ron, I just don't want you to become like George." Hila was a little sad. Ron had seen the George she mentioned. He often begged on the streets of Calabar or worked as a crystal powder broker. It was said that he was also a friend of several people at first, but later, under the influence of Diran, he became addicted. After that, he couldn't stop and even sold his passport. He hid from them and secretly injected drugs, and finally his body completely collapsed. Just recently, George was found in a stinky ditch. Rats gnawed him beyond recognition and he was less than 30 kilograms. Hila became sensitive because of this incident. She didn't care about Diran, but Ron didn't. "It's a Brazilian corrupt official. I guess he embezzled a lot of money. He didn't even ask the price, as long as he could get a passport. We have to teach this kind of guy a lesson." "That's right. Brazil is so poor. If he embezzled money, he must have hurt many people. Come with me." She grabbed Ron's arm and stood up. "Where to?" "To my apartment." "What?" Ron didn't resist at all and followed her obediently. Hila's apartment was on the second floor, facing the street. She lived alone, but the place was very spacious. There was a large old-fashioned refrigerator in the living room. She prepared some lemonade for Ron. On the table was a magazine of India Today, which seemed to have just been flipped through. "Can you cook for yourself?" Ron saw that the room opposite was a small kitchen. "Sometimes it's too late, so I prepare some food for myself." Hila entered the bedroom and changed into a thin home shirt. Ron was still looking at her apartment with admiration in his eyes, as if it was some extraordinary beauty. He had been to many women's apartments, Mary and Lena, Kavya, and now Hila. This is definitely a great achievement in India. If word gets out, the men on the street will be excited. "Do you want to continue sitting here, or go to the study with me?" Hila looked at him with amusement. "Study." Ron stood up, his movements smooth and without the slightest embarrassment. "Show you my passport business." She tilted her head and motioned Ron to follow. "Hey, aren't we going to the study? That direction is clearly the bedroom, right?" Ron's heartbeat quickened, and he felt a little thirsty. What should he do? If Hila plays a straight ball, should he refuse? Viraj won't ride a horse to challenge him. Ron was struggling in his mind, but Hila in front of him was getting impatient. "Are you weak in the knees? Is a woman's bedroom so scary?" She chuckled. Ron was angry, and his whole body began to harden, and some parts even rose up. When he strode into the bedroom door, Hila turned lightly, then pushed open a door at the entrance, and then turned in. The door was inconspicuous, almost blending into the entrance hall. Ron was stunned. Hila was the most sophisticated woman he knew. It was obvious that there was no beautiful scenery inside. It was probably related to the passport business. He lowered his head slightly and turned into the narrow hidden door. The scene in front of him suddenly became clear. This was indeed a study room, which did not look much smaller than the living room outside. The only drawback was that there were no windows. The lighting depended entirely on table lamps, special table lamps that could be retracted and adjusted in direction. A long table served as a workbench, which was filled with dazzling tools, most of which Ron did not recognize. With a click, Hila pressed a switch, and the room suddenly flashed with a dazzling white light. Ron subconsciously raised his hand to block it, and after gradually getting used to it, He realized that Hila was standing in front of some kind of lightbox-like device, looking at him with a smile. Come, let me introduce you to my passport office. Chapter 130 Passport Business. The passport business is not something that can be done by taking a few pieces of paper and following the template from the printer. You need a keen eye and the confident and steady finger skills of a surgeon. Hila handed him a Canadian passport. The gold stamping pattern on the cover was very new. Ron flipped through it and found nothing unusual. This is a light box. She pointed to the equipment on the long table that emitted a dazzling white light. There were several white opaque glasses on the top of the box, and strong light shone from inside. In some underground factories, there are special lightbox technicians. They check the real passports page by page, looking for watermarks and hidden patterns. In this way, they can replicate those effects where needed. Hila took the Canadian passport from him and bent down to get into the lightbox. Come and see, she called. Ron bent down and looked over her shoulder to watch her work. A set of complex wavy lines extended from the top of the page down, across the photo, to the bottom of the page. Hila found another passport from the side, which had nothing on it except the photo. She used a fine print pen to draw the same wavy lines on the edge of the replaced photo, and Ron was amazed by the exquisiteness of her technique. After doing this, Hila used a lightbox to stack the two patterns on top of each other to check for any discrepancies. My fingers are steadier than a surgeon's, she said with a slightly complacent tone. Hila, I never knew you had this skill. Ron didn't even dare to breathe loudly, for fear of disturbing her slender fingers. Every foreigner who can live in Mumbai for a long time must have his own unique features. That's right, Ron praised softly, expressing his agreement. D-Rang was a hemp broker and knew the gang forces in Mumbai very well. Viraj was an excellent horseman, and every performance of his could attract loud applause from the audience. Mary and Lena were even more of a mystery. Ron had no doubt that the two of them could easily knock down 7 or 8 Indian policemen. Hila also sent him a big satellite today. What kind of geniuses are these people? You can't be distracted when doing this kind of work, not even blinking. She sat there, bending over to examine it carefully. Ron was close behind her, and the thin shirts conveyed each other's warmth. The temperature in the light box was very high, and the hair on Hila's neck was oozing with fine beads of sweat. Ron's nose rubbed her ear, and his hot breath hit her ear mercilessly, like a storm. Hila's breathing was disordered, her hands were no longer steady, and her eyes blinked slightly. Ron stretched out his tongue mischievously and licked her white ear gently. Hiss, Hila shuddered, and the fine print pen in her hand fell on the passport. Hey, you made my work last night go to waste. She opened her lips, smiling. Under the light box, the amber eyes were like pearls that attracted people's imagination, shining with water. Ron held her lips and took the initiative to attack. This time he was no longer the one who was ambushed. The hunter and the prey had different offensive and defensive positions. Hila responded to him without reservation. The strong light made the sweat on her neck look like shining stars, and her skin looked like a large night sky. Ron pressed his lips to the night sky and licked the stars into his mouth. He moved closer to her body, ready to go further. But Hila extended her hand to his chest. Not now, she pointed to the light box and the workbench, which was full of her hard work. Let's continue talking about passports. What you are seeing now is just the tip of the iceberg. Hila took the opportunity to stand up. Ron had to let go of his arms around her. He leaned up and it was inconvenient to walk. In addition to lighting, another key to passports is engraving. She led him to another long table. On a shelf behind the table, there were many rubber stamps arranged in rows. A top-notch engraver can make any stamp, no matter how detailed the pattern. Visa stamps, entry and exit stamps, special permission stamps, whatever the client needs, the engraver can do it. See this new profile cutter? It's used to copy stamps. This machine cost me a lot of money. It had to be imported all the way from Germany. In order to get this machine through customs and into this studio without any trouble, I asked people from the German embassy to go to the palace twice, and it cost twice as much in total. Is it the time when you came back from Goa? Johnny said you took someone from the German embassy to the palace, Ron asked. Yes, that time. Hila raised her eyebrows, seeming a little surprised. You did all this by yourself? Ron looked at the pocket-sized profile cutter curiously. I'm good at lighting and copying, and engraving is what I'm learning. Hila found a blank rubber template and demonstrated how to engrave a new stamp on the spot. She copied the template based on the enlarged photo of the original, the entry and exit stamp of the Athens airport, and carved the new stamp with a scalpel and a jeweler's file. After dipping it in ink to test the seal, she found several small flaws. After repairing them, she used dry and wet sandpaper to grind off a corner of the seal. This deliberate flaw made the print look natural and real on the paper. Ron thought of the aging in the antique market. What Hila did was the same as their purpose. The carved seals will be placed on the shelf, waiting to be used when the new passports are produced. Hila took Ron to visit the entire studio. In addition to the lightbox and contour cutting machine, there are also computers, copiers, and special parchment and ink in stock. It is no exaggeration to say that this is a small workshop that specializes in counterfeiting various passports and visas. It's very troublesome to make a clean American passport. You have to get the passport book first, then the stamp. Every step must be perfect, and there can't be the slightest mistake. According to Hila's explanation, there are usually two types of passports she handles. One is a real passport that has been used from someone else, and the other is a blank, unused passport. Used passports are stolen by pickpockets, lost by tourists, or bought from drug addicts who are in urgent need of money among foreign tourists. Blank passports are very rare and can only be obtained from officials of consulates, embassies, and immigration bureaus in many countries such as Germany, France, and the United Kingdom. Even though Hila has a relationship with embassy officials, she still finds it difficult to afford the expensive price of blank passports. Usually, as long as this kind of thing appears on the market, no matter how high the price is, it will be bought immediately. The blank passports that Hila comes into contact with are all commissioned by other forces. It is said that Kadhan has a fireproof safe filled with genuine blank passports from various countries. With enough patience, professional skills and resources, Hila can almost change everything on the passport to meet the requirements of the new user. She changed the passport photo, using something as inconspicuous as a crochet needle to imitate the raised lines or jagged marks of a heavy stamp. Sometimes she carefully removed the stitching of a passport and replaced it with a clean page from another passport. Dates, details and stamps were all altered or erased with chemical solvents. When filing in new data, she selected the correct color from a comprehensive catalog of printing inks. Some of the alterations could deceive the experts, and never once were they discovered during routine inspections. It's not enough to just make a passport. You have to make sure it's clean enough that it won't be caught immediately after arriving in the country where it was issued. Is that what you said? That you need to use the airlines and customs to screen passports? Ron thought of the last passport business they worked on. Yes, the connections and trouble involved are no less than making a new blank passport. Ron marveled at the sophistication and complexity of this business. Like most people, he used to think that forging a passport was just a matter of changing the photo, just like in the movies. But after visiting Hila's studio, I realized that the movie was very brainless. How is it? Is it an eye-opener? Hila asked with a smile. It's really cruel. Ron nodded. The criminal code is true to me. There are ways to make money in it. Forging a usable passport costs thousands of dollars. Passports from popular Western countries cost tens of thousands, and the profit is ridiculously high. Ask your Brazilian friend to prepare the photos and information of corrupt officials. I will process the passport book and hand it over to Kadhan's people for laundering. Are you working for Kadhan? Ron was very surprised. Who can do the underground business in South Mumbai without him? Hila asked back. Well, I just feel it's very sudden. Ron should have thought of it earlier. He went to Kadhan's home and met Ghani, who was in charge of the passport business. This business must involve many people to cooperate and participate in order to open up all the channels from the airport to the customs. Hila is responsible for forging passports, and Ghani will have someone under him to take over a series of subsequent operations such as engraving, inspection, screening, and laundering. It's impossible for her to handle everything by herself, not to mention that she is a foreign woman. Without the protection of local forces, Hila can't do these things, and even her safety becomes a problem. This also explains why Johnny knows Hila. They all work for Hard Khan. Ron thought of himself again. Many of his businesses are also cooperating with Hard Khan. Anand once said that everyone in Mumbai knows Hard Khan, and the statement is not an exaggeration. If you want to live comfortably in Mumbai, you can't do it without money. Hila said that wise saying. I agree. Ron agreed with this point very much. Even fresh water is a scarce resource here. Without money, let alone taking a bath, You can't even get a tap at home. I studied art in the UK and copied with pounds. I didn't expect that I could put this skill into practice in Mumbai. It's very interesting." She curled her lips and smiled mischievously. "This business is more complicated than I thought. If you need any help later, call me, okay?" Her eyes became gentle and no longer so calm. "I need to talk to Luca. It's so hard for you to get a passport. He has to pay more." "How much?" She pursed her lips tightly and suppressed her smile. "At least $50,000. By the way, how much can you raise for a deal?" Ron had to shut up. He became a prey again. He had to concentrate on it and not let the joy slip away. He hugged her and carried her into the bedroom outside, into the room filled with her fragrance. The world was shaking and the soul was sublimating. Chapter 131 Old Al's Assist. In the morning, Ron came down from Hila's apartment with a sense of guilt. He made a mistake that all men would make after all. He slept with his best friend's dream goddess. The passport issue will take about 2 weeks to process. He also needs to think carefully about Luca and try to drain the pockets of corrupt officials. Ron feels no guilt for doing such things. But before that, he has to go back to the travel agency first. Vinod is about to return from Dubai. Fortress area, Mumbai Tourism Information Company office. This place has changed from the past quietness. Dozens of men and women are crowded here. They are all workers returning from the Bay Area countries. Vinod also did a business on his way back. The table at the office reception is full of air tickets, visas, work permits, and hotel accommodation vouchers handled by the travel agency. The crowd chattered non-stop, some holding foreign currency to count, and some fiddling with the jewelry on their bodies. Are all these people commissioned by Cadhan? Ron looked at the lively scene in front of him with a happy expression. Yes, a total of 100 people. We are responsible for their air tickets, accommodation, and various visa issues. Here is the bill. Vinod handed him the document bag in his hand. Ron opened it and glanced at it. Yes, he made 300,000 rupees on this trip. In addition to the service fee, there is money to be made from buying air tickets, arranging accommodation, and intermediary work. Ron, Cadhan's business is very big. Suddenly, Vinod reminded him in his ear. Did you find anything? You don't have to find it, you can see it. Look over there. Following his gaze, Ron looked at the group of migrant workers returning home. Someone was taking foreign currency from them one by one, scattered, large and small, without missing a single one. Soon, bundles of foreign currency were taken away. Brand new rupees were handed to the workers, and they sniffed happily, as if they were very satisfied with the transaction. Ron roughly estimated that at least millions of rupees were exchanged, and the money was flowing in front of him. He was prepared. After all, this was something that had been negotiated long ago, so there was nothing strange about it. Huh? No. After exchanging the money, those people began to take off their jewelry, both men and women. Rings, necklaces, brooches, earrings, bracelets. All gold. Each of them can take back 100 to 300 grams of gold, which is the maximum amount allowed by the customs. The gold will be sent to a small workshop nearby for reprocessing, and finally sent to the Zaveri jewelry market to be sold. Vinod was amazed. He had never seen such a big deal in his life. Ron thought of what Pant had said to him. Cadhan has a big appetite, and your travel agency does not make more than 1% of his money. Looking back, this sentence is not exaggerated at all. Do you know where the gold comes from? He asked. There are many channels in the black market in the Persian Gulf countries. Some are bought legally, and some are stolen. Drug addicts, pickpockets, and burglars from all over Europe and Africa steal gold jewelry and sell it to stolen goods collectors. Then the gold flows from the black market in Frankfurt or London to various ports in the Persian Gulf. Cadhan has people in Dubai, Abu Dhabi, and Bahrain, who melt the gold into crude necklaces, rings, and bracelets. This is not a secret. Indians working in the Persian Gulf countries know about it. They are also happy to bring gold back to their country for Cadhan because they are paid. Now that they have arrived at the destination, of course they have to hand over the things and take the tip. Human gold, simple and extremely low risk. Damn, compared to others, the 300,000 rupees he earned is not even a drop in the bucket. I heard that in the past few years, Cadhan's annual income from gold trading alone exceeded $4 million. Vinod revealed another piece of news. Ron was jealous. $4 million is more than 100 million rupees. His Sir Electric factory, even if the machines are running 365 days a year, may not make that much money. Smuggling can really make a fortune. Cadcon doesn't have to pay taxes. He stuffed the pockets of all the government officials with money, so there is no trouble at all. But it's not possible now. India has liberalized the gold trade, and the profit from smuggling has dropped by more than half compared to before. Vinod's tone was quite regretful, as if he regretted not being able to make a fortune earlier. We only need to do the travel agency business. That's not something we can afford. Ron quickly calmed down. Travel agencies are not bad. Vinod shook his head happily again. At least it's not that dangerous. Just like traveling, there will be another group of people in 2 days, about 300 people. You continue to lead the team, Ron ordered him. No problem, Vinod rubbed his hands. Ron had to call the office in Dubai and ask them to develop more intermediary work. Although the service fee of 2,000 rupees per person was very attractive, he also wanted more. This is all legitimate business. You can invest heavily without any scruples. According to the plan made by Ron and Hardhan, they will send 5,000 people abroad this year. Ron can earn 10 million rupees just from service fees. But this is not enough. 5,000 people means huge resources, and there is still room for further exploitation. Entering the travel agency, Ron asked the employees here to create files for the workers outside. All this information must be stored in a computer for maintenance, and it may be used in the future. Mumbai's travel industry is still not improving, and his travel company depends entirely on the business of the travel agency. Old Lal was in a bad mood. He was in the studio at the moment, shooting an advertisement for Sir Electric appliances. He wanted the expression of enjoyment when the cool breeze blew, and the anxiety when the heat was unbearable, but the actor's emotions were never in place. I'm very angry, Old Lal said on the microphone on the set, his tone gloomy. Your performance is passionless. The crew bowed their heads and remained silent, especially Manisha, who was the most embarrassed. The so-called actors were only her and another child. What kind of passion do you expect from a child's performance? There was no doubt that the director was talking about her. The camera showed Manisha's residence in the advertisement, a typical middle-class family layout, with a TV, a kitchen, and a German-style bathroom. A circle of green cloth was surrounded, and the red light of the camera in the distance was flashing very slowly. There were about 50 or 60 people on the scene, including lighting technicians, sound engineers, actors, stagehands, and a large group of people who had nothing to do. Few people know what they are doing, Old Lal said disgustedly. That's why our movies are so rough. Unlike in Hollywood, everyone is professional. The mess I'm in charge of is not a crew, but a re-employment center. So many people won't work unless they are whipped. The Indian film industry, like any industry in the country, employs far more people than is actually needed. There are 5 or 6 people around to light a light, and 3 more standing on the side to watch the fun. Manisha made mistakes in her lines again and again, and the crew had to accompany her to reshoot again and again. Mr. Lal, please come here, she pleaded after the latest round of rehearsals. Old Lal stood still. You don't need me to come over, you need to memorize the lines. Memorize the lines. If Ron's preference hadn't been taken into consideration, he would have fired the actress long ago. Being young and beautiful is her asset, but if she doesn't have professional qualities, who else would fail? Manisha felt very aggrieved. She had memorized the lines long ago and spoke English fluently. However, who would have thought that she would be suddenly asked to switch to Hindi during the actual filming? News came from the All India television that advertisements broadcast on the station must be in Hindi. This applies to news broadcasts, interviews, and TV programs. This is a mandatory requirement of the Indian government, aimed at promoting Hindi and unifying the language of the entire country as much as possible. Many people can't adapt, including Manisha. She is Nepalese, and although Nepali and Hindi are very similar, she has been learning English since elementary school. The director would not listen to her explanation, and the people on the set didn't care about these things. Manisha could only feel aggrieved, until a tall and handsome figure came into the set with the light of the world. What's wrong, Manisha? Ron asked with concern. Doctor sir, Manisha was about to cry. Ron looked at Old Lal, who waved his hand helplessly. Ron, comfort her, let's talk inside. Ron helped Manisha to the lounge on the set. What happened? The onlookers at the scene asked, looking at their backs. I heard that Manisha was not feeling well, and Dr. Sir wanted to give her an injection, another person answered. In the lounge, Manisha was leaning on Ron's arms and crying. She was very strong on the set, but when she saw Ron, she suddenly couldn't hold it anymore. Okay, don't worry, we have plenty of time. I can postpone it for a few more days at All India Television. Ron stroked her back gently. How can that be? How will people in Bollywood look at me in the future? Manisha suddenly became stubborn. Okay, then I'll accompany you. Really? Manisha looked up at him. She has slightly plump lips, a slender neck, big eyes and a small, slightly upturned nose. A pair of watery eyes are captivating, and the aggrieved expression makes people love and pity him. Ron couldn't help but lower his head, and Manisha hesitated and stiffened. She has a good impression of Ron, but is it too fast? Her heart was beating wildly, and after a little struggle, she sank into all kinds of fantasies. Ron is domineering and passionate, and Manisha is only 23 years old and can't resist. After a long time, the two reluctantly separated. Are you better now? Ron asked with a smile. Yet, she was a little shy. She always felt that everything was too fast. Okay. Let's try again. Yeah, this time Manisha was much more determined. P.S. Censored. Chapter 132 Interrogation. What did you say to her? Old Lal was a little surprised when he saw Manisha's performance in front of the camera. I'm a doctor. I'm the best at comforting people. Ron rubbed his fingers nostalgically, thinking back to the past. Yes, you are still from the same hometown. Old Lal nodded, looking relaxed. Advertising shooting is much simpler than filming, and a clip of dozens of seconds can be completed in one day. After Manisha's Ren and Do meridians were opened, his next work will enter the fast lane. The finished film will be delivered to you in 3 days at most. That's perfect. The All India Television has already arranged the schedule and it will be released on time in early May. What time period do you plan to put the advertisement? Old Lal asked. After getting along for so long, they are already familiar friends. Old Lal has been working in the entertainment industry for many years and is very familiar with television stations. He is ready to give Ron some advice. It will probably be prime time in the evening, between 8 and 10. This time slot is not cheap, he frowned. Our 60-second commercial costs at least 20,000 rupees per broadcast. Who said there is only one TV station in the whole of India? Ron spread his hands. In 1993, the only TV station in India was Doordarshan, which was affiliated with the National Broadcasting Corporation. Other private TV stations are still in their infancy and have almost no presence. Before the licensing system was liberalized, private individuals were not allowed to operate broadcasting companies, and the only TV station that 900 million Indians could watch was this one. The strange thing is that other state governments have no plans to operate TV stations because they are too poor. The urbanization rate of most states is less than 30%. In Bihar, which is a bit extreme, 90% of the population are farmers. Who can afford a TV? The state government does not have such a budget. So since independence, India has been dragging its feet for decades, and there has never been a second state-owned TV station. After the liberalization in 1991, businessmen in Mumbai started to open broadcasting companies one after another. However, the market was not mature yet, and the All India Television was still the only choice for the people, so Ron had no choice. Fortunately, because the television market was limited, the cost of advertising on the All India Television was not high, 20,000 rupees a day, only 600,000 a month, much cheaper than the Times of India. How long did you sign the contract for? Asked Old Lal. 1 month. Try the effect first. If it's good, then consider renewing it. Let me make a call for you. After saying that, without waiting for Ron's response, Old Lal went to the landline in the studio. He called someone and enthusiastically mediated for Ron. In his description, Ron was a first-class good man, witnessed by the people of India. The products of Sir Electric Appliances were unique and the pride of domestic products. He tried to persuade the other party to give a bigger discount by coaxing and deceiving, and some of the praises even Ron himself felt ashamed. And all this was done in front of the entire crew. Old Lal's microphone was not turned off, and everyone could hear what he said. The crew stopped, and everyone could only wait in place. But no one showed impatience. Instead, many looked at Ron with more awe. If the director can spare no effort to use his connections, it means that you have some kind of power. Ron, will our advertisement be broadcast on the All India TV for a month? Manisha came over quietly. At least, Ron hooked her white and tender finger. The effect is good. Maybe it will be broadcast for a year. Yeah, a year. Manish's eyes were full of surprise. After all, it is the All India TV station. Being able to appear on it is equivalent to showing your face in front of all Indians. As an actor, she needs such an opportunity. Of course, the most important thing is the intimacy shown by Ron. There were so many people watching on the set, but he did it so openly, and Vanessa was a little shy. Ron, she quietly grabbed his hand. Be good, I'll go to your place to eat 10-day cold drinks in 2 days, okay, Vanessa agreed happily. She knew that after today, the people here would no longer embarrass her, they were all good at adapting to the situation. Ron glanced at the cute Vanessa and couldn't help but sigh in his heart that compared with Hila, her level was still too low. Ron, said old Al proudly after putting down the phone, you can get a 30% discount when you renew your visa next time. Wow, thank you so much, Ron thanked sincerely. You have to make such calls when doing business in Mumbai. Otherwise, those bastards will think you are easy to bully. Old Al believed that there were two parallel systems in this country, one open to acquaintances and the other for strangers. If you have no connections and no agency, you can only use the stranger system, which is often much more expensive. Ron actually doesn't care about the hundreds of thousands of rupees saved every month. What's important is to be accepted by the circle. This is very important, which means that in the media industry, he can also use the acquaintance system in the future. Look, the business of 2 million rupees was given to old Al, and the returns are slowly being realized. By the way, have you solved your funding problem? Ron asked. He knew about old Al's loan sharking. AG mentioned it and old Al himself talked about it. Thanks to you, Ron, it's all right now. I almost thought I was going to go bankrupt. AJ even vowed to get rid of those guys, but I knew he wouldn't do that. He's been under a lot of pressure recently. I heard that the bombing case has entered a critical stage. It's very troublesome, you know, too many people called, old Al said worriedly. AJ now regrets taking over the bombing case. As suspects are arrested one by one, more and more people are involved. Among them is Bollywood star Sanjay Dutt, who comes from an actor family and has extraordinary connections behind him. AJ only summoned the other party to take a statement. Half an hour later, he received more than a dozen calls, and he couldn't hang up any of them. He was tired of this kind of personal relationship, but he couldn't get out of it. He couldn't torture suspects with backgrounds, so it was difficult to get useful information. In order to avoid harassment from the outside world, AJ sometimes left the special police compound and placed the interrogation location in a safe house or a moving police car. The car windows were covered with one-way vision film. AJ was shouting in the front seat while his men were torturing the suspect in the back seat. If there was enough time, he would keep the suspect awake for a whole week. And the suspect would confess when he was interrogated again. But usually they didn't have so much time to waste, so another way was to connect one end of an old-fashioned telephone line to the suspect's arm or underside, and the other end to a portable generator. The suspect would most likely succumb under the strong current. Sometimes, AJ would take the suspect to a stream, tie his feet and tie a big rock to him. His men would hold the suspect and immerse him in the stream, letting the weight of the big rock pull him down. The suspect's only hope of not drowning and his lifeline was the police behind him. After being immersed in the water for several times, the suspect, who was gasping for air, choking and even shouting, would confess everything once he came out of the water. Fear of death was the most effective interrogation method. Just 2 days ago, AJ took several suspects to Bolivar National Park. Then he fired a few shots in their ears, and everything was settled. But for some suspects, ordinary violence is not enough to make them confess. Today, AJ's men brought 2 more people into the police station. Boss, scare them. A fat policeman came in advance to say hello. After getting AJ's permission, the fat policeman took the 2 to his office. You can't live or die in the hands of our boss. We can't save you. You're done. AJ cooperated with a fierce look, staring at them, but didn't say a word. The 2 arrested were one tall and one short, one thin and one fat. At this moment, there was no expression on their faces, and they had no intention of speaking. Listen, kid, the fat policeman with the fat brain hugged the fat suspect's shoulders and kindly reminded, you definitely don't want to experience our boss's methods. The only way you can escape the long night of terrible punishment is to confess, so that I can plead for you and let the boss show mercy. The fat man glanced at him contemptuously and said nothing. Bang! A heavy slap landed on his face almost immediately. Since the routine of one playing the good cop and the other playing the bad cop didn't work, then they would start fighting immediately. There was nothing to say. After slapping several times in a row, the fat policeman stopped panting. Where did the explosives in your car come from? Who were you delivering for? The two had delivered explosives for Lau Mu in the bombing case, and now they were caught. I don't understand what you are talking about, sir. I was just delivering goods normally. I didn't know it was explosives. Are you saying that the goods the pharmaceutical factory asked you to deliver are explosives, and the machine that produces capsules can spit out black soap? AG asked harshly. Do you think we are all fools? Take off their clothes. Several policemen quickly took off the belts of the two men and beat them hard. But it was useless. There was no fear in the eyes of the two men. AG knew that the two suspects were tough guys and ordinary methods were ineffective against them. This also proved that they must know something. Maybe they are important players in the bombing case. He ordered someone to bring the two men into the interrogation room and brought 4 pounds of fried candy rings. Dong, dong. 2 large bowls of fried candy rings were placed in front of the suspects, and they were a little confused. Feed them some snacks. AIG waved his hand. The wolf-like subordinates held down the suspects. Then grabbed the fried candy rings and stuffed them into their mouths. They had to eat if they could, and they had to eat if they couldn't. This punishment seemed good at first glance, at least it was much more tempting than being beaten. But there was no water during the whole process. The suspects were forced to eat 2 kilograms of fried candy rings, but they couldn't drink a drop of water. Half an hour later, the two suspects' faces turned red, their lips were chapped, and they kept swallowing saliva that no longer existed. They wanted to scratch their throats, but their arms were tied, so they could only twist their bodies back and forth in vain. Ding! The sound of metal collision attracted their attention. It was a water cup. The two people's eyes were green, and they stared at the cup. Would you like some water? AIG asked with a smile. He knew that when a person is extremely thirsty, he can do anything. The two people didn't speak, didn't even blink, only their throats kept rolling. Well, let's talk about something light first. AG slowly turned the cup. What goods are you delivering recently? Medicines. Finally, the thin man couldn't help but speak. The fat man next to him glared at him, but was soon beaten down by several policemen. Who are they delivering to, and where did these medicines go? They were delivered to Hadahun, and then smuggled out to see through Dr. Sir, who? AG was stunned. Chapter 133 He is too kind. AG was stunned. He never expected to hear Ron's name from the suspect. These drugs were specifically requested by Cad Khan. We are only responsible for delivery. How to ship them out to sea is not our business. Once you open your mouth, your psychological defenses will slowly collapse. The thin man spoke a lot without AG's interrogation. Why haven't I heard of this pharmaceutical factory? AG suppressed his doubts and continued to ask. It's a new pharmaceutical factory. We have an agreement with Cad Khan. What agreement? He picked up the whip and was ready to take action at any time. The generic drugs of the new pharmaceutical factory don't have the money to do clinical trials and can't get the qualifications. But Cad Khan doesn't care about these. He buys from us at a low price and then ships them out to sea. People from other countries will test the drugs for us. AG looked serious. In other words, your drugs are directly given to people without any tests or inspections, sir. Many pharmaceutical factories in India are like this, the thin man hurriedly explained. In his opinion, this is not a big deal. Does Dr. Sir know about this? AG narrowed his eyes. He doesn't know. Hadhan didn't tell him, huh? AG frowned. Hadhan also wants to find someone to test the medicine. He seems to want to send these medicines to other places. But he is not sure whether they can be used, so he can only go to see through Dr. Sir. The medicine approved by Dr. Sir must be fine. But he is too kind, so he has to hide it from him. AG was a little amused. Don't these people know that Ron's medical qualification certificate is reissued? It is more like a symbol of honor, not a cure. But he was relieved, at least Ron was not deeply involved in this matter. Although he thought so in his heart, AG still whipped the thin man viciously. Do you think Hadhan is a fool? How could Dr. Sir know so many kinds of medicine, sir? That's what the newspaper said, and everyone thinks he is the reincarnation of the sun god. The thin man complained. It is also possible that Hadhan has an urgent need and can't wait. The fat man on the ground suddenly struggled again, shouting something in his mouth. But because he was too thirsty, he couldn't hear clearly. The thin man was a little frightened, and AG immediately waved his hands. Everyone rushed over and punched and kicked the fat man until he was completely honest. However, the real interrogation had not yet begun, and these were just child's play. AG picked up the water cup, and under the eager eyes of the two suspects, he tilted the cup a little bit, letting the water slowly flow out. "You are not honest, so you have to be punished." He handed the empty cup to the fat policeman next to him. The latter immediately showed a lewd smile, and then untied his belt in front of the two suspects. The cup was quickly filled, still with hot steam. The fat man and the thin man kept retreating with horror in their eyes, but they had no choice. The fat policeman came to the fat suspect with a cup. "Boy, I just told you, you are done." The fat policeman stuffed the cup to the fat suspect's mouth, and the latter struggled desperately, but when his lips touched the liquid, his body trembled, and then his mouth opened uncontrollably, and then he swallowed in big gulps. He was so thirsty. Just like what AG said, when people are extremely thirsty, they can do anything. The thin man next to him had disbelief, fear, and a hint of desire in his eyes. He couldn't help swallowing his saliva. Ahem, the fat man, who had a belly full of yellow soup, lay on the ground and retched. After the physical hunger and thirst were relieved, the overwhelming nausea came again. Ding, AG took out another cup with clear water in it. "Okay, let's talk about explosives this time." He glanced at the two people on the ground. "Who'll speak first?" "Me." "Sir, me." The thin man rolled and crawled to AG's feet. The fat man wanted to go too, but he vomited all over the floor and was exhausted. "Have you finished shooting your commercial?" "Yes, it will be broadcast on the All India TV soon. I heard that it's a Nepalese actress who is from the same hometown as you." Mary picked up the table knife and cut the sausage hard. Ding, Ron's sphincter tightened. "What's wrong?" Mary forked the sausage to his mouth. "Nothing, thank you, dear." Ron looked at her lovingly. Lena couldn't hold back any longer and laughed at the side. "Don't scare him, Mary. At least he was fierce here last night, just like before." "That's good, isn't it? He's getting better and better at deceiving women, and it works every time. The more women there are, the less we get." Mary rolled her eyes at him. "That's right." Lena licked her lips. "He was a little bit strong last night." Snap, Mary patted Lena. "Okay, ladies, don't forget the business today." Ron quickly changed the subject. "Chandra and the others are still waiting for us." "That's right." Mary wiped her mouth elegantly. "Today is an important day. Chandra intends to further strengthen the cooperative relationship with Mary and the others. This is very important to the two of them. It is their first step into Bollywood. The meeting place agreed by both parties is the Oberoi Hotel, which is one of the best 5-star hotels in South Mumbai. It has not been on postcards like the Taj Mahal, but the geographical location and surrounding scenery are equally outstanding. The hotel stands at the golden sickle-shaped handle of the seaside boulevard, and it only takes 5 minutes to reach the Churchgate railway station and the Flora fountain. Outside the window is the Arabian Sea. The atmosphere in the room is leisurely, and the private space is cleverly created, which is unique. When Ron and his friends arrived at the private room, their partner Mina was already waiting at the door. Chandra, Joseph and 2 other young girls were together. "I hope we are not late." Ron took the initiative to shake hands with them one by one. "I think we are all early," Chandra joked, and his low voice spread throughout the room. The girls laughed wildly. One was called Rita and the other was called Geeta. They were both newly debuted actresses who wanted to move up to the next level. They were having lunch together today. Their words were exaggerated and corny, and their eyes were wide open and their expressions were full of interest, almost panic. Ron sat between Mary and Lena. They were wearing knitted sweaters, jackets on the outside, and skirts underneath, casual and comfortable. Geeta, who was sitting opposite, looked around the place frequently. She was wearing a silver elastic top and white jeans, which were very tight and showed off her curves. She was very pretty, about 20 years old. Her long hair was tied into a high ponytail. She grabbed a corner of the tablecloth with both hands, folding and untying it constantly, looking very uneasy. Rita had a cute short haircut, which matched her petite face and slightly heroic features. She wore a yellow short top with a very low neckline, which made people dare not look directly at her. She also wore tight jeans. The girls' clothes had different styles. Mary and her friends were casual and free, while Geeta and Rita were flattering, trying their best to show off their curves and tenderness. Ron suddenly understood Manish's flattery to him. The entertainment industry was indeed a bit cruel to girls, but they were so reckless. "Oh, I'm starving," Mary said happily. Her voice was light and confident, but she squeezed Ron's hand hard under the table, her nails almost digging into his flesh. Ron understood and immediately picked up some nice words to make Chandra and the others laugh. Mary wanted to get a formal contract from Chandra, which would make their informal casting work more secure. Written in black and white was not only the contract, but also the future she wanted. With this piece of paper, she could set up a company and then be accepted by Bollywood. Maybe she could participate in the production of a movie soon, which was what they dreamed of. In fact, it didn't have to be so troublesome. Ron could handle everything. It's just that they accepted his kindness, but didn't want to rely on him completely. Women's minds are really hard to guess, not just them. Kavya, Hila, Vanessa, all have different ideas. Let's eat. Lena guided the atmosphere at the right time. How about I order for everyone? Chandra suggested. Since you want to treat us, I have no objection. Joseph was chatting enthusiastically with Rita beside him, and his attention was not on this. Okay, you can do it. Ron didn't care. He had just been fed sausage by Mary before he went out. Chandra waved his hand to call the waiter, and without even using the menu, he ordered a few familiar dishes. The white appetizing mutton soup was made by boiling the mutton with peeled almonds and cooking it with milk. Then he ordered grilled chicken seasoned with red pepper, radish, and mango marinade, as well as fruit salad, vegetarian fried buns, and Indian yogurt. Well, Ron finally knew why Chandra's belly was so big. Listening to him announce a long list of dishes, everyone in the room knew that this would be a long lunch. Everyone relaxed and let the topic of conversation diverge freely. In the middle of the conversation, Chandra winked at Ron, and the two of them went to the corridor while going to the bathroom. Ron, do you have any questions? He handed over a contract. Mary should decide this matter, don't talk nonsense, everyone knows that they are your people. Chandra's expression was ambiguous. Ron shrugged, obviously he didn't want to intervene. The content of the contract was not bad. In addition to the increase in the fee of extras from 2,000 rupees per person to 3,000 rupees, some field work was also outsourced to Mary and the others, including the right to recommend minor supporting roles. Thanks, brother, Ron returned the contract to him. We had a pleasant cooperation, didn't we? Chandra said meaningfully. They exchanged a lot of US dollars from Ron, and several transactions were worry-free and labor-saving, without any accidents. These Bollywood producers rely on him, and Ron knew it very well. Today's contract was also more for his sake. Otherwise, people outside would rush to do this kind of thing. Why would it be Mary and the others' turn? By the way, are there any of the two girls in there that you like? I can arrange it, Chandra asked considerately. No, I still have to deal with Mary and Lena. Ron waved his hand. Chandra laughed, and Dr. Sir also had his difficulties. The two returned to the room, and Joseph and the others were gossiping about the hot events in Bollywood. Have you heard about Sanjay Dutt? Oh my god. I can't believe it's true, Geeta screamed excitedly. He used to be my idol. I like everything about him. Yes. Yes. I heard he got into trouble. Rita's body trembled exaggeratedly. Yar, it's related to the explosion in March. Joseph, tell us quickly. I'm looking forward to the gossip from you, Mary urged. Incited by the burning curiosity, Joseph was eloquent and talked about the gossip of Bollywood stars. Chandra interspersed and supplemented the eye-opening inside information. As the lunch went on, everyone with a discerning eye could see that Joseph liked Rita, and Chandra's eyes fell on Geeta from time to time. It was just that the two girls kept looking at Ron, which made him feel a little guilty. After all, it was Dr. Sir, handsome and famous, and the girls were very curious. Mary knew that the contract was promising, and the atmosphere at the dinner table said it all. She was very happy and wanted to turn around and say something to Ron, but suddenly there was a knock on the door. Kavya and AJ were standing outside the door. Chapter 134 Sin City. Ron was a little stunned when he saw the two people suddenly appearing outside the door. His first reaction was that Kavya brought AJ, a policeman, to catch the adulterer, and then there would be a battle on the battlefield. These fantasy scenes were crushed by him in less than 2 seconds. Ron stood up with a normal expression and introduced them to everyone with a smile. Sorry, Kavya greeted everyone and signaled Ron with her eyes. Let's go out and talk for a while. The laughter in the room had not stopped. Everyone just talked about a celebrity scandal. Ron apologized and nodded to Mary before leaving the room. Hey, was that police officer Lal just now? Chandra had a good memory and had read the newspaper. It was him, that's right. Joseph's eyes widened. It was him who arrested Sanjay Dutt. Wow. Mumbai newspapers say he is a savior hero, just like Dr. Sir. Rita screamed. Only he can solve the bombing case. Police officer Lal seems to know Dr. Sir. Geeta was also very excited. Police officer AJ was tough and generous, and Dr. Sir was handsome and dizzy. The appearance of this pair of people at the same time made Geeta and Rita, who had just entered the entertainment industry, fascinated. AJ is Ron's good friend. Mary suddenly took over the topic. They have visited each other's homes more than once. Her eyes clearly told everyone, if you encounter trouble, Ron is the person you should turn to. Chandra and Joseph looked at each other and had similar thoughts in their minds. Bollywood is within AJ's jurisdiction, and the latter is famous for his selflessness. No one in the circle could get close to him before, but now there is. Chandra even secretly regretted that the contract just now should be revised. In the atrium outside the hotel, Ron, Kavya, and AJ were sitting under the awning, with a cup of coffee in front of them. Is there anything important? Ron looked at Kavya and then at AJ. He was very curious that the two knew each other, especially since they both looked unhappy, which made Ron a little puzzled. I visited AJ when I was writing a special report on crime records, Kavya explained first. He wanted to find you. You were not available in Sir Electric in Bandra, so he came to South Mumbai. AJ still remembered that Ron said his apartment was in the fort area, not far from the train station. But he didn't know the exact address. He happened to meet Kavya. You called me yesterday to ask me to help you book a private room here. Yar, Mary and Lena are also here. Kavya's eyes were inexplicable, and her tone was full of doubt. You know, business matters. Mary and the others are going to start a company. Ron was not at all flattered. They were indeed talking about serious matters. AJ picked up the coffee and quietly broke the increasingly strange atmosphere. Do you know Hard Khan? Of course. Ron put away his expression and nodded slightly. I'm not talking about Hard Khan's reputation in Mumbai. You know what I mean, AJ emphasized. Yes, I used to exchange dollars with him, Ron answered truthfully. There is nothing to hide. There are not many clean policemen in Mumbai. He is afraid of nothing. Besides these, AJ pursued relentlessly. What do you mean? Ron finally got serious. Medicines, AJ uttered a word softly. Kavya's body trembled slightly, and she looked at Ron with some worry. The pharmaceutical business had nothing to do with him before. He just got involved not long ago. What's the matter? The municipal police department wants to bypass the Coast Guard to crack down on smuggling. I'm not talking to you as a police officer, but as a friend. AJ glanced at him unhappily. Do you know that there is a problem with Hadhome's medicine? What? Ron was shocked. Take a look at these. AJ took out a document from his bag and handed it to him. It was an investigation report of a pharmaceutical factory, and the conclusion was simple. There was no production license, no drug registration certificate, and no GMP certification. The environment, safety, and equipment were all substandard. There was no doubt that this was the manufacturer of the batch of drugs that Ron and Luca smuggled to Brazil. The lines of red crosses were shocking. Ron threw the document on the table with a bang, and he stood up and paced back and forth in the atrium. Medicines are not snacks, and the excuse of being clean and hygienic is not applicable. As long as there is a little impurity mixed in, it will really kill people. Because the people who take medicine are patients, their health is not good. If some strange things are mixed in, it is very likely to cause complications. What are the impurities in the pharmaceutical factory? It may be dirt, or it may be other chemical components. The latter is even more dangerous than the former. Ron is an outlaw, but he doesn't want to take human life lightly. This is not right. It is not right to sacrifice other people's lives for profit. He can accept terminally ill patients to be medicine men, but he cannot accept that a small heart disease pill is fake. Fortunately, there is no big problem with the medicine of this pharmaceutical factory, but the efficacy is not enough. AJ suddenly took out another document. Ron stopped, and his angry face was a little stagnant. He walked over quickly, picked up the document and flicked through it, and then heaved a sigh of relief. Although the ineffectiveness of the medicine is also unethical, at least it won't kill people. Why didn't you tell me at the same time? Ron gave him a reproachful look. AJ smiled but said nothing. He just wanted to confirm once again whether Dr. Sir was a good person, which would affect his subsequent decision. Does Hardhan have any relationship with this pharmaceutical factory? Ron suddenly understood something now. There is an agreement between them. AJ nodded. Hardhome wants someone to help him test a medicine. Test a medicine. Ron was a little sensitive to this word now. Yes, he wants to make sure that the medicine is fine before sending it to where it is needed. We haven't found out where it is specifically, and we have no evidence to continue investigating. No wonder every time the medicine is sent to Brazil, some manufacturers are replaced. Hardhome is doing this step by step. Only after confirming that there is no problem with the previous batch will he slowly expand the range of varieties. He is very careful, and even Ron only complained a few words and didn't take it to heart. After all, Ron is just a middleman, and he doesn't have that much energy and mind to check every pharmaceutical factory. How are you going to deal with this matter? Ron asked. The pharmaceutical factory was closed. AG stood up. Then what? What then? He asked curiously. Is this matter over? Ron was a little surprised. I'm only responsible for the bombing case. I'm not responsible for the drugs, and I have nothing to do with the customs. AG patted his shoulder and strode away. Ron looked at his back and suddenly smiled. After all, they are all captives of the big network of human relationships, and no one can stay out of it. Ron, Cavi walked up to her with a worried look. It's okay. Ron put his arm around her waist and comforted her softly. AG as a friend, I still think Soul Electric has more potential. It's your hard work, isn't it? Of course, there is no doubt. I'm just helping Luca. Brazil is as poor as India. Unfortunately, they don't have as many pharmaceutical factories as India. You still have to be careful. I don't want you to get hurt. Cavi grabbed his arm and didn't let go. Okay, I promise you. But the business inside hasn't been discussed yet. Do you want to go and sit for a while? No, I still have to write a press release and write it until very late. I may have to work overtime. It's dark, there are no taxis, and I'm the only one on the street. Okay, I'll pick you up in the evening. Ron had a headache. Then it's settled. She smiled proudly. Shit. I knew Panther was playing tricks. He planned it all along, and we were all fooled. This is murder. I'm going to teach them a lesson. Luca waved his pistol and walked around the room like an angry bull. Ron, you have to say something. He came over angrily. What? This matter can't be let go. They have to pay compensation. In the future, the price of the goods from that pharmaceutical factory will be reduced by half. Ron paused, then blinked, as if he didn't know how to start. Why? They will refuse, Luca unconsciously shrilled. It's a matter of life and death. 40% off is the bottom line. It can't be any less. Ron was stunned. Was he the only one who was a fool? No one cared about the lives of those Brazilians who bought the drugs, including Luca. The last batch of goods has arrived in Brazil, right? Ron looked subtle. Here we are? Luca's voice was unconsciously full of laughter. My brother called me this morning and said we made 4 times the profit this time. Oh, this morning? Ron nodded. He told Luca about the pharmaceutical factory last night. Forget about that pharmaceutical factory, it's been closed down. Ron suddenly lost interest. How can this be possible? What about her business? Luca was anxious. What do you want to do? Ron asked back. Of course, find a new way, men. That's a business worth millions of dollars. Then continue to cooperate with Panther. Ron spread his hands. What? Luca was confused. Didn't the pharmaceutical factory get closed down? The other pharmaceutical factories are still there. Have you forgotten the first batch of goods we bought? They were all from well-known pharmaceutical factories in India. Panther is a pharmaceutical distributor. He can get any goods. It just depends on whether he is willing or what kind of orders he receives. Luca's eyes lit up. That's right. The goods he brought back the first time even had English instructions. Anyway, it's all business, and there is no reason for Panther not to do it. But we can't let him go so easily. We still have to bargain. Luca's eyes rolled around. As for Ron, he has already given up, so who cares? Mumbai is a city of sin, where murder and robbery are staged every day. No one cares, the government doesn't care, the police don't care, and even the victims themselves don't care. So what does Ron care about? By the way, Ron, my brother has passed on a few more drugs. It seems to be anti-cancer or something. Someone is asking for a lot of money. See where you can get it. Luca took out a piece of paper and handed it to Ron eagerly. The price was scary, higher than gold. Chapter 135 Sense of Ritual. The drugs that Luca wanted were difficult to obtain. Ron asked around and found that many of them were still in the clinical trial stage. In other words, they were not available on the market and could only be purchased through special channels. There was no rush for this matter. He was enjoying Lazhu's massage. Hiss. Lazhu, your skills are really good. Ron was so angry that he gritted his teeth. I learned this from my mother, a technique passed down from my ancestors. Lazhu was also very tired. Great, it would be even better if there was Indian magic oil. Use that, boss. You'll. Lazhu stammered and couldn't speak. Call me Baba, Ron corrected her. But what will happen if you use it, Baba? You won't be able to control yourself. Lazhu secretly looked at him. Oh, Ron was even more interested. Can you get the authentic stuff? I can steal the ones at home, your father's. Now it's yours, Baba. Ron laughed. Lazhu was indeed a filial girl. But to be honest, Lazhu was a few years older than him. Alice, asking her to call him daddy was really exciting. Once upon a time, this was a special title that belonged to Nia. But which man can resist a woman calling him that? At least Ron can't. Baba, I'm tired. Lazhu's wrist was sore. Lazhu, you're good at it, but your stamina is a little lacking. Ron moved his neck to recover. The office was very hot, and it was useless to turn on the air conditioner. The air conditioner installed here was real, not the water air conditioner produced in the workshop downstairs. Just fool others, don't fool yourself. Ron went to that station as usual and let Lazhu wipe his sweat with a wet towel. He had enjoyed such services so many times that he had become at ease. Ashish's deliberately heavier footsteps came from outside, and he stopped at the door in a sneaky manner, not knowing whether to go in. Boss, are you okay? He whispered tentatively. No, your sister is not physically strong. Ron deliberately angered him. This kid spread the unusual relationship between him and Lazhu everywhere in the Sir Electric Appliance Factory, and Ron's reputation was ruined by him. Sister, you have to work hard, Ashish shouted at the top of his voice and prepared to run away. As a result, the door suddenly opened. Lazhu glared at his brother with a red face, then stepped aside to let him in. What's the matter? Ron leaned his head against the back of the chair with the towel on his face. Boss, the payment for April has arrived. Here are the financial statements. Ashish handed over the information attentively. Oh, Ron pulled the towel off his face. Speaking of this, he was no longer sleepy. It was already the beginning of May, and the payments for goods in Mumbai were settled one after another last month. For the first time in the second half of the month, the sales of Sir Electric exceeded 10 million. After deducting various costs, the profit was about 6 million rupees. The data was very beautiful, and the expression on Ron's face was even more enjoyable than when he was having a massage just now. Where is Harris? Isn't he in charge of finance? He is doing the accounts, and I brought him here. Ashish smiled flatteringly. Harris is an old man under Ron, and he was the first accountant of the Mumbai Tourism Information Company. After the riots, the tourism business plummeted, and Ron simply transferred him to Sir Electric. Of course, the key positions are assured by their own people. Ashish, who is in charge of technology, was busy helping Harris to submit reports, purely to flatter him. Who doesn't know that Sir Electric's orders are booming? After reading the financial data, Ron must be in a good mood. Ashish, it will be an auspicious day in a few days. You and Lazhu go to purchase a batch of materials to distribute to the workers as welfare, with a limit of 50 rupees per person. Understood? Ashish stood at attention. Of course he was willing to do this kind of work. Not only is there money, but he can also show off in front of the workers. Sure enough, he made the right move to arrange his sister to come in. After this is done, prepare your R&D department well. The modification and upgrade of water air conditioners are the focus. If you do it well, I will let you be the technical director. Ron is not stingy in giving some rewards to the people below. Appropriate benefits can greatly stimulate their subjective initiative. Doesn't he know that purchasing materials is profitable? But so what? He doesn't care about 20,000 or 30,000 rupees. What's more, he also offered his sister to him, so it's reasonable to give him some rewards. Boss, don't worry. The factory's my home from now on. I won't leave until the new generation of products is ready, Ashish swore. I'll give you half a year at most. If you're late, the market will be full of similar products. I'll beat them to pulp. Ashish was furious. To be honest, their products don't have any technical barriers, so it's not difficult to copy them. This kind of thing is very easy for Indians to do. Patents? They don't exist. The government is the leader in making generic drugs. Do you expect the businessmen in this country to reason with you? But Ron was not afraid. He just liked the scene of chaos. In India, there is no business war, only seeing who has the better operation. Ron looked up and saw that Ashish hadn't left. He couldn't help but feel a little strange. Anything else? He asked. Advertisement. Ashish shook his head excitedly. It's on tonight, I see. Ron waved his hand. It's a month. There's something for you to watch. He was no longer so enthusiastic about this matter, but the workers seemed to be happy as if it was a festival. Well, Laju was also very happy. She felt very involved here. Laju, where do you live now? Ron suddenly remembered something. Jageshwari area. She was a little embarrassed. This place refers to slums, and everyone in Mumbai knows it. Let's move to another place. I'll arrange an apartment for you in 2 days. It will be more convenient for you to get a massage. Laju said in a mosquito-like voice. Although Ron didn't hate slums, he definitely didn't like them. He had a conscience. He took advantage of others, so he should have this benefit. The time of broadcasting the Sir Electric Appliances advertisement was very particular. After consulting with All India Television, Ron arranged it a week before the auspicious day. The auspicious day is also known as the third day of sustainable prosperity. Hindus and Jains believe that this day is the most auspicious time of the year. According to custom, people will get married, move to a new house, or start a new investment on this day. The celebration of the general public is to buy cars or high-end home electronics because they firmly believe that this will bring good luck. High-end electronics? Water-cooled air conditioners are. This is a new appliance. And with the blessing of Dr. Sir's reputation, it is simply a standard purchase on an auspicious day. Ron had already ordered the factory to increase its production capacity, and also promoted the product in Delhi, Madras, Bangalore and other major cities. This time, he wanted to promote the reputation of Sir Electric Appliances beyond Mumbai and throughout India. On the night of the premiere of the advertisement, Ron also prepared some unique celebrations. Juhu district, the ground floor of a middle-class apartment. Ron stood here and looked around, feeling a little helpless. This place didn't look very good. The street lamp was just a decoration. The lampshade had long been broken into several pieces, and the light bulb inside was missing. There was a rustling sound on the garbage pile on the roadside. It was the big rats looking for food. Every 2 steps, mosquitoes would fly into the collar, and the number was frightening. Ron walked to a door and knocked, but there was no response from inside. He took out the key, inserted it, and went in. Well, fortunately he was prepared. He opened the door and entered the apartment. There was no one inside. The whole living room was dark. There seemed to be the sound of a TV in the bedroom, but there was still no movement until Ron turned on the light. The apartment was extremely simple, with no furniture except 2 old sofas and an old refrigerator. There was only water, cheese and a bag of vegetables in the refrigerator, not even a piece of bread. Ron gently pushed open the bedroom door, and a sports event was playing on the TV. The lights were not on, and a figure was lying on the bed, rising and falling with breathing. He sniffed his nose, looked around, and then saw a black bottle and glass of wine on the bedside table. Is he drunk? Ron was a little amused. They had agreed to celebrate together, but he fell down first. As for the 10-day cold drink that he promised, the refrigerator outside had already told him the answer. Ron didn't expect Vanessa to be a drunkard. This is really... Wait. There seems to be something wrong with the person on the bed. Her hair was loose, and her smooth shoulders reflected the light of the TV screen. There were no wrinkles on her shirt, and there was no bed sheet to cover her. Is she not wearing clothes? Ron's buzz was lifted up, and his Indian genes awakened. Throwing away the things in his hand, he flew over. Vanessa screamed in fear. Don't look back, I'm Ron. Ron. Vanessa was in doubt. The commercial has started. Ron held his breath and concentrated. Air conditioning is too expensive? Choose Sir Water Air Conditioning. Vanessa was wearing a cool sari on TV, smiling sweetly. Oh, it's just right. Ron was waiting for this moment. Quick. Read the commercial. What? Manisha was stunned. This is too exciting. Ron didn't care. He said he would watch the commercial together to celebrate, and he did what he said. Look, this is a sense of ceremony. Vanessa screamed continuously inside and outside the picture. Sir Electric's commercial is very down-to-earth in India. It is 1 minute long, and 20 seconds of it are singing and dancing. It's impossible not to do this, just like a movie. It has to make the audience feel it's worth it. Only when the audience is happy will they be in the mood to discuss the content. They have memorized the phrase, "choose Sir water air conditioner," because it has been repeated too many times. In addition to TV ads, magazines and newspapers have also started to work together. They all publish the same cartoon advertisement, a devil with green horns, its sharp claws holding a latest water air conditioner. Neighbors are jealous, and owners are proud. Mumbai is a city of jealousy. Ladies can't stand what their neighbors have but they don't. TV is responsible for promoting Sir Electric's water air conditioners, and newspapers and magazines are responsible for amplifying the desire to buy. With two-pronged approach, you can't escape. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 136 Lazhu's Great Contribution. Baron, are you leaving now? Vanessa was too sleepy, and she was as weak as a rotten noodle. Last night, she was forced to call Baba all night, and now she couldn't even change her words. There will be a lot of things today. The factory may be looking for me. Ron picked up a piece of clothing from the ground and looked up to see that it was not his. Ah! Give it back to me, she screamed, then quickly snatched it and stuffed it under the bed sheet. Dear, we have been honest enough, Ron poked her with a smile. No, I'm too tired. Vanessa buried her face in the bed, like an ostrich without feathers. She shouldn't have drunk so much yesterday, and she shouldn't have fallen asleep like this. The price was painful, and she felt weak all over when she woke up in the morning. Ron was getting dressed rustlingly. He had to go back to Sir Electric Appliances and couldn't stay here for long. Okay, get up and prepare some breakfast. Ron patted her shoulder. Vanessa was still a virgin after all. She came from a prominent family and was nicknamed Nepalese Princess. Although far away in Mumbai, he is more or less protected. However, he can block the harassment from the outside world, but he can't resist the active embrace. The uncultivated Nepal National Road is now full of Ron's tire marks. There is not much to eat in Vanessa's apartment, only some cheese and vegetables. Spicy small potatoes, spinach bean paste, and chapati flatbreads. This is the breakfast she prepared for Ron. So what if she isn't a police princess? She still has to cook and serve her man's daily life. It's just that the breakfast portion is too small and Ron didn't eat enough. But there is not enough time, otherwise Manisha will make up for it. Next time, I have to inform her in advance, at least prepare some food or something. Ron never wronged himself. Baba, when will you finish your work? Vanessa paced carefully, looking at him expectantly. What's wrong? Ron smoothed his trouser legs and looked at her with amusement. You miss him so soon? No. Vanessa shook her head in horror. I just wanted to say that you can come back in 2 days. I'm free recently. Her voice became smaller and smaller, and finally she shut up embarrassedly. Well, this little woman's behavior shows that she has fallen in love. I will call director Lal and ask him if he has a suitable role. And Chandra and Joseph, they are planning a new movie recently. Maybe there will be a chance. Is it Mr. Mehta and Mr. D'Souza? Vanessa's eyes lit up. These are the surnames of the two producers. Obviously, they are not unknown in Bollywood. An agency under my name has cooperated with them. I just met them a few days ago. I can recommend you to them, Ron. Vanessa's eyes were filled with emotion. Come here, Ron waved his hand. Vanessa leaned over. Ron whispered a few words in her ear, and the latter immediately blushed and almost bled. No. No, be good, I'll come find you in 2 days. Ron patted his butt and left, leaving Vanessa struggling. The Sir Electric factory became lively again, with a long queue at the factory gate and the offices in the building crowded with people. Since the advertisement on All India television was broadcast, such scenes have been staged almost every day. Those queuing at the door are workers who come to apply for jobs. The third production line of the Sir Electric factory has been put into operation, and now they need manpower. Once the news spread, it quickly attracted a large number of vagrants. Who doesn't know the reputation of the Sir Electric factory? It is almost known to everyone in the working class of Mumbai. Needless to say, the rumor of high wages, just the fact that it treats workers as human beings is enough to make many workers in other companies rebel. Their original working environment was terrible, and many of them came from Bihar or Uttar Pradesh. They may have entered the factory to work at the age of 8, But they will be fired before they are 20 years old, because years of hard work have made them unable to be as sharp-eyed and quick-handed as they were at the beginning. They have no friends, no social circle, no hope, and no future. These workers would be satisfied if they could watch a late-night movie at the Maratha Mandir cinema on Sundays, or if they could see the vast sea in the crowd at Juhu Beach. Every afternoon, they squatted on the ground and ate rice directly from the pot. When the day's work was over, they would lie down in the small space where they had sat for 14 hours before, trying to see the night sky outside and the tall buildings standing not far away from the low factory building. They were mechanical and numb, and never had any expectations from Mumbai. But if there was a chance to break free, they would also rush forward without hesitation, like moths to a flame. The slums behind the Sur Electric factory became their luxury, which was no different from a mansion compared to the small space of the original factory. It was said that the land was actively fought for by Dr. Sir, and he did not charge the workers a penny in rent. Dr. Sir was indeed a good man, and everyone in Mumbai knew it. Faced with the surging vagrants, the newly recruited college students in the Human Resources Department were in a panic. In the end, it was the production supervisor Anand who came forward to maintain order. He listed several recruitment conditions, and after a rough screening of those who were educated, experienced, and obedient, he sent away most of the people. Mumbai has too many people and too many poor people. You can't sympathize with them, you can only drive them away like rats. As for those in the office, they are all dealers from other places. The effect of TV advertising was immediate, and the reputation of Sur Electric was no longer limited to areas such as Maharashtra and Gujarat. It began to penetrate into the inland states, and those businessmen with a keen sense of smell came to the door first. Mr. Sir, your factory should not be built in Mumbai, but in Chandigarh. A Punjabi businessman looked quite regretful. Mumbai is the commercial center of India. Ron smiled and motioned Laju to serve tea. But water-cooled air conditioners are such a great product that they can only be used in Punjab. The climate there is dry and there are large areas of desert. Many people even get angry and have nosebleeds when they sleep at night. They will be crazy about water-cooled air conditioners and will definitely rush to buy them. Ron knew that the Punjab businessman was telling the truth. Water-cooled air conditioners are very suitable for dry inland areas. Mumbai will have a rainy season of 3 or 4 months starting in June every year, when the weather will become hot and stuffy. Water-cooled air conditioners are completely useless and may even become an accomplice of humid air. But there is no way, as he said. Mumbai is the commercial center of India. There is the most open atmosphere, the best policies, the most stable power supply, and the cheapest labor. If you move to other states in northern India, not to mention market problems, even factories cannot be opened. There are power outages most of the daytime and power is on for 2 hours at night. This is a nightmare for factories. Mumbai is too far away from Punjab, and the shipping fee alone is a lot, the businessman complained. I can ship the goods to the port in Gujarat by sea, and you can handle the rest of the journey by yourselves, no problem. That's great, the businessman was delighted, which saved him hundreds of kilometers of shipping costs. After seeing off another guest, Ron sighed tiredly. He was now happily troubled. Before the advertisement was broadcast, the orders for Sur Electric appliances were only enough to keep the factory running for more than half a month. Just 1 week later, the situation reversed, and his desk was filled with orders again. The specific quantity has not been sorted out, but one thing can be confirmed, Sur Electric appliance factory is completely on the right track. As long as the production, sales, and technology keep up, it will slowly grow and become the #1 figure in the electrical industry. Laju held his head very intimately and kneaded it slowly. She knew Ron liked it this way and he would be very relaxed. Laju, do you think Sur Electric Appliances should build another factory in northern India? That will cost a lot of money. Yes, Ron sighed. The 6 million rupees from last month had just been pocketed, and now the 4th production line had started construction. It would be too strenuous to build another factory. The equipment, personnel, and raw materials to be built later would cost at least 3 million rupees, and after deductions, the money would be reduced by half. Laju, what should we do if it's too hot on the rainy season? Ron closed his eyes and thought. Use an electric fan. Electric fan. Ron opened his eyes. Most people can afford it, and it's better than having to endure it. You're right, cheap is the king. Since the rainy season in Mumbai is not suitable for water air conditioners, it's better to just make ordinary electric fans. Sir Electric now has 3 production lines with a daily production capacity of nearly 2,000, and there is no urgent need to increase it in the short term. The 4th line under construction can be used to produce ordinary fans first, which can just make up for the gap in Sir Electric during the rainy season. His cooperative relationship with Singapore is getting closer and closer, and with a price advantage, he can completely enter the ordinary fan market. From a high-tech water air conditioner to an ordinary fan, it seems that the style has dropped a bit. It's not bad to make money. If he can even smuggle drugs, what other business can he do? Laju, your idea is good, just an ordinary fan. Ron turned around and praised her idea. I'm glad it can help Baba. Laju is a little happy. Have you moved into the apartment I rented for you? Ron continued to close his eyes and enjoy it. Yes, Laju replied in a low voice. Then let's have a massage together later, huh? She exclaimed. Where's the Indian magic oil you agreed to? I remember it. Ron looked at her with amusement. Boss, Ashish rushed in a hurry. And he even forgot to knock on the door in advance. Then he saw a scene of confusion, and his sister Laju's face was red. Ron also subconsciously straightened up. His eyes were very unhappy. What's the matter? Oh, we caught 2 scammers. They wanted to buy our products with counterfeit money, huh? Ron's face was full of question marks. What the hell was going on? Chapter 137. What does he want? Counterfeit money. Ron was shocked. Yes, it filled the back seat of the car, a full 4 lakhs. Ashish gestured with his hands. What's going on? Ron stood up. Those 2 guys drove hundreds of kilometers from Rajasthan. Ashish took Ron downstairs and talked as they walked. The 2 people who were caught, like most dealers in the building, came to Sir Electric to place orders. But what was particularly special was that while others paid the deposit through the bank system, they insisted on paying in cash. As the financial officer, Harris was careful and checked the amount very carefully. After all, this operation was too abnormal, and the order of 1.2 million rupees was also very large. This was only 1/3 of the deposit in the early stage, so he had to be careful. Sure enough, Harris soon found something wrong. The patterns on some banknotes were distorted. Without a money detector, an experienced old accountant could see it with the naked eye. The rest was easy. Harris shouted, and everyone in the office pressed the 2 men to the ground. There's a very vicious young man who injured our people. He wanted to escape, but there was no way. We have more than 400 people. Ashish took Ron to an office downstairs, where many people were crowded. Some were dealers who were watching the fun, and some were aggressive employees of Sir Electric. Everyone surrounded the 2 Rajasthan people in the middle, and occasionally slapped or kicked them. They looked very embarrassed. The fat middle-aged man's suit had been stripped off, and his white shirt was full of footprints. He kept begging for mercy, but no one cared. The thin young man didn't say a word. There was blood on the corner of his mouth and a piece of his hair was torn. Seeing Ron coming, everyone made way. Ron, Harris came forward. Those 4 lakhs are all counterfeit. Are we injured? He looked around. It's Rashid and Amit. Ashish pulled the 2 young men over. Their arms and palms were each cut, as if by some sharp weapon. Ron Baba, the 2 young men smiled innocently. Don't be so impulsive next time. Ron slapped them on the back of their heads in annoyance. He knew these 2 people. They were old men who followed Anand and used to live in the slums of Tejali. Of course, they are Ron's people now, and they also have this awareness. When the Rajasthan man took out a knife, only they dared to fight. Ron waved his hand and asked someone to take Rashid and Amit down to bandage them. Only then did he have time to take a closer look at the 2 culprits. The fat middle-aged man was dejected, and the thin young man. There was something wrong with his eyes. Do you know me? Ron asked. He smiled contemptuously and said nothing. Ashish went up and slapped him twice, but it didn't work. Take them to the police station. Ron was too lazy to talk nonsense with them. Because it involved counterfeit money, he went to AJ's office in person. Did they say anything? AJ asked. They refused to say anything. Ron shrugged. Let's go and see them. AJ took Ron to a room. There was only a table and a small sofa here, and the 2 prisoners were squatting there with their hands tied. The torture began almost immediately, with a police officer waving a baton. Who gave you the money? Tell me. I don't know, sir, the fat middle-aged man stammered. His face was hit hard, and his chin swelled up immediately. The police were very cruel. And the middle-aged man couldn't bear it. He said he was a businessman, and the tall and thin man next to him was his cousin, who had been driving the car all the way. Another policeman came in and took out bundles of brand new green counterfeit banknotes from the bag. They were all in denominations of 500 rupees, totaling more than 400,000, and they were placed on AG's desk. "Who gave you the money?" The fat man was hit on the face a few more times. "I don't know, sir. Someone called me and asked me to take the money away. Then go to the Sir Electric factory to place an order. I don't know anything. These two idiots think this is a court." AG ordered a policeman, "Bring wires and whips." When the police officer came back, he had a thick leather whip in his hand, about the width of a palm, with a wooden handle at one end. Another police officer took the whip and whipped the fat man hard in the face. The sound of leather hitting flesh was hard to describe if Ron hadn't heard it with his own ears. The fat man screamed, and the police officer whipped him again. At the same time, the tall and thin man was elbowed by the third police officer and fell to the ground. Fists, belts and whips fell on the faces and backs of the two men like raindrops. They had to curl up their bodies and lower their heads to dodge left and right. The whips on the fat man's face were the most painful. He almost bent like a shrimp, trying to avoid the ruthless whip. There was a blood-red mark on the forehead of the tall and thin man. If you didn't pay attention, you would think it was cinnabar lit in the temple. This kind of beating-like interrogation made Ron's skin tremble slightly. The Indian police were really fucking cruel. AG usually spoke with grace and looked like an upper-class person. I didn't expect that he would be so rough during the interrogation. The fat man finally behaved a little. He confessed that it was a lover in Punjab who helped him contact the counterfeit money dealer. The money was brought by the tall and thin man next to him. They arrived in Mumbai a week ago, and it seemed that they had another mission. "What is your purpose in coming to Mumbai?" a fat policeman asked. "That's not important," the tall and thin man protested. The fat policeman hit him in the face with a belt again. "Speak. I have a relative who fled from India to Babang during the partition of India and Pakistan. This time I came to Mumbai to fulfill his wish in the temple." The fat policeman looked at AG eagerly, as if he wanted to be rewarded for obtaining important information that the suspect was in CAO's camp, but his heart was in Han. But AG was unmoved. This was not important intelligence at all. If measured by such standards, millions of people who fled between the two countries are traitors. Take them to the interrogation room and shock them first. AG turned to the fat man and said, "From now on, you and your little lover will not be able to have fun." Hearing this, the terrified fat man finally relaxed. He said that he had received 450,000 fake rupees from a Babang intermediary earlier, and paid the other party 100,000 real notes. The intermediary promised that as long as he could get the water air conditioner of Sir Electric, he would pay him an additional 1.5 million rupees in fake notes at the market price. Ron, who was eating melons on the side, was stunned. Why did this come back to Sir Electric? Without AG asking. The fat man explained the reason in detail. It turned out to be the fault of the advertisement. India and Babang are very close, and many people on the other side usually watch the All India television. After the advertisement of Sir Electric was broadcast, the rich people in Babang were very tempted. Because most of their land is inland, the climate is dry, and there are deserts. Water air conditioners are a perfect match, but Babang and India have no trade channels, so they can't get the goods. So these two people came all the way to Mumbai to purchase goods, just to be a trader. Everyone else showed a look of understanding, but Ron was the only one who became more and more confused the more he listened. His CPU was almost burned out by these two third brothers. The intermediary gave the fat man 450,000 rupees in counterfeit notes, and the fat man paid 100,000 rupees in real notes. Kindly risked his life, shipped the goods of Sir Electric appliances back, and then paid 1.5 million rupees in counterfeit notes. What was he after? This is an old trick of Babang. AG seemed to see Ron's confusion. He explained that the reason why counterfeit notes often appear in India is that Babang is behind it. Their goal is to circulate a large amount of counterfeit notes in India, thereby undermining India's economic development. And Mumbai, as the country's financial center, is of course the primary target of attack. But this person didn't tell the truth. AG pointed to the tall and thin man. He has accomplices in Mumbai. He dug out a few more pieces of information from the fat man, and after the two verified each other, the tall and thin man finally confessed everything. Another purpose of his coming to Mumbai was to kidnap Ron. What the hell? Ron was confused. Just now it was Sir Electric, this time it was him. Why kidnap? To get money, Who are the accomplices? A few Biharis? Ron didn't change his mind until the end of the interrogation. You should hire some bodyguards. Age took Ron back to the office. I don't quite understand, Ron frowned, although I'm not a gang member, but with the order of the Shiv army and the relationship with Hard Khan, no one in Mumbai should deliberately cause trouble for me. Of course people with insights won't, but what about those country folk who know nothing? Age explained to him what a reckless man is. For example, the workers who stay in the factory and live in darkness. The fellow villagers who have joined the gang will take them to the beer bar to open their eyes. There, they will see how the fellow villagers spend a lot of money on dancers. They will also see the dancers come to the fellow villagers, touch him, flirt with him, and agree to go out with him for the night. For those rural workers, the dancers in the beer bar are like Bollywood actresses. They will think, my fellow villager only came to the city half a year earlier than me, how can he get so good, wear gold and silver and drive a car? Once they have such doubts, it will be easy for the gangs to recruit them. You put a loaded gun in the hands of these workers and tell them that as long as they walk up to the target person, pull the trigger and turn around and run, they will get money. Do you think they will do it or not? The tall and thin man just used the same trick to seduce several young people in Bihar. As long as they kidnapped Ron, he would give them 200 rupees each. The price was so low that Ron felt it was an insult. It was too much of a waste. Those people are so poor that they don't care, AJ explained. The cheapest commission for murder he had seen in Mumbai was 50 rupees. A 16-year-old scavenger helped a man kill his rival. The boy smashed the victim's head with a stone and then moved his body to the garbage dump. There, the scavenger spent 2 hours dismembering the body and then scattered the body parts one by one in the garbage dump. The boy needed the 50 rupees to buy a few sacks on the roof of his shack so that his home would not be flooded during the rainy season a month later. 50 rupees for a life? This amount of money can't even buy a cup of coffee in a high-end hotel in Mumbai. Don't expect them to know what the law is, and don't expect them to be afraid. It's useless. I have sent people to arrest those accomplices. I will arrange a few people to take you back later. Damn it, after going to the police station, Ron felt less safe. It seems that he really needs to take care of security, and he needs to pick a few reliable people around him. Chapter 138, Indian Gotham City. Ron, you have to find someone else at the travel agency. I have to come back. Why? Don't you like this job very much? I should have been here yesterday. Anand looked very guilty. Those two Punjabi bastards will never get any advantage. I will beat them up, slap them in the face, pull their hair, and poke their eyes. Nonsense. That tall and thin guy is obviously not a good guy. It doesn't matter whether you are here or not, Ron hit him mercilessly. It's not like he hasn't seen Anand's three-legged cat moves before. Not to mention beating up the enemy, it's good enough for him to be able to tell the east, west, south and north after a bunch of turtle punches. His short and thick figure has no deterrent effect. It would be better if Vino came here. Then at least I am here and can organize people to take charge of the security of the electrical appliance factory, Anand complained. That's fine, Ron nodded. You can watch the travel agency first, and I'll talk about it after I find the right person to take over. This electrical appliance factory is not without security guards. Golish, who used to guard the gate, was in charge of this area. But Ron was not satisfied with his performance. He did not stick his head out of the crowd until the matter of yesterday was resolved. Ron did not like sneaky people, so he trusted his own people to take care of security. Anand might not be able to fight, but he was loyal. He was also very prestigious in the slums of the electrical appliance factory, and everyone was willing to listen to his command. Ron's bodyguards were also going to find a few people from there first. They were the first old people to follow and were trustworthy. Rashid and Amidst were good yesterday. They were really brave when faced with trouble. Ever since he heard a lot of inside stories about Mumbai crimes from AJ, he has taken security to heart. Who knows if someone would kidnap him because they were short of money to reward the dancers. He didn't even have any relatives in Mumbai, and he couldn't find anyone to pay the ransom. In addition to bodyguards, security also has cars. You can avoid a lot of trouble by sitting in a car, and even if someone wants to do something bad, he can't do it. After arranging the work at the Sir Electric Factory, Ron met Harry and Singh at the Taj Mahal Hotel. Do you know where to get imported cars? Oh, this is a little troublesome. Harry gave him a meaningful look. Ron, who is already familiar with each other, knew that this usually meant relying on smuggling. India still has strict restrictions on imported cars, with tariffs as high as 100%, which is no different from an embargo. Why not consider ambassador cars? They are not bad either, Singh suggested. Ambassador cars are the pride of domestic products at this time, known as the Wheel of India, and are one of the symbols of India's automobile industry. At present, only government officials, taxi drivers and wealthy families will purchase ambassador cars, which are real local luxury cars. I like a tougher style, and ambassador cars are too round, Ram could only explain this way. The real situation is that he does not trust Indian manufacturing. What can you expect from him, brother? Even Hang's mother can have a fit, so it is reasonable for a car to lose a wheel while running. Which car model do you like? Harry asked. He was a customs officer and had a lot of experience. Ford Taurus. Then you have to prepare at least $30,000, which is 1 million rupees. This price is much higher than I thought, Ron frowned. This car sells for $20,000 in the United States. After going through formal channels and adding various taxes, it will sell for at least $50,000 in India. I know a car dealer. I can call him $30,000 is about the lowest price. Okay. I will prepare the money in the next 2 days, Ron gritted his teeth and agreed. It's expensive, but at least it's more reliable than Indian cars. 1 million rupees, which can be collected from travel companies and Bollywood agencies, is enough. Sir Electric's money should not be touched if it can be left alone. It is reserved for expanding its scale. By the way, why do you suddenly want to buy a car? You obviously have endless taxis. Singh was a little curious. He remembered that Ron always took taxis because he ran a travel company and had cooperation with many taxi drivers, and they were available at any time. I encountered something recently, Ron told his previous experience. Mumbai is getting more and more chaotic, Singh sighed. Extortion happens every day. I attended a wedding yesterday, and the owner of the wedding invitation changed the venue from the racecourse to an unknown small church. Harry also began to share his own experience. He had received an extremely luxurious wedding invitation before. The cover was beautifully made and decorated with a small elephant-headed statue. The outside was wrapped in silk, and inside were cards representing different aspects of the wedding. Each card cost 50 to 100 rupees. As a result, when the wedding invitation was opened, the venue of the main wedding was hastily written on a small piece of paper and pasted in the most conspicuous position, as if it was changed on the spur of the moment. They have been targeted by gangs for a long time, Harry explained. Just like fat sheep, gang members are wolves. How do these gangs know whose family is having a wedding? Ron asked. Because they first target the person in charge of wedding catering, who has a full set of guest lists. Then how do the gangs select the fat sheep on the list? Singh also became interested. It's very simple. Through the building contractor, each household's servants, and interior designers. Harry shrugged. Ron had to admit a fact. After the bombing, the number of young people involved in gangs increased sharply. The riot destroyed the livelihoods of many people. With nowhere else to go, they didn't care about so many things. The police in Mumbai were surprisingly incompetent. The gangs were getting stronger and stronger, and they seemed to be one of the masters of this city. Did you see the gang in the corner? Harry suddenly winked. Ron and Singh turned their heads and saw 5 or 6 men eating and drinking. They were rude and ignored the strange looks from the people around them in the hall. That group of people are gang members. They don't have to pay for themselves. The next table will pay for it. With Harry's reminder, Ron and his friends really found that the family at the next table kept looking at those people. They looked nervous and pale. This is the Taj Mahal. Why didn't that family resist? Singh frowned. They either pay or say goodbye to the new Toyota cars that drive to the hotel. Harry has seen this kind of thing many times. These gangsters don't seek money, but just want to enjoy the service at the Taj Mahal. If they are not on the gang, they will never come to such a place in their lives. Anyone who pursues fame and fortune in Mumbai regards the Taj Mahal Hotel, a fortress that symbolizes the majesty of the empire, as a benchmark for their pursuit of excellence. Because like them, the Taj Mahal Hotel was born in humble circumstances. After the founder of the Tata family was humiliated by the Watson Hotel next door, he vowed to avenge his previous humiliation, and he did it. So the Taj Mahal Hotel has become a symbol of self-improvement. But not everyone belongs here. The restroom near the hotel lobby is a great place to test a person's self-esteem. In theory, anyone who is well-dressed can enter the lobby to cool off or go to the restroom. but you need to be confident from the inside out. Fortunately, on the luxurious sofa seat, in the magnificent bathroom, under the gaze of the top Arab rich, charming socialites, doormen and cleaners, you are not afraid. If you can't firmly believe that you belong here, how can you make others believe it? Of course, the gangsters don't care about these. As long as they have been here, they will have enough capital to brag about it when they go back. They will be regarded as legends in the slums. Look, those people have been to the Taj Mahal Hotel, and they are very arrogant. Just as Ron and the others were secretly looking at them, several policemen suddenly came in at the door. The leader was AG, who also found Ron. But he didn't come here. After nodding, AG went straight to the hotel front desk. Under the guidance of the lobby manager, AG walked towards the gangsters. They had lost their previous arrogance. They ran away in shame, shrinking their necks like mice seeing cats. It turned out that the lobby manager had secretly made the call. After all, it was not a good look to let the gangsters extort money in broad daylight in the hotel. The family at the next table thanked AJ profusely. They had been targeted before entering the hotel. If it weren't for AJ, it was hard to say what would happen next. Not only them, but other prominent people in the hotel all stood up to greet AJ. Recently, the reports on AJ in Mumbai newspapers were even more than those on Ron. He made rapid progress in solving the bombing case and was said to have arrested more than 100 suspects. The elites were always enthusiastic about people like AJ who could really protect their safety. However, AJ did not stay for long. He walked straight to Ron and sat down, causing everyone to cast envious eyes. The gang has been arrested. Who? Ron was stunned. The people who kidnapped you. AJ drank a sip of iced coffee, even found out the gang that made counterfeit money. Harry and Singh pricked up their ears. As officials, they didn't often hear the inside story of such big news. AJ explained that the counterfeit notes were printed in a printing factory outside of Islamabad, Babayang. A few templates could print hundreds of fake rupees with the image of Saint Gandhi. These counterfeit rupees were then transported to Kathmandu and arrived in various parts of India by rail or road. Once they entered the country, someone would exchange them for small amounts of real notes, or mix them with real notes and turn them into cash for trading in markets or spending in bars. The torture of the two Punjabis made them confess the entire supply chain. The mastermind behind the scenes was not surprisingly involved in the Dowd gang. According to Age, he would soon be in big trouble. Because he was also involved in the bombing, the Indian government would take real action when there was enough evidence, even if he was in Dubai. Harry and Singh were also quite moved by the counterfeit notes. They said there was a rumor that the Reserve Bank of India would no longer handle 500 rupee notes. Because the proliferation of counterfeit 500 rupee notes had seriously affected the business of merchants. This reminded Ron that the business of Sir Electric Appliances would be unified through the bank payment system in the future. Although the tax was a little higher, it was better than counterfeit money. Not long after returning home, Kavya called again. She wanted to write a report about Sir Electric. Chapter 139 Dividing Conscience. Kavya is a social reporter at the Times of India, mainly responsible for local news in Mumbai or social news in other states. The events reported by such reporters are usually not that important, such as burning wives to death for insufficient dowry, selling children for silver, being sold as slaves, killing baby girls, and other trivial matters. In India, they are too common and not enough to stand out. They are usually handled by new reporters like Kavya, because no one will pay attention to them anyway. When she said she wanted to write a report for Sir Electric, Ron was a little surprised, but far from being surprised. How are you going to write it? He asked. Look, this is the material I collected. She handed over a stack of papers. This is Kavya's apartment, and the long curved table is piled with messy manuscripts. The already crowded living room is even more stretched after two people are stuffed in. Ron sat on the faded sofa, flipping through the materials casually, and Kavya explained it to him verbally. There was an old man with poor eyesight who miraculously regained his sight after using a water conditioner for 2 months. Now he lives well without a cane or care. His family is convinced that it was your divine power that made it all happen. They worshipped the water conditioner and prayed to it every morning and evening. As the news spread, the slum hut where the old man lived has become a kind of shrine. People came from all over the city to see this miraculous old man who had regained his sight. For those who do business in the slum, it was the best thing they had ever seen in their lives. The influx of pilgrims made their business flourish. The old man became very rich, richer than you could imagine. The pilgrims threw them money, 1 or 2 rupees at a time, and more and more. It is said that they are even preparing to set up a charity fund to treat the poor in the slums. It sounds like a fairy tale. Ron's expression was very wonderful. Yar, you also think it has the potential to be on the front page? Right, Kavya screamed happily. Isn't that too exaggerated? Ron blushed for the first time. What if there are people who really believe that water conditioning can cure diseases? And my divine power, hey, Kavya reached out and poked his chest. Brother, this is India. People are willing to believe these things. The order of this country is drawn from myths. Okay, Ron stopped tangling. There are too many abstract things in India, and this one is not bad. But he was a little confused. Kavya was an international student who returned from abroad. She should be disgusted by such news in India. Facing Ron's question, Kavya smiled contemptuously. Who do you think I am doing this for, huh? She stretched out her red-nailed foot and gently tapped his leg. Oh, you painted saffron today. Ron looked away. Brother, your weakness is broken again, right? She looked smug. You are finished, no one can save you. You don't know what you have provoked, just wait. 5 minutes later, the folding bed in Kavya's bedroom fell apart. Damn it, you should change your apartment. The bastard landlord swore to me that this folding bed can accommodate 2 people. What should I do? Ron stood there, helpless. Go to the bathroom. There is a balcony where you can hold on. There was a glass window on the balcony, and Kavya acted like a wall lizard. When doing business in India, sometimes the road goes astray. Ron clearly wanted to make Sir Electric a technology company, but in some slums, its reputation is no different from the gods and Buddhas in the Ramayana. At the construction site of the 4th row of workshops that Sir Electric was building, there were slum residents who sneaked in to pray. Ron, who heard the news, didn't know what to say. India is really outrageous. Most people don't even have basic dialectical ability, and their cognition seems to have stayed in a few centuries ago. But there are also benefits. The sales of standard water air conditioners in Mumbai have skyrocketed. It was only mid-May, and Sir Electric's water air conditioners had shipped 30,000 units, far higher than the data in the previous 2 months. Ron was looking forward to how much money he would get back in June. He thought that if he had enough money, he would go back to Uttar Pradesh. Although the Sir family was in decline, they still had some influence in the local area. As long as the conditions were similar, it would not be impossible to build a branch factory of Sir Electric in Uttar Pradesh. Inland areas are indeed more suitable for products such as water cooling air conditioners. Moving the factory to the local area for production can save a lot of costs. The rainy season in Mumbai is coming soon, a little earlier than last year, and the sales of Sir Electric factory will inevitably be affected. Taking advantage of this time to go back to his hometown and arrange for his parents' ashes, Zionaya can also put an end to worry. Boss, Ashish was like Shaseng, always reporting bad news every time he appeared. What's the matter, tell me? Ron inspected the construction site and turned to leave. The municipal committee is here, huh? What are they doing here? Ron didn't understand what the relationship between Sir Electric and the municipal government could be. Slums, you forgot. Ashish looked a little anxious. Ron thought about it for a while before he suddenly remembered. Ashish said that once the size of the slums is out of control, the people of the municipal committee will take re-election. Are there many more people in the slums? He asked. They are all attracted by the last recruitment. I don't know the exact number. Ron followed Ashish to the slums in the north. After all, he had to go to the scene to see the matter. Who made him the agent here? This time it's Kellner, the demolition king of Mumbai. Ashish was very nervous about this name. Kellner is the commissioner of the demolition office of the municipal hall. Because of his consistent style of being ruthless and impartial, he has made countless enemies in the Shiv Sena and other political parties. He has been working for nearly 20 years and has demolished a total of 285,000 illegal buildings. Not to mention the Shiv Sena's industry, he even demolished a hotel of the boss of the Dawood gang. Thackeray had no way to deal with him, and Dawood even sent someone to shoot him. But it was useless. Kellner was the kind of person who became more courageous after setbacks. He and AJ were both eccentric officials in Mumbai, and were also touted by newspapers as heroes who saved the city. When Ron and his team arrived, they saw 5 or 6 dark blue police trucks driving into an open area that seemed to be unowned. There was a row of crescent-shaped slum buildings around it, which seemed to have been built not long ago. The trucks were covered with tarpaulins. according to Shish. There were police officers inside, at least 20 police officers in each truck. An open flatbed truck carrying workers and equipment from the municipal council slowly passed through the parked police vehicles and stopped near the hut. Several officials got off the police truck and deployed the personnel in 2 rows. The workers of the municipal council jumped off the flatbed truck. Each of them was equipped with a rope with a grappling hook at one end. They threw the grappling hook onto the roof, hooked it firmly, and then pulled the rope. The fragile hut collapsed immediately, and the whole process took no more than 10 seconds. The residents inside only had time to pack the most basic things: babies, money and documents. Everything else was buried in the ruins of the house, including kerosene stoves, cooking pots, bags, mattresses, clothes and children's toys. The crowd panicked and scattered, running and shouting. The demolition was very efficient because these huts were vulnerable. It's not that no one resisted. Most of the people living in the huts were poor, and they would often break the jar and violently resist law enforcement. Some people threw stones at the demolition workers and called them traitors because most of these workers came from other slums in the surrounding area. Sometimes they even burned their own huts. Anyway, they had nothing left, so they might as well destroy them. When the orange-red flames appeared, the police finally panicked, and Ron panicked too. This large slum stretches for thousands of meters and has tens of thousands of people. Once a fire breaks out, the consequences will be disastrous. Fortunately, the police were well prepared. There were firefighting equipment on their trucks. Once the fire extinguishers and faucets were turned on, the fire was put out in no time. Ron ran over and found the leader. "Kellner, shouldn't we give them some time? The notice was issued 7 days ago." Kellner pointed to the notice on the wall of a hut. "But no one cares. This won't work. They are too emotional." Ron was a little worried. "Dr. Sir, I know you are a good person. But this won't work in Mumbai. There are too many people who need sympathy, enough to divide your entire conscience." Kellner kindly reminded that if you really want to investigate, Ron is more or less responsible for the slums. He didn't deliberately make things difficult, he was just doing his job. What can Ron say? He himself doesn't want the slums to expand endlessly, that would cause trouble. The demolition work is still going on, but in order to avoid a recurrence of what just happened, the workers specially allowed the people in the hut to move away the cooking utensils and other things first. The scene that Ashish had described appeared vividly in front of him. The women and children were dirty, they were penniless, and they didn't even have water. The demolition workers rushed over with their fangs and claws, wanting to take away everything they had left. Many people around were watching silently. Some of them were legal slum dwellers, and some were slum dwellers far from this area. Everyone was silent. Some were full of sympathy, some were full of fear, and some were filled with pent-up shame. Shame on the municipal committee's power forced them to think, "Thank God, it's not me. It's not my house, lucky, my house is fine. I am a legal slum dweller." Ashish's body trembled slightly, and his face flushed. A baby's cry pierced the silent silence, and a woman rushed to Kellner. She was holding a swaddling cloth in her hand, and the baby's cry came from there. In everyone's shocked eyes, the woman grabbed the baby's legs and swung it in the air. The next second, she was going to smash the child to the ground. They had no way to survive, so they might as well die now. Fuck, Ron and Kellner both jumped in shock. Chapter 140 Big Fish. Seeing the baby thrown to the ground, Ron and Kellner rushed over at the same time. One grabbed the baby and the other hugged the woman. She was right in front of them, one step away from them. The whole audience was stunned by this sudden change, until the baby cried wow. Everyone woke up and hurriedly pulled the woman away from the child. Ron was holding the swaddling clothes with lingering fear, and he carefully checked the child's condition. Fortunately, there was only a purple mark on the ankle, and the rest was fine. The woman knelt on the ground and cried loudly, and people couldn't say anything to blame her. If she hadn't been desperate to a certain extent, how could she have the heart to kill her child? The ramshackle hut behind her was the foundation of her survival. If it was demolished today, her child would die in a month. Because the rainy season is coming, there is no place to shelter from the wind and rain. Such a small baby can't survive. She will die of typhoid fever, dysentery, and hunger. The crowd watching felt sympathetic, and Ron was no better. A helpless woman had to use the death of her child to fight against the demolition of illegal buildings. What the hell was that? Kellner sighed with an ugly face. He knew that he would return empty-handed again today. He was selfless and hated evil, but he would not joke with human life. Besides, if something really happened, he would be in trouble. The Shiv Sena party was worried about not finding an excuse, and the Dowd gang would incite the people to attack his office. The demolition work had stopped, and the workers stood there blankly, not knowing what to do. Kellner waved his hand and asked them to withdraw. They couldn't demolish anymore. Who knows what would happen if they continued to demolish? Ron glanced at the messy slums. There were about 60 households and at least 200 people's homes reduced to ruins. The entire demolition operation took less than 20 minutes. Mumbai's slums will never be demolished, Kellner lamented. If the housing problem is not solved, the slums will not disappear. Ron knew the crux of the problem. But if we want to build new houses, we must first demolish the slums. Kellner smiled bitterly. Perhaps because of what happened just now, or perhaps because he needed to find someone to complain to, Kellner and Ron explained how difficult it is to demolish slums in Mumbai. Mumbai has a total of 23 administrative districts, and each district has a special demolition team. But in fact, the illegal buildings in Mumbai were built with the connivance of the government and the police. The routine operation of demolition is to issue a statement 7 days in advance and require the residents to produce relevant documents. If valid property certificates cannot be provided after 7 days, demolition is imperative. But our staff are afraid of violent resistance, and there are also some sympathetic factors. But the most serious problem is the problem of betrayal. Once the statement is issued, someone will use money to smooth the relationship. Ron understood what Kellner meant. The employees of the demolition office get money from people and help them get rid of disasters, because the bribes received from an illegal hotel may be more than the money he earned in his entire life in the department. These demolished places, Kellner pointed to the ruins, will be rebuilt in a few hours, and they will keep building and building. Why don't they go somewhere else? Ron didn't understand why these people were so stubborn here. Because other places are full, Kellner chuckled with sarcasm. The slums also have quotas, and those who can't squeeze in can only live on the sidewalks. Ron understood that the people in the slums also have rights. Their rights are placed on the small huts, and once they are lost, they will be replaced by the newcomers. I once vowed to demolish an illegal building in Mahim district, but every time I demolished it and left, a few hours later, people rebuilt the house. Sometimes we went there 2 or 3 times a day, and they rebuilt it 2 or 3 times. When we demolished it, they hid behind the railway tracks, and when we left, they came back. It's endless. You can't keep fighting them. The city hall spends 1,000 rupees to demolish each illegal building. And there are nearly 2,000 illegal buildings in Mahim district alone, and Kellner can only sigh in despair. This is a dead end. The Mumbai government cannot allow the slums to expand without limit, which will destroy the city. But they can't come up with a reliable solution, so they can only demolish and build and demolish. Why can't the city be expanded, such as developing the suburbs of Mumbai? Ron asked. Because some people don't want to. It harms their interests. Kellner pointed to his feet, meaning that the vested interests in South Mumbai are blocking it. Someone once suggested moving New Mumbai to the east, where there are large tracts of land and the ownership is in the hands of the government. The blueprint of urban planners is to build New Mumbai into an east-west pattern, not just limited to the current Mumbai island. But the construction developers and government officials colluded and ruined the plan. Mumbai's construction can only be planned on an island, and no matter how much they try, it will only become more and more crowded. The demolition work over there was suspended, and the police and the workers of the municipal committee climbed onto the truck and prepared to leave. When will your factory be expanded? Kellner glanced at the factory area in the south, where there was a clanging sound when the foundation was laid. When there is nothing left to build on that 100 acres of land, Ron shrugged. Then the slums here won't be demolished for years. Faced with Kellner's complaints, Ron could only play dumb. Mumbai already has more than 2,000 slums anyway, so one more wouldn't be needed. At least Sir Electric supports a large number of workers. Mumbai needs stability the most now. This is his confidence. I'll come again next week. Kellner waved and left. On the edge of the slums, the ruins that had just been demolished. Now there are people coming back in groups, packing up their belongings and preparing to rebuild. The trucks carrying the demolition workers started, and they hadn't gone far, but everyone turned a blind eye to it. They couldn't change anything, Kellner couldn't change anything, and Ron couldn't change anything either. The city would continue to be in such a shabby state, unless there was a tsunami or an earthquake that destroyed everything. The slums didn't take up too much of Ron's energy. They had their own rules, and there was no need for outsiders to intervene. His duty is to ensure the safety of the legal slums. As long as they are there, the illegal slums will be rebuilt quickly no matter how many times they are destroyed. There is a top-down order relationship. Ron controls the workers, and the legal slums where the workers live restrict the illegal slums. This is one of the underlying logics of Mumbai. Ron only needs to grasp the most important part. After appeasing the workers of the Sir Electric factory, Luca came to the door again soon. Ron, have you got the American passport I told you about last time? That thing is more troublesome than counterfeiting money. After all, we have to deceive the eyes of the U.S. Customs, but now we can't wait. My fellow villager has arrived at the dock. Which dock? Mumbai dock. What? Ron's eyes widened. Things have changed. He's wanted in Brazil and can't stay there anymore. Luca spread his hands. How did he get here? Ron's brain was a little out of order. Following our ship, my brother brought him to the Arabian Sea. Anand sent someone to pick him up at the dock and hide him in a pile of salted fish. You guys are really a bunch of geniuses. Ron was a little speechless. Is your brother here to buy goods again? Brother, I told you a long time ago that South America is a huge market. You should invest in this business. Okay, arrange for me to meet your fellow villager. Ron interrupted him. Ron was still considering whether to change from a broker to participant. Let's get the passport thing done first. It can be seen that Luca is very enthusiastic about this matter. Ron guessed that the corrupt official also gave him benefits, otherwise he would not run around so much just based on acquaintances. In the evening, the two rushed to the dock fishing village, where Anand was waiting. Ron, he sent Luca away and came over stealthily. When did you get so bold that you dared to do smuggling? He is different, he is a big fish, Anand said excitedly. What do you mean? Ron became interested. This Brazilian embezzled more than $1 million. This time he brought at least half of it with him, filling a large box. Ron blinked and forgot to breathe for a moment. Damn, doing business doesn't make money as fast as embezzling. More than $1 million, even if all his assets are counted, it's not that much. Anand got the news on the ship that this Brazilian corrupt official embezzled a large amount of charity funds. That was the funds allocated by the International Monetary Fund to build basic public facilities, including the funds to build a children's hospital. In the end, he didn't build the hospital, and he transported the sick, injured and dying children to a remote camp, leaving them to fend for themselves. After the incident, even the Brazilian mafia couldn't stand it and prepared to offer a reward to capture him. If Luca's brother hadn't had some influence in the local area, this corrupt official would never have been able to escape. This bad guy is clamoring to go to the United States. He doesn't even want to stay in Mumbai. My God, there are people in this world who don't like Mumbai. Ron, is he stupid? Where's he? In this warehouse. Anand pointed to the wooden house in front of him. This is where fishermen usually store their fishing tools. Because of the erosion of the sea breeze, the wooden boards are covered with mold. From a distance, Ron can smell a fishy smell. He pushed open the wooden door and stepped onto the salt-stained ground. The Brazilian corrupt official was sitting on a group of dried fishing nets. He was in his 40s, obese, and there were few hairs left on his bald head. When he saw Ron coming in, he hid his suitcase behind him in panic. Luca and another Brazilian comforted him, so he didn't scream out in fear. Ask him how urgent it is to get an American passport. Ron didn't understand Portuguese, so he asked Luca to translate for him. The sooner the better, but before going to the United States, I have to go to Canada first. Unexpectedly, this Brazilian corrupt official could speak English. But after hearing the answer, Ron smiled. There's an unspoken rule in the passport business. They don't care about the customer's skin color, beliefs, race or position. No matter how innocent or evil the other party is, they only have one question. How urgent are you? The answer determines the price. P.S. I am preparing the plot of Uttar Pradesh. I have checked a lot of information, and I really dare not write some of it. The author is considering whether to tell the story there from the shallow to the deep, step by step, and slowly, worried that it would be risky to reveal the explosive material right at the beginning. Chapter 141 Can't do it. If you want to go to Canada, you have to apply for a Canadian passport, Ron replied with a smile. Then get one, I'll pay for it, my family is there, the fat corrupt official responded hurriedly. No problem, $300,000, and I'll send you to the United States within 3 days. What? The fat corrupt official screamed. Are you kidding? $50,000 in Brazil can do it, or, I'll send you back to Brazil. Ron's face turned cold. Luca wanted to say something, but he glared back. Want to take $500,000 to the United States intact? It's too naive. Look at what this corrupt official has done. He even dares to steal the life-saving money of children. For such a person, Ron can't relieve his evil heart unless he kills him. The corrupt official wanted to curse, and he was furious. But looking at the bodyguard beside Ron, he quickly stopped. This is Mumbai. If you pissed off the other party, you might be robbed by the thieves. Not to mention, if it wasn't for Luca, Ron wouldn't even want to leave him $1. In order to leave this hellhole as soon as possible, the fat corrupt official gritted his teeth and agreed. 3 days. If you can't do it, I'll leave, Ron chuckled, and he didn't care about the other party's cowardice. Leave? Without his order, the other party couldn't even leave this wooden house. Luca winked at his younger brother and followed Ron outside. Brother, he has some relationship with my family after all. He's a villain. Don't tell me you don't know what he did. Even so, that can't be. Okay, Luca, I'll only take 300,000. I'm not interested in the rest. You can do it yourself. Luca's step stagnated, his face embarrassed. Hundreds of thousands of dollars. He also has ideas. What acquaintances? Is it more fragrant than dollars? He doesn't even care about the lives of those Brazilians who buy medicine, so why would he care about these? Being able to send the corrupt official to the United States safely, even if it's out of friendship, he didn't do it too much? Keep an eye on him, don't let him slip away, Ron reminded. He should have some connections in Canada. We only take the money and won't cause any other trouble. I know. We're only after money, not life. Luca patted his chest to assure. Tisk, that sounded weird. Ron shook his head and left. Ron went to find Hila. The passport business would have to fall on her. Hila had just finished taking a shower. She had stayed in the study for too long. The lightbox made her sweat all over. What did you want to talk to me about? She stroked her hair, full of energy. Oh, business, big business. Ron came back to his senses. Hila glanced at him. Come in first. No, the business I'm talking about is Daoli. That American passport, I mentioned it last time. Oh, I remember. That passport is being verified and will be ready soon. A clean passport has to go through 2 checks. There is a customs officer at the Mumbai airport who has the right to use the airport computer. He is responsible for the first check. Ghani, who was in charge of the passport business under Hardhan, ordered his men to write down the passport number of the issuing country and the name of the original holder of each passport that needed to be checked on a piece of paper, and then hand it to the official at the time and place specified by the official. He crossed out the passports listed on the paper that had been specially marked in the computer. A day or 2 later, the official returned the paper. Some of the passports that were specially marked were originally held by people who had been declared internationally wanted criminals. Some were originally held by people who were listed as suspects, perhaps involved in illegal transactions or had disturbing political factors. These marked passports would be screened out and could not be sold on the black market. Hardhan also had integrity in doing business. However, the marked passports were still useful. Hila would remove the saddle stitching and take out the usable part to serve as blank pages for other passports. In India, they could also be used as registered passports when foreigners checked into hotels. Hotel staff were not so careful when filling out the C form. As long as it was a passport, it would be fine. Except for not being able to leave the country, problematic passports were still unimpeded in India. After the first screening at the customs, the remaining passports were sent to the second inspection checkpoint, the offices of various airlines. Major airlines also have a specially marked list of passports, which mainly record bad passengers with poor credit ratings, those who have defrauded airlines, and those who have been violent when flying. Those who need to forge passports are smugglers or illegal personnel. They naturally do not want to attract the attention of airlines or customs. Only after these 2 checkpoints are the remaining passports clean. Ghani, a subordinate of Kadhan, has arranged people in most airlines in Mumbai, enough to ensure that the selected passports can be used in most countries in the world. The passport prepared for the Brazilian corrupt official is now going through this process. Dear, we have to speed up. 3 days, and we have to prepare a Canadian passport. Why are you so anxious all of a sudden? Look at my eyes, there are dark circles under my eyes. Hila deliberately bent down and pulled down her collar. You are beautiful, Hila, Ron comforted her, but like I just said, This is a big business. $300,000. What? Hila straightened up with a bang, and there was a shake in her pajamas. Are you shocked? Ron raised his head proudly. I ripped him off. Then he told Hila about the corrupt official. He would not feel guilty no matter how many times he cheated such a person. God, this is a big fat sheep in the passport business. Even if you offer a price of $500,000, they will agree in the end. Hila regretted not being able to make an extra $200,000. Isn't this too much? I feel that $300,000 is his bottom line. No, Ron, you don't understand. He will agree. He is the kind of customer who will be in danger of his life without a passport. During Hila's career, there are three main types of customers who buy illegal passports. The first type is economic refugees, those who are forced to leave their homes due to famine and poverty. Most of them will choose European countries such as Germany and Italy, hoping to live a good life abroad. One or several families, sometimes even the entire village, will pool money to buy a passport and send a particularly beloved son to the beautiful place they long for. Once there, the man will work to repay the loan. Finally, buy a new passport so that other young men and women can come. This type of passport is usually cheaper, ranging from $5,000 to $20,000. It is also called a poverty passport by industry insiders like Hila. Political refugees are the second largest customer. The reason they flee abroad is often because of very serious unrest or war. The Persian Gulf countries are the largest potential customer base. They are close to Mumbai and have never lived a peaceful day. The price of this passport is usually within $50,000, depending on the danger of escaping the war zone. The third type of customer is illegal fugitives, who may be smugglers, killers, or fallen dictators, warlords, and secret police. They are most in need of passports and often do not care about the price. Get a passport and be reborn from now on. The past history and sins will be wiped out at the moment of the transaction. If you can't get a passport, everything will end, no matter how much money you have. So the corrupt official will definitely agree, unless he loves money more than his life. Hila brought Ron to the studio. She picked up a passport from the table and handed it to him. It was the American passport that the corrupt official needed. Unexpectedly, it was not that new, and some places even had deliberate stains, so that each page of the fake passport looked realistic and natural. The stamp was also slightly tilted at an angle, and the blurred imprint was just right. Will it be usable after the airline checks it? Ron asked. It's almost there. Hila pointed to the blank travel record page on the passport. We have to write a history for each new passport. Old passports obtained from foreigners often have blank travel records for several months or even years. If this does not match the experience of the current holder, it will also cause trouble. Some passports have expired visas, and that period must be erased from the passport before it can be used. In order to stamp the exit stamp of Mumbai airport before the last visa arrives, so that people think that the passport holder has left the country within the validity period of the visa, this requires some tricks. Hila will use the spare stamps to create a history of moving between countries for this passport. It must be ensured that the time logic makes sense, and the latest stamp must be the visa stamp here in India. This is also a science. Hila's desk is piled with flight logs of major airlines, which list the flight dates and arrival dates of flights to various countries. The passport history fabricated by these materials is highly credible and almost flawless. I can't do this kind of business, Ron was amazed. This is not the most difficult. I once helped a client create a 20-year travel experience, allowing him to go from Africa to the United States safely. Only you can do it. Ron shrugged. So can you get 2 passports in 3 days? Very difficult. Hila shook her head. There is not enough time. At most I can get the American passport. What should I do? Ron was dumbfounded. He couldn't just rob the $300,000. I can only go to Canada to launder the money. I will be responsible for it myself. Hila made a decision quickly. Launder? Ron was confused. This is a shortcut to quickly send customers to their destinations. Someone must cooperate. Hila smiled mysteriously. She was ready to handle the $300,000 business herself. In the past, this kind of work would be done by hard-hands people, and Hila would only be responsible for forging passports. But the commission she gets is small. At most a few $1,000s. Hard-hands people don't know about the existence of corrupt Brazilian officials, so she will find other excuses to cover it up. She and Ron will do this business privately, and they must get the biggest share of the $300,000. Okay, 3 days later, I'll take the Brazilian guy to cooperate with you. Ron nodded. Chapter 142 Bleach. Laundering is the jargon in the passport business, which requires the use of domestic transfer routes to achieve the purpose of smuggling. There are thousands of refugees from the Persian Gulf in Mumbai who want to seek asylum in places such as Canada, Australia and the United States. But those countries usually refuse to provide them with visas, and they cannot arrive in the asylum countries openly. At this time, you need to use another loophole. As long as you set foot on the land of a Western country, you can claim to be an asylum seeker. After physically smuggling, the visa is no longer important. The local immigration authority will evaluate whether these people's asylum applications are legitimate. If they are genuine political refugees, then the application will often be approved. The key is to get them into Canada, Sweden or other popular asylum countries first, which requires laundering to achieve. Did you remember everything I told you? Ron asked again. Remember it clearly. Don't get off the plane when you arrive in Delhi, and fly all the way to Canada. The Brazilian corrupt official looked nervous. Hey, relax, this is my territory. Ron chuckled and patted him on the shoulder. Mumbai International Airport was suspended for a few days during the bombings, but it has long since returned to its former prosperity. The reception of Ron's travel company was open as usual. They were now sitting in a lounge, waiting for the flight to take off. The Brazilian corrupt official looked at Ron and then at Luca, with tension, reluctance, anger, fear, and a hint of expectation for the future in his eyes. He had very little of his $500,000 left, all thanks to these two people. One asked for $300,000 to apply for a passport. The other took the remaining $100,000 in cash under the pretext of investing in the pharmaceutical business. Fortunately, he had saved a trick and asked his family to take the remaining US dollars to Canada in advance. As long as he could leave this hellhole and go to Canada, he could still enjoy the sweet air of freedom and democracy. Knock, knock, knock. Someone knocked on the door outside. It was Hila. She was wearing a loose shirt and trousers, and sunglasses on her face. She looked no different from an ordinary European tourist. Are you all ready? She took off her sunglasses and looked over. Already in place, Ron patted the purse in his hand. Okay, let's make one last confirmation. Hila took out her green boarding pass and shook it. Here's mine. The Brazilian corrupt official also took out his red boarding pass. His destination was Delhi, while Hila's destination was Canada. Very good, it's time to go. See you on the plane. Hila smiled confidently and strode away. Remember her face, you'll know what to do on the plane. Ron also took the Brazilian corrupt official to the ticket gate. Obviously, it was not realistic to help the Brazilian buy a ticket to Canada directly. Because before buying a ticket, you have to show the latest visa issued by Canada. But they didn't have time to make a fake passport, so this way would not work. There was no need to think about visas from legal channels, otherwise the Brazilian corrupt official would not have fallen to the point of running away. At this time, Hila needed to take action. She used her fake visa to buy a ticket to Canada. As a well-dressed white person with a European face, Hila had always been subject to cursory inspections when passing through customs, and no one had ever specifically checked her visa. Ron helped the Brazilian corrupt official buy a domestic flight ticket on the same flight, from Mumbai to Delhi. Yes, Hila and the Brazilian corrupt official took the same flight. It flies both domestic and international routes. It takes off from Mumbai, lands in Delhi, and then transfers to Canada. The international boarding pass is green, while the domestic boarding pass is red. As soon as the plane takes off, Hila will exchange boarding passes with a Brazilian corrupt official. At Delhi Airport, only those with green international boarding passes can stay on the plane. Hila will get off the plane in Delhi with a red boarding pass, allowing the Brazilian corrupt official to continue flying to Canada, where he can directly seek asylum. This is the whitewashing route, which is a game of switching people. In Delhi, Hila will stay in a 5-star hotel for one night, and then fly back the next day. This trick is very effective. In the current era of less developed technology, it works every time. Now the Brazilian corrupt official has successfully passed the security check and is heading to the boarding gate. He can't buy tickets from any airline in India with his identity, but Ron can. Sing from the airline and Harry from the customs. As long as he calls, everything will be done. Look, Ron and Hila can even open up a route channel together. However, this business is somewhat risky, and the two are not interested in it. If it weren't for this big fish, Hila would not have personally gone out. $300,000 have been obtained. Tisk, this kind of business still makes money quickly. However, part of this money will be given to Gani, who is under Katan. After all, the American passport has mobilized his resources. The rest will be divided equally between Ron and Hila, at least $100,000 each. Unknowingly, Ron's foreign exchange treasury has become fatter. Lazu moved into a new apartment, a one-bedroom apartment, not far from Mira Road railway station. Standing at the window, she can clearly see the overpass outside that extends in all directions and crosses the railway tracks. On the other side is the railway station, and the school opposite has a huge sign hanging outside, with 4 big characters in Richmond College written on it. This is a view she has never experienced before. There is no such a big sky in the slums, and the women's compartment on the train is not as quiet as this. The apartment is very beautiful, all in Western style. The two Roman columns are majestic, and the exterior facade is so white that people dare not look at it for too long. The triangular lintel, Chippendale roof, and leaf finials were architectural styles that Ryu had never seen before. It was also the first time that she had her own room. When she stood in the empty bedroom, she was even at a loss. The room was too big, and she couldn't sleep. During the sleepless nights, she actually missed the noise of the slums. She used to be a teacher there, teaching the children some basic knowledge. Ryu wanted the children in the slums to at least be qualified to apply for jobs when they grow up, so she rented the second floor of a shack and opened a cram school. If Ashish had time, he would also go to teach the children. All of this was voluntary labor. Apart from the classroom rent and the salary paid to other cram school teachers, she had no surplus this year. Unfortunately, the conflict broke out later, and the Jageshwari district was the source of the riots. Many people moved away from there, a large number of buildings were destroyed and sealed, and there were very few children coming to the cram school. Later, Ryu came to Sir Electric at Ashish's request. Then ding dong. The doorbell rang. Lazu left a balcony and came to the entrance. Standing outside the door was Ron. How is it here? Are you used to it? It was his first time here, but he felt like he was at home. He picked up the water cup on the table and drank it. The cheese in the refrigerator did not escape his clutches. It's too quiet here, Lazu held back for a long time and said only this. She wanted to say that the cup was hers and that the cheese was half-bitten, but she gave up in the end. You will enjoy this quietness in the future, Ron chuckled. It is easy to go from frugality to luxury, but it is difficult to go from luxury to frugality. This silly girl used to live a hard life and never enjoyed happiness. Ron came to the balcony and looked carefully. Well, the whole community is a poor imitation of Western architecture. 2 Roman columns rose from the mud, abruptly like movie props. These postmodern buildings are neither fish nor fowl and have low taste. The exterior wall facades of gypsum powder are just waiting for the first rain to wash away the thin paint. All the buildings have been restored to their original shape, revealing the dull, mottled, and unchanging loess underneath. As expected, it was hard to find a good house to rent in such a suburb. The only advantage was that it was close to the station and not far from Sir Electric appliances. If he couldn't make it back sometimes, he could stay here overnight. Laju, is your magic oil ready? Ron had already started to daydream. Now, Laju was a little surprised and stuttered. I've been feeling tired recently, can you help me massage it? Ron pretended to put his hand on his waist. He had only been to Hila's place in the past 2 days, and now there happened to be a lot of stock. Isn't this a coincidence? I'll go take a shower first. Laju stammered a few words, not knowing what excuse to make. Although she was already a big girl, she had no experience in this kind of thing. Oh, that's perfect. Let's go together. Let's go together, Ron followed in shamelessly. Laju was a real Indian girl, the one that Anand had been thinking about letting Ron try. Well, I have to say that Indian girls are very good at it. For example, they know traditional yoga, and you can't grasp some of the movements at all. It was like a stunt, and Ron was stunned. Fortunately, the Indian magic oil was also authentic, so he stayed here for a whole night. Ron was very satisfied, he liked novelty. The 5 of them took turns, and they rested for the remaining 2 days and played with little Nia. When Ron drove back to the fortress area, he ran into Anand and Luca. Wow, Ron, Anand shouted exaggeratedly, we looked for you everywhere, went to every restaurant with strippers, every bar with black market dealers, every dirty slum, okay, What's the matter? Ron interrupted his nonsense. He looked for you, Anand pointed at Luca beside him. Man, this car is so fucking cool. Where did you get it from? Luca was walking around the brand new Ford Taurus at this time. Just like our medicine, it came from the sea. After meeting Harry last time, he quickly acted as a middleman and helped Ron contact a car dealer. Of course, this kind of imported goods cannot be imported normally. After all, the tax rate is frighteningly high. After buying off the customs, it was easy. Ron only spent an extra $20,000 to get this Ford car. After I complete this order, I want one too. Luca was very excited. Brother, this is why I came to you. Have you found a way to get the special medicine I mentioned last time? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 143 Special Slums. Luca used to do pharmaceutical business. Although he also targeted patented drugs, it was not too difficult to deal with. It's not that Brazil doesn't have genuine drugs, but ordinary people can't afford them or can't afford them for a long time. Generic drugs, as substitutes, accurately grasp the needs of ordinary patients. Luca shipped more drugs 3 times, each time more, and even began to radiate to surrounding South American countries. He tasted the sweetness and began to pursue more profitable business. It's just a small box, man, Luca gestured with his fingers. Someone is paying $2,000 for it. This is incredible, a small box with only a few pills? If their ships were all carrying this kind of goods, they would have more money than they could spend in their lifetime. But this drug is not on the market at all. It's still in the laboratory stage. Even Pan can't get it, so we have to think of a way. I know you have other ways. Luca didn't give up. You know what it means to be a drug in the clinical stage? Ron looked at him. Brother, I understand what you mean. But people with terminal illnesses can't care so much. He knows the cost better than us. The anti-cancer drugs that Luca wants only have relatively mature processes in Europe and the United States. India's generic drug companies are still in the exploratory stage, which requires a lot of experimental data to verify. Even if you know the formula of generic drugs, it is not so easy to reproduce it 100%, and the necessary experiments must be done. Obviously, Luca can't wait. If someone wields a knife to ask for that kind of medicine, he can get it. It's that simple. He doesn't care about the efficacy of the medicine, whether it will kill people, and whether it is allowed by law. I'll take you to the slums in a few days. Why go there? Luca was stunned. When you can't get what you want in the Mumbai black market, you might as well go to the slums to get some information. Ron smiled mysteriously. The slums are not useless. It connects the positive and negative sides of the city, and countless gossips gather and spread here. Ron visited the slums of Taj Ali again after a few months, and Anand led the way personally. The air here is very sweet, and all the pores on my body are open. He moved away from here and lived in a better and bigger house, but he often missed it. Be careful. There's something under your feet. Luca pointed at a pile of feces and screamed in fear. It doesn't matter if you step on it, just go to the beach and wash it off. Anand nimbly avoided it. God, I'd rather go to a gunfight with a gang than explore the slums. Luca doubted for the first time whether Ron's bad idea was really useful. What is Taj busy with recently? Ron asked Anand. Busy marrying a third wife. What? Luca was stunned. Ron was also a little surprised. Taj Ali was so old, but he didn't expect that he was still as good as ever. Alibay has 3 wives now, and he can marry another one. Anand shook his head with a smile. There's nothing to be surprised about. As long as the old herdsmen have the conditions, they will have more than one wife. Although Taj Ali lives in the slums, he is the boss here. His first wife was 2 years younger than him, and his second wife was 10 years younger than him. According to Anand, the newly married third wife is only 20 years old. She is a widow with 4 children. If Taj Ali hadn't taken them in, it would have been difficult for them to find new husbands, because they were 4 girls. His 3 wives gave birth to 10 children for him, and more than 15 children, including the burden. In order to make them financially independent, Taj Ali bought 4 sewing machines. The first wife, Fatima, set up the sewing machine under the canvas awning outside the house and hired 1, 2, 3, and finally 4 male tailors to make shirts and trousers. This medium-sized workshop provided a livelihood for the tailors and their families, and also brought in some profits, which were shared equally by the 3 wives. Taj Ali did not interfere in the business and paid for all household expenses. The money earned by his 3 wives belonged to them, and they could spend or save it as they pleased. After a while, the tailors bought the slum huts around Taj Ali's house, and their wives and children lived next to Taj's wife and children, forming a large family of 30 or 40 people who regarded Taj as a father and friend. It's a comfortable and contented family, with no quarrels or anger, Anand introduced proudly. The children play happily and work hard. Oh my God, this is so strange, Luca shouted. What's strange? Anand asked. With so many people living together, what do the couple do at night? I mean, what do the children do? The children will pretend to sleep, Anand is experienced. You mean pretending to sleep? Luca shouted. Yes, when I was 5 years old, I overheard my parents doing that. Then I was able to have my first child at the age of 15. Luca was numb. He turned his head to look at Ron, who shrugged. This is really nothing strange. India is like this. Children don't need any sex education at all. They have been exposed to it since childhood and have already mastered it. I suddenly found that Brazil is not that bad, Luca muttered to himself. He didn't understand, but he was shocked. The 3 of them twisted and turned in the low slums, and finally arrived at Taj's house when the sun was at its highest. Taj Ali still looked the same, with short silver hair, thin and strong, and a loud voice. I don't understand these medicines, but I know where they might be. He handed the note in his hand to his youngest son behind him. What do you mean? Ron showed an interested look. Before coming here, he had inquired about other black markets in Mumbai, but without exception, he did not get the answer he wanted. Unexpectedly, there was a turn for the better with Taj Ali. Sure enough, his initial hunch was right. In a special slum, Abu will take you there. Taj Ali suddenly smiled. His youngest son Abdullah was only 13 years old. When Ron was doing free medical treatment here before, he often helped to run around. He was very active in leading Ron, chattering all the way. Tell me, where did your father get the medicine I gave me before? Yes, they are a group of smart people. Abu was full of admiration. When Ron was doing free medical treatment in the slums, all the medicines were prepared by Taj Ali and his people, including some scarce injections. This was very unusual, especially for a slum. However, because it might involve Taj Ali's secret business, Ron did not inquire more. Now that Luca had no clues, he used this favor. Now it seems that they will not return empty-handed. So where is that special slum? Luca asked. The leprosy slum is far away from here, outside the suburbs. We have to take the train to get there. Abu waved in front, asking them to follow. Wait, what did you just say? Leprosy? Luca's eyes widened. Yes. All the medicines in Mumbai can be found there. It's amazing. Abu raised his head proudly. Oh. God, Luca shouted, did you hear that? Ron, it's leprosy. This is a word that makes people shudder. There is no need to elaborate on the horrors. Everyone knows it. The strange thing is that Abu and Anand didn't seem too surprised. Abu, are you familiar with that place? Ron asked. Of course, I go there 2 or 3 times a month. We give them clothes and food, and they give us medicine. They are friends. There are several institutions in Mumbai that take in leprosy patients, but the cluster that Abu mentioned is obviously not one of them. Abu said that the men and women there refuse to go to those institutions. Although they provide medical care in a clean environment, the rules are strict. Not all leprosy patients can accept those rules, so some choose to leave, and some are driven out. Slum residents take in people of all classes, races, and situations, showing a broad mind, but this mind rarely extends to leprosy patients. Neither the street committee nor the slum boss can accept them. Leprosy patients are avoided by people like the plague. They have to form their own mobile slums. If they come across an empty space, they will settle there in less than an hour. They can also leave without a trace in a shorter time. Sometimes they live next to the garbage dump for several weeks, invading the territory of the scavengers who live here for a long time, and the two sides engage in offensive and defensive battles. Sometimes, they settle down in wet and soft open spaces or industrial wastewater outlets. They were a group of abandoned people who could only wander around the outskirts of the city. Ron was also very afraid of leprosy, which was an infectious disease. Just hearing the name was terrifying. But he still decided to go and see. because Abdullah said there were healthy people there, as long as there was no close contact. Moreover, in this era, leprosy can be cured, and it is not that scary. Ordinary people are just scared by its long reputation, but they don't know that there is a vaccine. If the situation is really too bad, the worst thing is to turn back. Don't take the train, let's drive, Ron. Luca looked at him in disbelief. You fucking love money more than I do, just tell me whether you are going or not. Ron stood by the car waiting for him. Go. That's a business of $2,000 a box, he shouted and got into the car angrily. The new Ford left the Chayopati Bay, and the cool breeze from the bay gradually subsided, and then was blocked by the streets lined with tall terraced houses. They drove through the Parsi community, the Diamond Bazaar, and into the crowded traffic. They shuttled back and forth between motorcycles, buses, trucks, bicycles, bullock carts and pedestrians, and there were dangers everywhere. Ron's driving skills improved by leaps and bounds in Mumbai. About half an hour later, under the guidance of Abdullah, they arrived near the suburb of Kar. In the distance, a shabby shelter was built on the rusty stones of the railway branch line. This was their destination. The group got off the car and, led by passed through the gap between the fences and crossed the trench to enter the railway area. This rusty high ground is the train assembly and standby area, where most city line trains and many freight trains stop. Behind the substation are supporting offices, warehouses, and maintenance sheds. Behind them is a huge shunting area, where dozens of railways intersect in a large open space. Outside the barbed wire is the comfortable and bustling suburb of Karl, where you can see traffic, gardens, balconies and markets. The railway area is a lifeless and barren land with no plants, no animals, and no people. The slum for lepers is located here. Ron and Luca looked at each other and followed Abu forward. Chapter 144 Seeds. This was a diamond-shaped open space, where many huts were built. These huts were not even as high as Ron's chest, and from a distance they looked like small wedge-shaped tents shrouded in smoke. When you get closer, you can see that they are extremely shabby, even worse than the houses in the slums. The huts were hastily built with bent branches as the frame, cardboard and plastic fragments as the building materials, tied with thin ropes. It is no exaggeration to say that any one of Ron's group could raise the entire camp to the ground in less than a minute with just one hand. But there were 30 or 40 lepers living here, which refreshed Ron's impression of the slums again. They approached without being stopped. It was not until they arrived at a hut near the center of the camp that the residents around stopped what they were doing and stared at them, but no one spoke. Abu greeted them skillfully, and Ron and Luca couldn't help but look around. It was hard not to look at them, and once you looked, it was hard not to stare at them. Some people had no noses, most had no fingers, and some were so serious that their lips and ears began to disappear. For some reason, the female patient's appearance was much more severely damaged than the male patient. The two also had completely different attitudes towards outsiders. The woman was shy and fearful, while the man was proud and had a combative look. But they always stood far away and never approached, and Ron and Luca did not move at all. Damn it, when did that Abu finish breathing? My legs are about to cramp. Luca did not understand Hindi. He is asking about the news of the boss here. He will be fine soon. Ron was also a little scared. This place was too weird, reminding him of the scene of a certain Resident Evil game. Fortunately, there was one thing that comforted him, that is, the children around him. They did not have any signs of illness, they were all very thin, but they looked healthy and quite healthy. And all the children worked very hard, their little hands were responsible for grasping things. At this moment, a man climbed out from behind the small house in the center. He tried to stand up to greet a few people, and two children immediately appeared to support the man. He was also ravaged by leprosy and was very short, only about as tall as Ron's waist. His lips and the lower part of his face had been eaten away to pieces of hard lumps, and the place where his nose should have been was a hole. Abhu, kid, he said in Marathi, hello, have you eaten? I'm fine, Ranjit Bey, Abhu replied respectfully, I brought them to see you, we just ate, thank you. Ron had a hard time listening because the man named Ranjit had no mouth, and many of his pronunciations were impossible to hear. There were children around who brought stools for them to sit on, and several of them did not refuse and sat in front of Ranjit's house. A small group of people gathered around them, sitting or standing around them. This is Ranjit Bey, Abhu introduced loudly in Hindi so that everyone could hear. He is the boss of the leprosy slum, the king here, and the boss of the Black Hat Club. Luca was confused, but Ron understood a little. In Hindi, Black Hat is sometimes used to refer to thieves. Because in the Arthur Road jail in Mumbai, thieves serving sentences had to wear black ring hats, so the Black Hat got its name. Thinking of the clever people that Abu had mentioned before, Ron guessed that they were all masters of stealing. Ranjit and other leprosy patients also accepted Abu's introduction with pleasure, and they were even proud of it. "Hello, Ranjit Bhai," Ron said in Hindi. "My last name is Sir." The crowd was a little commotion, but Ranjit remained the same. "Are you a doctor?" he asked. "No," Ron denied without hesitation. He was worried that the other party would ask him to treat leprosy for these people. "Dr. Sir is a good man," Abu added. Ron turned his head and stared at him blankly. "Thank you so much, Abu." A child brought them glasses filled with water and tea in chip cups. Ron and Luca waved their hands, indicating that they didn't need it. But Abu gulped down the water without any hesitation. Ranjit tilted his head back, and a child poured water into his throat. "Abu told me that you need medicine." This time Ranjit actually used English. His teeth clicked together when he spoke, and because he didn't have lips to pronounce, many words were seriously distorted. Luca's eyes widened, but he still didn't understand. At this time, there was a child next to Ranjit, perhaps his son, who repeated his words in a light and steady voice. "If you have these medicines, we can buy them at a high price." Ron handed over a note. The child took it and looked at it for a while, and whispered the words on a note in Ranjit's ear. "No money, as long as you agree to one condition of mine." "What?" Ron was a little surprised. Ranjit called out a name, and a tall teenage boy walked out of the crowd and put a canvas bag at Ron and his feet. He knelt down and opened the canvas bag to reveal a pile of injections and plastic bottles inside, some of which had labels on them. "Oh, this is it." Luca no longer cared about anything. He flipped through the medicines in the bag, and the more he looked, the more excited he became. All of them. All of them were the medicines he wanted, without missing a single one, and even more. "Where did they get these drugs?" Ron asked Abdullah. "Stolen," he answered. "Stolen? How?" "Very skillful stealing," he laughed triumphantly. Right, the people around him echoed in unison, without a trace of humor. They accepted Abdullah's praise seriously, as if they were appreciating the artwork they created collectively, the stolen artwork. "How do they deal with these things?" "I mean, these are not common drugs on the market, these are just gifts when stealing. The useful ones are sold on the black market," Abdullah answered. The useful drugs he mentioned are probably those common drugs. These experimental products with only labels have become a burden and no one cares about them. Leprosy patients have their own sales network and secret markets in every major city in India. Due to historical reasons, they have mastered superb stealing skills. They rely on this skill to survive to this day. Their customers are all lawless people, militants, separatist forces, ambitious people, and bandits. Those people cannot buy drugs from regular channels because the government will find clues and then wait for an opportunity to eliminate them. The black market for leprosy drugs was built on this basis. But what Ron really cares about is not this. "What are the conditions you just mentioned?" he asked. "Take Rajiv away." Ranjit looked at the boy who just came over with a canvas bag. "What?" Ron didn't react. "He is healthy, he shouldn't be here." The boy named Rajiv wanted to say something, but was stopped by Ranjit's eyes. "Dr. Sir, you don't need to take him with you, just leave here, leave here. We can give you a lot of medicine every week, top-notch medicine, really, leave here." Ron was puzzled. Give him a job to support himself, this was the only requirement of Ranjit's deal. Ron was silent for a while. Such conditions were not difficult for him to achieve, but Ron Baba, Abu suddenly spoke, "These people will not live long. They are already terminally ill and rely on selling medicine to survive, but this can't save them. It's too late. Perhaps in a few years, most of the people here will disappear. They know their fate and face it calmly. But the children are innocent, and this is their only concern." In 1993, leprosy can be completely cured, which explains why all the children here are healthy. They are too young to live with their sick parents, hiding in dirty corners far away from the city and the crowd. But the children will grow up one day, and they can't be labeled with leprosy all their lives. Their future is not here. Ranjit has made deals with many criminals, and without exception, he asked them to take a child who is about to grow up. Some of these people are bandits, some are militants, and some are ambitious people. The children who go with them may be arrested or die in a conflict, but so what? At least it is a hope. Ranjit also hopes that Ron will take a child away, and picked the smartest one here. Ron's identity is extraordinary. He is a doctor, a noble and respected profession. With his care, this child is likely to take root and survive in Mumbai in the future, so that the latter can take more children away from the leprosy slums. They need a seed, and when it grows strong, it can shelter the remaining children here. Then the leprosy slum will disappear. They will die, but everything is just right, without regrets. The scene fell into deep silence, and everyone looked at Ron, hoping that he would respond. The sound of breathing came from the lipless mouths that clenched their teeth, and pairs of serious eyes stared at him, patiently and eagerly. Rajiv, right, Ron looked at the boy. You follow Anand first. The crowd cheered, and Ranjit laughed wheezingly. Anand also laughed. He stood on tiptoe and patted Rajiv's shoulder hard, like an elder. Ron guessed that he also knew about the existence of the leprosy slum, otherwise he would not be so calm. Ranjit directed every man, woman, old and young here to touch Ron's feet. They struggled to move forward, kneeled on the ground and touched Ron's toes with their leathery stumps, but did not really touch. Of course, Ron would not really take the boy named Rajiv with him, nor would he just throw him to Anand. At least he would go to the hospital for a checkup, and then go to Brazil with Luca a few more times. In the future, Rajiv would be the one to handle the drug smuggling business, killing two birds with one stone. They chatted with Ranjit for a while and then said goodbye and left, and the canvas bag was also taken away. God, how did they do it? This is incredible. Luca was very happy, without any gnashing of teeth when he came. We don't need to find out their secrets. The important thing is to get the stuff. That's right, I'll ask my brother to load the goods tomorrow. We've found a treasure trove. Rajiv will be picked up by Anand in a week, and then Ron will talk to Luca about turning the commission into an investment. Chapter 145 Spending a lot of money. When Ron and Luca met Pant again, he was in a surprisingly good mood. He was not gloomy or depressed. He happily gave Ron a hug. What makes you so happy? Ron asked. Have you read the newspaper? He winked. What do you mean? Aged Lal, the national hero who was touted as the savior of Mumbai. I heard that he will be awarded a military medal because of the bombing. Are you his fan? Does he know that he has a smuggler fan? Don't be so annoying, Pant said unhappily. I'm just happy that Dawood is going to be in trouble. People who are closely connected with him are not having a good time recently. From his eyes, Ron guessed that the man was Cad Khan. Age arrested more than 170 suspects in a few months, seized more than 2,000 kilograms of black soap, a large amount of guns and ammunition, and more than 500 grenades. The news shocked the whole of Mumbai. This was not the scale of a gang conflict, but it was clearly like the arms stockpiled to start a civil war. Ordinary gangs simply cannot get so many arms. After interrogation, all the clues behind the scenes point to Dawood. People from all walks of life in Mumbai and the Indian government are convinced of this, because there is evidence that Dawood is supported by Baba Yang. Only Baba Yang in the north can provide such a large supply of guns and ammunition. It is said that the entire operation was planned by the gang godfather Dawood at a meeting in Dubai, and all participants swore an oath of absolute confidentiality on the Quran. But he is not in Mumbai after all, and many details need the support of local gangs. Kadhan is the most suspicious, because he and Dawood are both herders, and he has such a motive. Although the police do not have enough evidence, even a biased investigation is enough to make him drink a pot. Pant is happy about this, and he has a sense of satisfaction in his heart that a great revenge has been achieved. Even Dawood only takes 60% of the gang's profits, and the other 40% is divided equally among his brothers. What about Kadbe? I didn't even get 10%. Aren't you afraid that he will hear these words? Ron asked. He knew I was dissatisfied and didn't consider me as his own, but he needed me. Pant was a little smug, with a secret on his lips. But Ron didn't ask. He was not interested in the inside story of the gang. He just wanted to make money. I heard that the pharmaceutical factory last time had an accident. What about the medicine this time? Yeah, man. Look at what you did. Treating us Brazilians as rats. Luca, who finally found an opportunity, immediately interrupted. I was just following orders. Pant pushed it cleanly. Those drugs were all obtained by you. Only a fool would believe that you have nothing to do with this matter. Luca began to argue with Pant. They pulled for a long time, and the purpose was nothing more than one, price. In the end, Pant, who was in the wrong, got Luca's forgiveness after slightly lowering the purchase price. My ship will come in a week, will it be okay then? Luke asked. Of course, this time they are all top-notch drugs, well-known Indian brands of Ranbaxy, Sun, and Cipla, Pant promised. He was much more motivated than last time because he had connections in these channels. With just a little insignificant operation, he could get a profit higher than the 10% promised by Hadhan. After the two sides agreed on the details of the transaction, Luca began to talk to Ron again on the way back. Brother, this time it should be okay, right? You can send someone to go to Brazil with us. How much share are you going to give me? 15%. After a trip to Brazil, it will triple or quadruple. It's so easy. I'd rather maintain the current model. Ron rolled his eyes. No, brother. This is a win-win situation. You have to think about it. Luca was anxious. 20%, the top medicine for the leprosy slum. We split it equally. Deal. Luca raised his hand. Ron smiled and clapped his hands with him. This deal was not a loss. In the past, Ron took $30,000 for a business of $100,000 and Luca and his team could make about $200,000 for a trip. Now all $100,000 are invested in the business, and Ron owns 20% of it. After a trip to Brazil, the total profit was $350,000. He took $70,000 and the rest went to Luca and his team. The drugs in the laboratory were counted separately and divided equally between the two parties. One controlled the channels and the other was responsible for the market. It was fair. This was indeed a win-win deal, which was beneficial to both parties. By the way, Rajiv is going to Brazil with a ship this time. Rajiv, Luca was stunned. The boy from the leprosy slum, he speaks good English and is also learning Portuguese recently. He is very motivated. Shit. You are poisoning me, Luca shouted. Don't talk nonsense. He has been to the hospital and has a physical examination report. Luca couldn't hold it anymore. What did he want that thing for? Don't forget, the top drugs in the laboratory will all come from him in the future. Ron's words made Luca stop again. He secretly contacted Brazil with a canvas bag he took back last time using a satellite phone. The initial valuation was as high as tens of thousands of dollars. It seems that a certain laboratory is interested. Sanji's pharmaceutical technology cannot be compared with Europe and the United States, but it is still very powerful in South America. As June approaches, the weather is getting hotter and hotter, and a bit dull. Experienced Mumbai residents know that the rainy season is coming, a little earlier than last year. The fourth plant of Sir Electric has been built, and the electric fan production line is being prepared. If we use iron fan blades, we will also need a stamping production line, with an estimated second-hand cost of 1.5 million rupees. There is also a motor assembly line, with a similar budget. These are all production plans formulated according to semi-automated standards. Ashish has now been promoted to technical director, with 10 engineers and 30 technicians under him. The technical plan for this electric fan is the result of their joint efforts. Switch to plastic fans. Ron made a decision with a stroke of his pen. The important thing is cost, and our electric fan price must be lower than the market price. It's still the cost-effective route. Open up the market with a low price first, and then survive. It's cost-effective, so what if the quality is slightly inferior? He believes that Indian users will adapt. After all, it's cheap. We also need to recruit a batch of workers, at least 100 people to realize the shift plan. Production manager Ani's also made a request. Give you 80 places. Ron cut again. There was no way. He didn't have any surplus food. It cost 3 million rupees to build the factory, and another 2 million to buy equipment. The 6 million in April was invested. The transformation of the other semi-automatic production lines of water conditioning has not yet started, and the initial budget is 10 million rupees. This has almost divided up most of the profits in May, and the money is not enough to spend. The rapid expansion period of the factories like this, the speed of capital recovery is far behind the demand. Ron has considered banks, but India's corruption is too serious, plus the high interest rate. It is really better to get usury. This is why he is keen on various smuggling. That stuff makes money quickly, and it is also a knife fun. Boss, Ashish spoke again at this time. Don't forget this year's City Hall election. Those people want us to support the sponsorship fee. Ron was a little confused. He forgot about this. Among the political parties in Mumbai, only the Congress and the BJP can have a seat at the table. The former is the ruling party in Maharashtra, and Ron is not easy to offend. The latter and the Shiv Sena are one and the same, and he can't betray his own tribe. The Congress party gave 400,000 rupees, and the BJP gave 600,000. Harris, you do the accounting, no problem, Mr. Sir. Harris was very good at this kind of work. No one in the conference room showed any surprise. Bribery is a legitimate means in India, and no company can avoid it. Ron did not want to offend either side, but he was more inclined to the BJP. His Brahmin identity determined everything, and he had no choice. He had to pay the money, otherwise those officials would find all kinds of strange reasons to trip up Sir Electric. After instructing them to complete the electric fan production line before July, Ron returned to the office to take inventory of his own small treasury. He had $250,000 in cash at home, which was all saved from smuggling drugs, forging passports, and travel companies. Ron did not dare to spend a penny, because keeping this US dollar would be of great use in the future. The industrial base here in India is too poor, and most equipment has to be imported, and even things like motors cannot be handled. If his Sir Electric wants to grow and develop, it will inevitably have to import equipment and technology from abroad. Now it is just accumulating assets. In addition to US dollars, Ron has 3 million rupees in his personal account, most of which comes from Sir Electric. He can barely be considered rich, but he is still far from being a real tycoon. Babalaja brought him a cup of tea. Ron took a sip comfortably. I heard that Ashish is going to buy a house. That's his own bragging, Laju scolded, but his face was still happy. But maybe next year. He has been waiting for this day. He should have his own apartment. Ron nodded. After all, it's a bit unreasonable for the technical director of Sir Electric to live in a slum. This is all thanks to Baba's help. Laju lowered her eyebrows and looked pleasant. She had changed out of the sari she wore when they first met, and now wore a beautiful women's shirt and trousers, and her hair was permed. She was more like an urban beauty, a secretary, rather than a simple Indian girl. But one thing has not changed, that is, the skill of serving people. Making tea, coffee, massage, everything is good. Laju is more like a maid. Even things like wiping Ron's face are done by her personally. The most valuable thing is that she can read and help organize a lot of information. Well, a multifunctional secretary. It is summer. And Ron feels that the weather is a bit hot. How about playing office games with Laju? He was a little tempted, but the phone on the table rang. Ron, do you have time recently? Mary, Ron, whose anger was strangled, blurted out, do you want to eat sausage? Bullshit. She laughed and scolded, come to Bandra, let's discuss the movie. Wow, I smell the scent of the Queen of Bollywood. Chapter 146, Entering Bollywood. It was already dusk, and Ron and Mary were sitting in the outdoor cafe of the Trident Hotel in Bandra, watching the sunset gradually fade into the sea. The Trident is a place frequented by many Bollywood practitioners, and it is also a place where movie stars and gangsters frequently come and go. They observe others here and are observed by others. So you decided to invest in your first movie. Ron turned the ceramic cup in his hand, killing time comfortably. Lena and I think it's time. Mary's eyes show the determination and enthusiasm to devote herself to the film industry. Yes, in a year, we have become familiar with the rules of Bollywood, Lena agreed. Okay, what kind of movie are you going to make? Ron asked. I haven't thought about it yet, but it must be a low-budget movie. Oh, Ron raised his eyebrows. Low-budget movies include adult movies and horror movies. Which one do you mean? Which one do you think it is? Mary's hands secretly exerted force under the table. Hey, be gentle, I still have to work hard at night. Ron begged for mercy. This bad guy must be thinking about those things. Lena was eager to try on the side. After the three of them laughed for a while, Mary gradually became serious. What do you think of horror movies? Some cinemas in India will show such movies at midnight. Maybe there will be a market for them. It should be no problem to make back the money, but it's hard to sell well. Ron nodded. India also has a niche film market. This part of the audience has a curious taste and is not picky. Those shoddy movies, whether they are adult movies or horror movies, basically make a profit. Enough, our expectation is not to lose money. Mary took this as a test. What about the budget? How much money are you going to invest? Ron asked. 3 million rupees. Mary and her friends have studied it. This is enough to make a low-cost movie in Bollywood. Their shooting cycle is short, usually it can be done in a month, and if it is an adult film, It may not even take more than a week. Low-cost movies also have low requirements for the location. They do not need a special studio and can be shot directly on the spot. For example, for adult films, you can rent a bungalow in the suburbs. There is no need to consider censorship, because it is a restricted film, so you can just put it on the bad side. Ron believes in their judgment. The two of them have been working in Bollywood most of the time and are much more professional than him, a layman. Are there any problems with the funds? He asked. All the savings of Lena and I add up to only 1 million rupees. Mary looked at him. Why are you staring at me? Ron asked in surprise. Don't you have any ideas? Mary winked at him. No, Ron shook his head. Really? Her hand gently stroked under the table. I want to play Diego. Ron finally couldn't hold it back. Okay, Mary agreed readily. You have to move yourself. Ron began to increase the stakes. Mary nodded without saying anything. This time it's your turn to eat the sausage, and Lena will boil the milk. Ron pressed harder. Pop, Mary patted him, and Lena burst out laughing. Okay, it's a happy decision. Ron made the decision. 2 million rupees was just a drop in the bucket for him, and it was also an attempt to invest in Bollywood. There were only so many businesses that could make money in India, and the entertainment industry was one with a lower threshold. Anyone could come in and get involved, and gangsters were especially keen on it. By the way, speaking of low-cost films, there is a special type of film that is unique to India and is very close to the lives of the people. Ron suddenly had an idea. What type of film? Mary and Lena were very curious. Religious film, religion. The two looked at each other. This was a path they had never thought of. Rather than saying that India is a country, it is better to say that it is a collection of multiple sects that are forcibly squeezed together. There are many religions in India, and there are 6 or 7 with more than 1 million believers. Among them, the religion with the largest number of people, more than 85% of the population, is Hinduism. This type of film has a very wide audience in India, especially in northern India, which is completely different from Mumbai. You mean a movie made specifically for Hindus? Mary finally reacted. Of course, with hundreds of millions of potential audiences, isn't this more basic than a horror movie? But we don't understand Indian religion, Lena added. Someone does, Ron shrugged optimistically. In the little Portugal area of Bandra, Ron took Mary to visit Old Al's house again. Today, AJ was on a day off, and he was also at home. Strangely, outside his house, there were 3 or 4 plainclothes policemen on duty. Ron recognized them at a glance because he had seen them at the police station last time. The leader, a fat man, came over to greet him attentively, and his words were extremely flattering. After a brief chat, Ron realized that these people were protecting AJ's safety. What trouble have you been in recently? Ron asked after entering the house. It's still the case. AJ frowned in distress. After taking over the bombing case, his pressure has been increasing day by day, because too many people have been involved, and now his safety is threatened. That was once the largest gang in Mumbai, and it is still in its heyday. Of course, they will not sit idly by and watch their capable gang members being sent to jail one by one without doing anything. The Shiv army is chasing the old shepherd relentlessly. In order to appease AJ, they specially deployed police forces to act as his bodyguards. He doesn't even have time to take the children to the zoo now, AJ's wife Ritu complained. I live in the zoo every day, AJ responded. Don't be so serious. You know the situation in India best. Old Lal came out of the study, and Vikram Chandra followed him. The two seemed to be discussing the script inside, and they came out to greet Ron when they heard his voice. You should be careful. There are rumors about you in the streets. Ron hinted to him that this was news from the underworld. AJ nodded, and Old Lal also warmly invited Ron to sit down. Thanks to Ron's advertising film, his loan sharking debt has been almost repaid, and now he has even started to think about the preparations for the next movie. I guess you are here for the movie. Old Lal smiled at Mary beside Ron. They all heard that a foreign woman opened an agency in Bollywood. You guessed right. Ron smiled and took the tea brought by AJ's wife. We want to find you to learn about religious films. Religious films? Old Lal and Vikram were a little surprised. As you know, I am also a shareholder of that agency. Ron shrugged. Then, he told Mary and the others about wanting to make a movie. Of course. The main emphasis was on his willingness to invest in Bollywood. To win over the friendship of people in the industry, Ron's face and his Brahmin identity were needed. Religious films are indeed a good choice. Old Lal agreed with this decision. The main types of low-cost movies that make money are these three: pornography, horror, and religion, Vikram added. Why don't you just make a 3-in-1? Old Lal explained vividly. It must have horror, pornography, and tantric elements. Indian men like this kind of movie. Old Lal is a director with artistic accomplishment, but when it comes to the ins and outs of adult movies, he can do it easily and does not shy away from the presence of his family. Ron was also like a curious baby, nodding his head as he listened, and almost taking notes. Director Lal, do you have any recommendations? Ron asked. It would be useless for him to just remember, and he had to find professionals, which was the purpose of his coming here today. Of course, Shiv Kumar is very suitable. He is very enthusiastic about religion. Recently, Old Lal found a piece of paper and quickly wrote down the contact information. And the male lead, we haven't found the right person yet, Mary added hurriedly. Her agency was just starting out, and the actors under her were all small roles, not enough to support a movie. Wait for me. He simply got up and walked into the study, and quickly took out another thick photo album. This is what I usually use to select supporting roles. You can take it for reference. Mary was overjoyed and began to flip through it on the spot. This was not only very useful for the movie, but also crucial to her agency. The photos in the album covered all kinds of people in the photo, old and young, women and children, everything. There were very handsome young men, as well as ugly hooligans. There were reserved and conservative women, as well as vulgar and coquettish streetwalkers. Ignoring the obsessed Mary, Ron turned his head to look at Vikram again. What's wrong? He asked subconsciously. The script. Ron tilted his head. Vikram smiled bitterly. I can't write this kind of script, but I can introduce a few people to you. No problem. Ron nodded contentedly. Look, it's all done. To do things in India, you have to be good at using your connections. Old Lal was also amused by their bachelor-like preparations for the film. It turned out that you didn't prepare anything. It's better not to shoot the film in Mumbai, he suggested. Why? Ron and Mary both looked up. Mumbai's film censorship is the most stringent in India. There is no place more stringent than it. If you want your film to be released smoothly, it's best to report it in a foreign country. The more remote the better. Old Lal hated the people in the film censorship committee. He was beaten up many times. The people there said one thing and did another. They would praise it in front of him. Good work, Mr. Lal, but then they would turn around and classify it as restricted. In this way, the audience who watched the film must be over 18 years old, which greatly damaged the box office. For Indians, watching movies is an entertainment activity for the whole family. Since Ron and his religious films are going to take a low-cost route, they don't actually care about the rating. But if it is rated restricted in Mumbai, it may suffer the same treatment in other states. At this time, they can take a roundabout route, such as filing for review in other states first, and then getting the Mumbai rating after the film has been screened for a period of time. This operation can minimize the impact on the box office. Of course, this is only suitable for low-cost films, not for big movie promotions. In addition, after being rated as restricted in Mumbai, many of their resources will not be available, including actors, venues, and the number of theaters showing the film. After being reminded by Old Lal, Ron already had an idea in his mind. Maybe I know where to go to shoot this movie, Ron thought to himself. Isn't this a coincidence? Chapter 147 Preparation for the movie. You want us to go to your hometown, Uttar Pradesh, to film. Uttar Pradesh is the most populous state in India, where religious consciousness is strong and the people are outstanding. After taking a shower, Ron is now in the sage time, with a bright mind and clear thoughts. Uttar Pradesh is remote and backward enough, and it is an excellent market for religious films. There is no need to worry about film censorship, because it is his hometown, like a base camp. It's far away from Mumbai, and it is said that the countryside in India is very dangerous. Lena worried. Dear, of course I won't leave you there alone, I will go with you. Ron patted her shoulder and comforted her. Are you going to Uttar Pradesh too? Mumbai is okay. Mary knew that he had always cared about Sir Electric. The rainy season is coming, and the business here in Mumbai will enter a trough. I plan to go to Uttar Pradesh to see if it is appropriate to build a Sir Electric branch there. The rainy season in Mumbai lasts for 3 or 4 months, and both travel companies and water air conditioner sales will be affected. He can take this opportunity to go back home, work in the factory, make a movie, and visit relatives, killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Good plan, Mary nodded in agreement. Great, I like traveling, Lena cheered. I plan to leave in late June, and you should hurry up to prepare for the movie during this period. Oh, speaking of this, Mary turned over and took the album from the bedside. I have to choose my hero and heroine. Has anyone chosen? Ron asked. I prefer Urmila Matwaka for the heroine. We have met several times in Bollywood and had a good chat. Ron looked at the photo and didn't recognize her, but she looked very beautiful. She looks very young. Judging from her skin color, she should be a native of Maharashtra, and her caste is not low. She is only 19 years old and is a child star. Her father is a teacher and her family lives in Mumbai, Mary introduced enthusiastically. It sounds like a good offer, but is she willing to star in our movie? Don't forget that ours is a religious film, and it also has some adult elements. She just starred in a thriller, but it was just a supporting role. In our case, she is the main character, and those sensitive shots can use a double, and the most important thing is that she is a Hindu. Wow, it seems that you have thought about it a long time ago. Ron guessed that she must have been planning for a long time. I am not sure about the male lead yet. Mary flipped through the album she got from Old Lal in distress. Don't be too anxious, after all, we haven't even decided on the script, and the role serves the script. Didn't you say that you have made an appointment with a few screenwriters? Lena suggested on the side. Maybe we should meet them. Ron and Mary looked at each other and nodded. That's right, Vikram is a freelance writer of average fame. The few screenwriters he introduced are less famous than him, and they are all unknown. The most experienced one has written a horror movie script, which was filmed, but the box office didn't make much splash. The rest are screenwriters, but it's better to say that they are one of the many hard workers in Bollywood. The agency jointly opened by Ron and Mary is in Juhu district. They rented a yard with a gate in a 2-story building. They met the screenwriters here. To be honest, none of them were very satisfied. But one screenwriter begged Ron to give him a chance to perform his script on the spot. His name is Ravi, from Punjab, and he dreams of becoming a Bollywood screenwriter. Ron agreed to his request with a nonchalant attitude. Ravi threw the script away and began to brew his emotions. He knew his story well. So when he needed to mobilize his emotions, he laughed or cried bitterly, and punched, kicked, jumped and moved in the fighting scenes. Karna was running, he fell down while running, rolled on the ground, and was caught by someone. Ravi shouted and ran in front of Ron and others, then fell straight down, rolled again, and then collapsed. This scene made Ron laugh. Bollywood screenwriters are really bold, and they often respond to their stories with great enthusiasm. Mary and Lena did not laugh. They admired Ravi's sincerity towards the film. Is the story you wrote about the myth of Durga? Mary asked. Yes, Mom, it's a story about Durga appearing in spirit and defeating evil. Ravi vividly described how a rural bride, with the help of Durga's incarnation, appeared in spirit, defeated the bad guys, overcame many obstacles, and finally lived happily with her husband. Durga is the main goddess of Hinduism, also known as Durga. She is considered to be one of the 2 fierce incarnations of Parvati, the wife of Shiva. She is martial and is worshipped as a demon-slaying goddess. Legend has it that she has 9 incarnations, one of which is a vegetarian all year round, and the vegetarian tradition of Hindus comes from this. When the earth was dry for a long time, this incarnation of Durga came to the world. Her tears moistened the dry land, irrigated the vegetable crops, and saved people from famine. She has quite a lot of followers among Hindus and is one of the protagonists in the myth. Ravi chose her as the theme of the movie, which was actually a good choice, because even many herders believe in Durga. After hearing the story, Mary and Lena were very interested, which perfectly matched their initial expectations. Movies with female themes are easy to control, and male protagonists are much more powerful. Those Bollywood male actors may not listen to their commands. You can leave the script. We will notify you after discussing with the director. Mary made the decision. Sir, Madam, it's my honor. Ravi was as happy as a dream. He got the job he had always dreamed of and became one of the big filmmakers in Bollywood. Sure enough, Durga appeared to him and his prayers were answered. In Bollywood, this kind of answer usually means that your script has been selected and it is only a matter of time before filming starts. After Ravi left happily, Ron turned to Mary. Do you like this script? Of course, this story is cool, and I want to be the producer myself. Mary is very committed to this business. It's better to find a local producer. He can act as a religious consultant to avoid us from violating taboos during filming. That's right. And the director, let him see the script too. Ron has nothing to do recently. The Sir Electric factory has been on the right track. The tourism business has not improved much. Nia can just watch. Luca also took Anand and Rajiv to Brazil. This time they shipped a large ship of goods, which was a big deal. The business in Mumbai was uneventful, so he devoted himself to the preparation of the movie. He was not playing around and entering Bollywood. If he did it well, he would make a lot of money in the future. There was no hope for India's industrial conditions, and it was hard to say how far his Sir Electric could go. Technology in India were even more insulated. Even if there were top talents, the final way out was to immigrate to the United States. Petrochemicals, steel and transportation, these traditional industries were controlled by several major families, and it was difficult for outsiders to get a share. As a latecomer, Ram could only find ways from other places. The 1990s was the golden development period for most countries in the world, and many booming new industries emerged. The entertainment industry is one of them, with low barriers to entry, a wide audience, and quick money. After slightly adjusting his work focus, Ram and Mary and others immediately made an appointment with Shiv Kumar. Shiv Kumar is a Bihari and is enthusiastic about religion. He vowed to give up alcohol and meat, but degenerated and made several adult movies, which were all box office hits. As a Bihari, it is not easy to work hard in Bollywood. If there is a group of people in Mumbai that is most despised, it must be the Bihari. Biharis are all thieves. This is a catchphrase known throughout India. They are synonymous with rural workers, poor boys, and thieves. Ron heard people around him arguing that if Mumbai could drive out all the Bihari immigrants, it would be as prosperous as the island country of Singapore. The Biharis came to Mumbai with audacity to survive. Wherever they go, their notoriety follows them like the mark of Cain. Mumbai and Bihar are two extremes of modern India. The former represents well-being, the latter represents disaster. After playing a match in Bihar, the captain of the Indian national cricket team, Azharuddin, found that his cricket cap had been stolen, so he said exactly the same thing: Biharis are all thieves. Under this prejudice, Shiv Kumar's experience in Bollywood can be imagined. He could not get any good director jobs at all and could only make some low-budget films. Most Biharis are illiterate. Our literacy rate is less than 20%, which is 20% lower than the average literacy rate of all Indian states. An illiterate Bihari rural boy goes to the city to work. He is an honest man, but he can't find a job, so he has to wander around. If someone is willing to pity him and give him a bite to eat, this person is a great benefactor to him. But there is no free lunch in the world. You must repay the favors of others. If this person is a bad person with impure motives, such as a smuggler, it is inevitable that he will lead you to the road of crime. If you receive favors from others but refuse to return them, or even run away from the den of thieves, then the bad people will naturally cry thief. This is how the Biharis are stigmatized. As soon as they met and drank 2 glasses of beer, Shiv Kumar began to complain about the prejudice of Indians against Biharis. He is a high caste Kshatriya, but he is still like this. Not to mention those Shudras and Dalits. Director Lal admires you very much, Ram comforted him. He's a good man, and you're a good man too, Dr. Soul. Shiv put down his glass neatly. Is it an adult film again this time? Where's the script? Mary handed him the script she had prepared earlier. She had Ravi polish it again in the past 2 days. Religious film. I like this. Shiv was a little surprised. In his mind, low-cost films were also divided into different levels. Adult films were the worst, horror films were in the middle, and religious films were the best. Well, we hoped to add some adult elements, Ron explained. Of course, I would do so even if you didn't say it. Shiv couldn't put the script down. We have a candidate for the female lead. Do you have any recommendations for the male lead? Mary asked. I don't have one, but I know who has one. Shiv immediately took them to visit a Bollywood know-it-all. Chapter 148, Good Progress. Raj loved Juhu, especially the beach. He didn't mind sitting by the pool at the Rickshaw Hotel all afternoon, especially since he didn't have to pay for his vodka and chicken sandwiches. He didn't eat or drink for free. He paid for his food and drinks by selling other people's stories, and more than enough. As his friend Shiv Kumar described him, Raj was the god of the hard workers. His position as a columnist for Screen magazine gave him unimpeded access to Bollywood. He was the messenger between the two worlds, the conduit connecting the upper and lower classes of Mumbai. Judging by his appearance, Raj was not only not handsome, but also vulgar and sleazy. He had a beard and never buttoned his shirt properly, which made him look like a sloppy smuggler. His cross-eyed look was also very unpleasant. When he looked at you, you didn't know where he was looking. But Raj's writing is first-rate. As the saying goes, one cannot judge a person by his appearance. His columns are like sermons, full of a sacred sense of mission and noble moral values. When Shiv Kumar and Ron found him, Raj was chatting with the waiter. "Raj, you are lying about someone else's story again." Shiv sat over and poured himself a glass of wine without any hesitation. "How can you say it's a lie?" Raj pointed at the waiter who had just left. "That person has a lot of stories in his stomach, ready to tell people at any time." "Then what did you hear? A failed declaration of a dream chaser. But there are more than thousands of people with similar situations in Mumbai. You talk so much that you can almost write a report. Let me introduce you to two friends." Shiv wanted to introduce Ron and Mary, but Raj took the initiative to stand up and say hello. "Dr. Sir, I've heard of your name for a long time. Miss Mary, the first foreign agent in Bollywood." "Hello." Ron and Mary shook hands with him respectively. Several people sat down, and after obtaining Ron's consent, Shiv handed the script to Raj. "Take a look at this." "Oh, a religious film." Raj knew all about low-budget movies and the Shudras and Untouchables who made the movies. He flipped open the screen magazine next to him, and saw promotional leaflets for low-budget movies everywhere. Yes, usually the Untouchables made adult movies. Religious films were a little better, but Raj was still surprised that Ron would devote himself to this career. "The script is fine, and people in northern and central India will like it. There, such films are often more popular than blockbusters. But Mr. Sir, with your status, you can definitely invest in those blockbusters. I've just entered the industry." Ron shrugged, and low-budget movies are easier to control. Raj understood, this was true. If investing in blockbusters, Ron could only be considered a shareholder, and had no decision-making power over the filming of the movie. But the truth was that Ron didn't have that much money to waste, and Mary and the others had already studied it. To shoot a blockbuster in Bollywood, the minimum investment is 40 million rupees, and super blockbusters can even exceed 100 million rupees. The investment scale of medium-cost movies is also around 30 million, and those below 10 million rupees are considered low-cost movies. Where does Ron get so much money to invest in a blockbuster? He can't get on the table without spending 10 or 20 million rupees. "What is your budget?" Raj asked. 3 million rupees. "What about the shooting location, Uttar Pradesh?" "If that's the case, it's barely enough." Raj is experienced and has calculated the expenses in his mind. "So what do you recommend about the male lead?" Shiv said with respect. He and Raj have a complicated relationship. The latter is his mentor and can be regarded as both a teacher and a friend. Shiv was also a hard worker who came to Mumbai at first. It was Raj who sponsored him to go to college. After graduation, Shiv first worked as a production assistant and then joined the directing industry. What Bollywood lacks the least is male leads. No matter what the price is, there are hundreds of people waiting. Raj has dealt with countless hard workers in Bollywood. "We have a limited budget, so," Ron pretended to be embarrassed. "Don't worry, the salary will not exceed 1 lakh, Raj assured. Just like Shiv said, he is the umbrella of the hard workers. The so-called hard workers are those who want to make a name for themselves in Bollywood, with high aspirations and a fragile life. Especially female hard workers. Among 100 actresses who come to Mumbai to make a living, no more than 10 can really be lucky. The audition location is the Rickshaw Hotel behind them, but Ali prefers to call it the Suicide Hotel. Because from time to time, actresses can't stand the blow of being rejected again and commit suicide in the hotel room. For example, when Ron had dinner with Chandra and others last time, he tried his best to please Lita and Geeta, who were almost flattering. He was already a very lucky person. Among these hundreds of Bollywood hard workers, some have played extras and some have played supporting roles. It is not difficult to find a male protagonist with experience, talent and appearance. Raj can easily name 5 or 6 names. "I will ask them to audition at your place later." Raj signaled that they need not worry. "The important thing is the distribution of the film after it is completed. I plan to ask director Lal to introduce some distributors," Ram replied. "That would be the best, but don't be too optimistic about low-cost films." "Why?" he asked. "Censorship is a problem. If the big theaters cannot show it, the distributors will not take over. If it doesn't work, we can distribute it in different regions. For those states with strict censorship, we can directly sell the one-time distribution rights. There are 5 distribution areas for Indian films in China. and another one specifically for all overseas markets. These 5 distribution areas are roughly divided according to geographical location: east, west, south, north and center, and each market is different. North India and Central India speak Hindi, East India speaks Bengali and Assamese, South India speaks Tamil and Telugu, and West India mainly speaks Marathi. Ron and his team are of course shooting Hindi films, and the main markets are in North India and Central India. Other places can sell the one-time distribution rights. Even the language is different. Even if the box office share route is adopted, there will not be much income. This method is not bad. It seems that the focus is on North India. Raj agreed. I'm from Uttar Pradesh. Ram spread his hands. That's even easier. Raj had no doubt about his ability in the local area. I'll have to trouble you with the publicity after the film is made. Ron glanced at the screen magazine in his hand. Raj smiled. I'll be the lead writer when the time comes. Thank you very much. Ron and Mary were very happy. After only a week of back and forth, they finalized the script, director, female lead, and the subsequent distribution and publicity direction. The male lead seemed to have been decided as well, and the preparation progress of the entire film was amazingly fast. After returning to the agency, they called the screenwriter Ravi and began to discuss the details of the script. The story is very cliché. It takes place in the countryside. There are 2 brothers in a wealthy family in the village. The younger brother's wife is unruly and fierce, while the older brother's wife is virtuous. The younger brother dreams of going to the United States. One day, a wandering monk passed by the village and sang the praises of Durga Puja. The villagers who were inspired came to worship the goddess, including the younger brother. The goddess responded to his prayers, and immediately a telegram was sent from the U.S. headquarters saying that there was a vacancy. The elder sister-in-law, who is virtuous and kind-hearted, sold her dowry and bought tickets for the brother and his wife and children to the United States. Many years later, the family, whose words and deeds had long become westernized, returned from the United States and checked in a suitcase of money to save the brother's sluggish business in his hometown. But as would happen if you checked in valuables, their luggage was lost by the airline. A bolt from the blue. The story begins with this, telling the various scenes in which the hero and heroine rely on the appearance of Durga to fight against evil forces. If you insist on using one word to summarize the script, it is nonsense. What appearance, what pious prayer, it is simply ridiculous. If it were placed in other countries, it would probably be regarded as a myth and laughed it off. But Indians believe in this set of things. They really believe in the existence of Durga. Therefore, the story must be filmed with ups and downs in the plot, and it must also reflect respect and belief in mythological characters. However, the ultimate goal of making a movie is to make money. The name Hymn to Durga is too serious and not entertaining enough, Ron made an opinion. But we are shooting a religious film. Mary was a little skeptical. You can give the film different names according to different regions, Schiff suggested. Wow, that's a good idea. Ron's eyes lit up. He almost forgot that this was another common operation of Indian films. Because of different languages and cultural customs in different states, the same film has different translated names. After a few people discussed it, they finally decided to give the film 3 names. In rural areas, it is called Praise to Durga Puja. In urban areas like Mumbai, it becomes Foreign Mother-in-Law Local Wife. In Sikh areas like Punjab, it is simply changed to Miracles from Heaven. This way it is more down to earth, and audiences in different regions can get their own points. In addition to these, there is another core of film preparation. That is music. Don't think they are a low-cost religious film. But singing and dancing must be included, otherwise who will watch it? People in rural areas of India are illiterate, and they will feel that they are losing money without singing and dancing. They may not understand the complex plot, but singing and dancing can definitely understand it. According to preliminary estimates, Ron's film will also need 5 songs and 3 song and dance segments. This requires professionals to come up with it, and it will never work if they rely on their imagination alone. Ron plans to bother Old Al again, and Mary and Shiv will also invite other music directors from Bollywood. They will work separately and strive to solve this problem within 2 weeks. It is already June, and the dull rainy clouds are brewing over Mumbai. Heavy rains may fall at any time, and this restless city has finally calmed down a little. But there is also good news for Ron. The payment from Sir Electric Appliances for the last month is about to arrive. Chapter 149 Interview. In May, Sir Electric shipped a total of 50,000 water air conditioners of various models, which is the highest monthly sales so far. The advertising effect of the All India television is very good, and dealers have come to the door in more than 20 states. Even though the rainy season in Mumbai is coming, according to the production plan, Sir Electric's shipments in June will continue to hit a new high. The sheep in the north are trying every means to get the goods. This is definitely internationally famous. Combined with Kavai's advocacy in the Times of India last time, Sir Electric has already begun to have the atmosphere of a well-known Indian brand. After several efforts, Kavai finally persuaded the editor-in-chief to write a report on the rise of Sir Electric. India just liberalized its economic policy in 1991, and the government needs emerging companies like Sir Electric to publicize the success of its policies. As they know each other well, Ron personally took Kavai to visit the Sir Electric factory, and Laja followed quietly behind him. "So how is the revenue in May?" she asked. "More than 30 million rupees, and a net profit of nearly 20 million, Ron's mouth was cracked. "Wow, this has exceeded many large companies, it will be even higher this month." "Oh, by the way, the profit, I understand. Just write the sales volume, not the specific profit." Kavai gave him a reassuring look. "Don't show your wealth to others. You have to know how to cover it up in India." Ron still remembered the incident at the police station last time. Who knows if there will be some young people who will come to him to make a fortune after this number is exposed. In Mumbai, both the black and white circles have given him some face. If it is on the national news, it is hard to say what will happen to those big sharks. What about the workers? How big is Sir Electric now? Kavai directed the photographer behind him to take pictures in the newly completed workshop. More than 600 people, and the monthly salary alone will be 1.5 million rupees. This is worth writing about. Kavai wrote it down in a small notebook. It has provided thousands of jobs for Mumbai. Whether it is the Congress Party or the BJP, they will come to support it. Ron believed in Kavai's writing skills, and since she was his woman, there was nothing to say. After taking the newspaper people to visit Sir Electric again and boasting about a future investment plan, Ron thoughtfully prepared a thick envelope for each of Kavai's colleagues. After receiving the travel expenses, the newspaper people became more flattering and threw out compliments without paying. Kavai was also very happy. Ron gave her enough face, which made her look very proud in front of her colleagues. She hugged Ron's arm, and her watery eyes seemed to melt people. Taking advantage of the break of the newspaper colleagues, she also followed into the office. "Your colleagues need to rest for a while, do you want to?" "No, I will lose face," Kavai refused. Ron ignored her. He liked this tone in the office. As a result, the good show had just begun when Lazu came in. Kavai wanted to scream, but Ron covered her mouth first. Then a weird scene appeared. Laju stood at the door in amazement. She was so confused that she didn't know whether to go in or go out. The people in the office were also shocked, especially Kavai, who was stiff all over. Ron didn't stop. They were not outsiders, so why was he so nervous? If it wasn't the wrong time, Ron would have wanted to pull Laju in as well. In the end, Laju closed the door, but she didn't leave. She just stood guard at the door until it was completely quiet inside. "You are such a jerk." Half an hour later, Kavai opened the makeup mirror to touch up her makeup. "You look beautiful today." Ron liked her professional suit. "I will definitely become the news among my colleagues in the newspaper." She was anxious and blamed Ron for not being gentlemanly enough. "No one knows what's going on here. The envelopes in their hands will tell them what to do." "When did you become so barbaric?" Kavai felt that Ron was too excited. The payment for Sir Electric has arrived. You know, tens of millions of rupees. No one can stay calm. In fact, it was Laju's live viewing that aroused the Indian genes in him. As for the third brother, it's an inherited art. "What about your secretary?" Kavai looked at him calmly. "She knows what to do." Ron pretended not to care. "She's very beautiful and has a great figure. I'm a Brahmin, and she's just a Vaishya." Ron showed disdain. "Really?" Kavai became more and more suspicious. Ron never emphasized caste before, and a woman's intuition told her that there was a problem. Of course, the noble Brahmins cannot be defiled. Ron spoke righteously, but in his mind he was thinking that Laju had not tried the office scene yet, and he had to arrange it as soon as possible. "Oh my god, I have to get out as soon as possible, otherwise they will really be suspicious." Kavai put on her makeup and hurried out. "Honey, you said you wanted to shoot some slum materials. I'll take you there." Ron chased after her. Outside the door, Ladja walked in with a sour look and began to clean up the battlefield. The water cup on the desk was tilted, and the water stained many documents. Kavya is a social reporter, and reporting on the bottom-level events in Mumbai is her job. The rainy season is coming, and the whole city is preparing for it. She needs to shoot some footage, so it's best to go to the slums. This is quite a challenge for a woman, so after choosing, Ron's place is the safest. As soon as she entered the periphery, noisy sounds filled the surroundings. The hawkers' cries, the children's playing, the women's laughter, the extremely distorted love songs coming from the radio, and the sounds of various animals. "Why are there so many animal sounds?" she asked. "Because many street performers come to avoid the rain," Ron explained. "In a few days, it will rain heavily, and many migrant workers and performers will begin to find shelter in the slums all over the city." Ron's slums also came to 3 groups of snake charmers, a team of monkey trainers, and many people who raise parrots and other songbirds. The horses were tied to the wasteland in the distance, and there were several goats, pigs, chickens, buffaloes, and even a camel and an elephant. The slums are like giant arks, providing shelter for animals when floods come. Animals are welcome here, which can add a lot of fun to the slums, but they also bring some trouble. On the first night of the stay, while everyone was asleep, one of the monkeys of the monkey trainer escaped. The monkey scampered around on the roofs of several huts, then ducked his head and slipped into the hut of a group of snake charmers. The snake charmers kept cobras in covered wicker baskets, each lid pressed with a stone. The monkey removed one of the stones and opened a wicker basket with 3 cobras. The monkey climbed to the safety of the roof and screamed, waking the snake charmer, who shouted to warn him. "There are snakes! There are snakes!" The slum was in chaos, and sleepy residents ran around with kerosene lamps and torches, and they took out sticks and poles to hide each other's feet. Some fragile huts were directly hit. In the end, it was Ashish who organized 2 search teams to capture the escaped cobra in the middle of the night. Hearing these interesting stories, Kavya chuckled. In fact, the slums have been overcrowded for a long time, but when the heavy rain is coming, they still accept as many refugees as possible. Even the demolition committee will not be dispatched at this time. Everyone will overcome the difficulties together. The rainy season is a rare time for the city of Mumbai to release kindness. "Great, I need such materials." Kavya kept shooting everywhere. While talking, a few more monkeys were roaming on the roof. "Be careful of them, these monkeys know all kinds of martial arts, and each of them has first-class stealing skills." "What?" Kavya was puzzled. "You'll know when you get to the front." Ron took her to continue walking. The doors of every household in the slums are not locked, because there is no point. Monkeys can run rampant here and show their skills. They prefer little girls' glass bracelets, copper bracelets and anklets. Even though the monkey trainer had bought them fancy little things to tie on their furry arms and legs, they still couldn't resist the urge to steal such accessories. So when a few people came to an open space, they saw the monkey trainer sitting behind a newly set up table with an embarrassed look on his face. The things on the table were all stolen by his own monkeys, and now they had to put them out for the owner to claim. I gave them an idea, which is to tie bells on all the monkeys. In this way, when they run around, everyone will find them. But look, Ron pointed his finger and saw 2 monkeys walking swaggeringly in the empty alley next to him. One of them had taken off the bell on its neck and walked upright on its legs. It walked in front of and behind the other monkey, and at the same time used both hands to fix the bell on its companion to make it silent. Kavya laughed. These monkeys were simply spirits. Although the slums are a bit dirty, the people here are very kind, she sighed. You'd better not look at other slums with the same eyes, Ron reminded her. What do you mean? I told all those thugs to get out, otherwise why do you think it's so peaceful here? Ron has absolute say in his own slum. He decides who can come in and who can leave. You still care about things here? Kavya was a little surprised. Usually Anand is in charge, but he is in Brazil, so I will take care of it. This is a force that cannot be ignored. Ron needs to assert his authority from time to time. Then you have a lot to worry about. Kavya carefully avoided the puddles under her feet. Her legs were slightly apart, and then she felt cold. What's wrong? Ron asked curiously. Asshole, Kavya turned around awkwardly. Her legs were slippery and needed to be treated. Ron was puzzled. It was really hard to guess what a woman was thinking. You said you were going back to Uttar Pradesh, she asked from a distance in front. To inspect the branch factory and make a movie. By the way, movie, yes. The preparations will be completed soon. Mary and the others have informed Ron that the male lead will be in place soon. They will set off soon. Chapter 150 Magical Bollywood. For Raj, movies are always closely linked to love and death. Some people are encouraged by their families to stick with Bollywood. Some people commit suicide in frustration, without a sound or a trace. When Raj was a child, whenever an important person died, the school would be closed for a day so that they could go to the theater to watch movies. Raj's home is in Andheri East, not far from Juhu, where many 18th-tier artists who are unlikely to make a name for themselves rent houses. In the past, extras would boast to them, "We are from Bollywood." Young Raj was once stunned by the boastful hard workers, and when he grew up, he learned that these people were just migrant workers, which made him particularly disillusioned. He often sees these people in Andheri's bars, such as the illegally operated Yali Road Winery and Urvashi Beer Bar. They still sit behind dirty curtains, drinking 9-rupee bottles of Desi liquor and dreaming of conquering the world. They boasted to their fellow hard workers, "I'm going to film with Amitabh Bachchan tomorrow." Raj was amazed at their ability to only report good news and not bad news for so many years. You rarely hear about their bad things. Those hard workers who are a little bit better live in a few fixed hotels that are said to bring good luck. Their daily simple meals are roughly as follows: a platter of rice, 6 puri or 2 chapati flatbreads, plus a spoonful of bean paste for 8 rupees. If the store is particularly generous, you will be given a small dish of thin yogurt and 2 spoonfuls of vegetables. If you find the right place to eat, you don't have to worry about unbalanced nutrition. If the boss is in a good mood, sometimes desserts will be given as a gift. For hard workers who play minor roles, the restaurant opened by Lau Mu is their best choice. You can eat a delicious handheld rice for 20 rupees. A certain actor that Raj introduced to Ron and others lives nearby. He is a real hard worker named Lanka. Lanka is not really an Indian. He is an overseas Indian. His family emigrated to Dubai when he was a child. His family runs a fabric business there and can earn 70,000 rupees a month. They are a truly wealthy family. However, after the Gulf conflict, business became sluggish, so he thought about returning to Mumbai to make a living. He has dreamed of being the leading actor in a movie since he was 16. In his spare time, he would look over and over the celebrity inserts of screen. Not long after, his uncle, who is an advertising planner in Mumbai, got him a chance to be a model. Lanka took a set of flat photos and earned 800 rupees. For a young man from Jaipur, the meaning of these 800 rupees far exceeds the purchasing power it brings. 2 years ago in Dubai, the owner of the supermarket next to his fabric store once said to Lanka, "This store is just your rest stop. You can rest and stay here for a while, and then it's time to get on the road again. Your destination is not here. One day you will have a great future." The seeds in his heart finally began to sprout, and Lanka left Dubai and went to Mumbai alone. He took money with him and attended various training classes, such as dance class, martial arts class, and acting class. The monthly tuition for the dance class was 1,000 rupees, the martial arts class was 5,000 rupees for 3 months, and the acting class charged 15,000 rupees. The martial arts class taught taekwondo, and the coach took the students to the beach to teach them martial arts techniques from movies, such as how to jump, roll on the ground, and swing arms and punch. Lanka always thought that Roshan, the instructor of the martial arts class, looked at him differently because he had asked Lanka to be his assistant in the first year. Although this was voluntary, Lanka was still very honored. He received invitations for low-cost movies and TV series one after another, but Lanka had a clear goal, which was to be the male lead in Bollywood blockbusters. He persisted for a year, and slowly, those invitations for low-cost movies and TV series also disappeared. With little left of the 200,000 rupees he brought from Dubai, he moved from a single-room hotel to a one-bedroom apartment in Andheri and squeezed in with 13 other people. Later, Lanka really met a producer who promised to let him play the male lead in the next movie. Every 2 months, Lanka asked the producer about the progress of the film, and was always told that they were still looking for a director. Although no director was found, Lanka stopped actively seeking other roles, always believing that the time for a comeback was just around the corner. He waited for more than half a year, during which time he lost all other performance contracts. Lanka was a little discouraged, and his family and friends also advised him to give up the idea as soon as possible and return to Dubai to do fabric business. After considering it, Lanka decided to stay in Mumbai. He knew that once he left, he would never be able to come back. This is the reality. No matter how humble you are, life will make you more humble. After wasting 2 years in a row, Lanka even had difficulty getting the TV drama supporting roles that he once disdained. Despite this, Lanka still went to the gym or ran outdoors every morning to keep his body fit, or at least look fit. He always worked hard on his clothes, and then updated a set of his own photos every week. He carried these photos with him so that he could submit them when he went to the offices of major producers. Lanka knew the fate of his photos very well. After all, there were thousands of people like him who went in and out of the office and made a living with thick skin. But having his photos included in the album and then being selected from the album was the first step for a hard worker on the road to acting, and he had to do it. To be honest, Lanka was not sure when he would be favored by the production company. One of the main reasons for his persistence was to comfort himself when he failed, saying that he had tried hard. Yes, his family in Dubai was persuading him to go back, and his brother was even preparing to come to Mumbai next month. Raj once asked Lanka if he would consider going back to Dubai. "I still love India." His tone was like a husband who admitted to being unfaithful to his wife, feeling guilty. Lanka didn't know if he was shaken. He didn't dare to think deeply, so he could only keep himself busy by working out, taking acting classes, and submitting stills. Then on an ordinary afternoon, Raj called to tell him that there was an audition for the male lead in a low-budget movie. At that moment, Lanka was surprised and overwhelmed. He immediately daydreamed about how to act when the script supervisor hit the board and the director said begin. Lanka used to sneer at these low-budget movies, but after being beaten by life, he learned to be humble. Almost immediately, he began to clean himself up and made sufficient preparations before driving the shabby ambassador car. There was a large rust spot on the hood of the car, and the door made a creaking sound when it was closed, but Lanka still spent money to maintain this car. After 2 years of struggling in Bollywood, he was familiar with every unspoken rule here. To enter the production company, you must first have a car. The guard will not only let you in, but also salute you. If you take a taxi, the guard will ask you to turn around. If you take a three-wheeler, he will question you endlessly. If you simply walk, don't even think about entering the company's gate. When Lanka was in Dubai, people called him boss. But in Mumbai, he called people sir. For hard workers, this is life. You must learn to flatter. When the Tata-ringed ambassador car arrived at the door of the address Raj told him, Lanka was a little hesitant. Red Sausage Agency? How come it's not a production company? This was the first time he encountered an audition being held at an agency. Although thinking this way, Lanka still honked the horn. The sleepy security guard was startled. He subconsciously raised his hand to salute, and then waved to let him pass. Lanka parked the car and went upstairs with a few printed papers. After arriving at the room, he saw several people sitting there, seemingly discussing the script. What surprised him was that there were 2 foreign women here, very young. Judging from the position they were sitting, it seemed that their status was not low. Lanka greeted them and sat down obediently. Across from him, Ron and the others were also looking at this young man who had just made his debut. He was dressed fashionably, wearing earrings, and a golden teddy bear pendant around his neck, and he looked energetic. It was obvious that the other party exercised regularly and kept a very stylish figure. Ron did not speak, but gave the main stage to Shiv Kumar, who is the director of this movie. The audition process was very formal. Shiv and Mary asked Lanka to perform a dialogue, dance, martial arts, and singing. The overall evaluation was very good, at least more reliable than the previous ones. Praise to Durga Puja has fighting, singing and dancing, and theme songs. With a limited budget, the male protagonist needs to be multifaceted. Coincidentally, Lanka has participated in the corresponding training courses for these. Whether he is professional or not is another matter, at least he can do a few moves. It is better to have more skills than less, and Bollywood also emphasizes this. You are selected, Ron announced bluntly. Sir, Lanka stuttered a little. He had expected this scene, but he didn't expect it to come so soon. The film budget is limited. Your salary is 16,000 rupees. Is it okay? Ron asked. No problem, Lanka said firmly. The crew will go to Uttar Pradesh in a week. The shooting period is expected to be 45 days. You pack it up, Director Shiv ordered directly. Okay, Lanka agreed at once. The salary will be paid after the movie is released. During the filming, You will take care of everything except food and lodging, Mary added. Okay, Lanka still had no objection. This is one of the unspoken rules of Bollywood. Before the movie is released, there is no discussion about the salary. If the box office is a big hit, then everything will be fine. If the box office fails, Lanka's salary will be 0 rupees. Yes. This is how the magical Bollywood works. Although Ron has just added a profit of 20 million rupees in his pocket, he treats one thing with another. He treats a business of 10 rupees and a business of 100,000 rupees with all his heart and treats them equally. The leading actress Urmila Matondkar is a little famous after all, and her salary is 200,000 rupees. If someone takes the big head, then naturally someone will take the small head. After all, the fixed salary of actors accounts for so much. The remaining money must be spent on the right things, otherwise it is difficult to ensure the completion of the film. The preparations for the crew have come to an end, and Ron will also set off for Uttar Pradesh. But before leaving, he has to say hello to the grass around him. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.